Chapter 1677. Queue up and hold each other hands. After leaving the barracks, Zhang Xian swiftly led the otherworldly demon toward the room with the mirrors. Commander, what's wrong? Seeing how careful the commander was being, sealing the entire area completely such that not even the slightest aura could leak out, a serious look appeared on the face of the otherworldly demon. It's like this. Stroking his lower jaw, Zhang Xian casually walked up to the otherworldly demon when all of a sudden, a demonic blade materialized in his hand and sliced right for the otherworldly demon's neck. Not expecting the commander to make a move on him suddenly, the otherworldly demon swiftly backed away. No matter what, he was still a great 3-Dan intuitive impulse cultivator and had been through many battles. Despite being caught off guard, he did not become flustered. Pada, however, barely after taking 2 steps back, a massive brick crashed down on his head and reduced him to a flat pancake. Given how even the sempiternal realm commander had been rendered completely helpless under the crushing might of the golden origin cauldron, how could this intuitive impulse realm otherworldly demon stand a chance? It was a one-hit KO. Puha! The infernal black saber swiftly flew forth and devoured the otherworldly demon's blood and soul. Without much hesitation, Zhang Xian returned to the main tent and beckoned the other intuitive impulse realm otherworldly demon out. You, come out for a moment. 5 minutes later, he stepped into the main tent once more and said, "The 3 of you, follow me." The 3 Aureate body realm otherworldly demons followed the commander out, leaving the 2 introspective convalescence realm fellows staring at one another blankly. Aren't we supposed to be discussing a matter of some sort? Why are we being called out one after another? Their doubt did not last too long. The commander walked back into the main tent with a satisfied look on his face. As soon as he entered, he set up an isolation barrier around the tent and said, "I had some missions to delegate to them, so I had to meet them privately. It's finally your turn." The 2 introspective convalescence fellows immediately got to their feet, fearing that they would miss a single word about this highly secretive mission. Before they could react, a cold glint sliced through the air, and 2 heads fell to the ground. Till their final breaths, they could not understand why the commander would make a move on them. Zhang Xian might still have some problems trying to deal with sempiternal realm cultivators, but introspective convalescence realm cultivators were already a one-shot, one-kill to him. After dealing with the 7 of them and disposing of their corpses, Zhang Xian beckoned a guard stationed outside to come in. "Gather all of the great sage experts in our camp for a meeting," Zhang Xian ordered. "Commander, there are only 7 great sage vice-commanders in our camp. You called out 5 of them earlier, and the remaining 2 were in this tent," the guard replied with a doubtful frown. Earlier, he had seen the commander calling out 5 of the vice-commanders one after another, so there should still have been 2 more vice-commanders in the main tent. Why would they suddenly disappear without a trace? The guard was only at St. 7-Dan. Considering how even the great sage 3-Dan intuitive impulse realm vice-commanders were unable to see through his disguise, there was no way that the guard could have done so. It was unthinkable to him that their commander would have already been killed. Good. Zhang Xian had just been verifying the matter to be safe. Since it was confirmed that there were only 7 great sages in the camp, he was saved a great ton of trouble. He stood up and instructed, "Inform all of the soldiers to gather before the main tent." All of the soldiers? That's right, everyone. This includes those who are resting, patrolling, and on sentry. Get all of them here. Zhang Xian waved his hand grandly. "Yes, Commander." The guard quickly left the area and sounded the assembly horn. 10 minutes later, when Zhang Xian walked out of the main tent, he saw countless otherworldly demons standing neatly in a formation. With just one glance, Zhang Xian's eyebrows had already shot up in astonishment. There had to be over 10,000 otherworldly demons before him. It was fortunate that he had not made a move recklessly earlier. Otherwise, a collaborative formation consisting of over 10,000 Saint 3-Dan otherworldly demons would have been more than enough to render a half-ancient sage powerless. It was truly a wise decision from Sword Saint Xing to retreat. The Zhang clan was not weak, but against such a huge army, they would still lose at least half of their entire force even if Lady Luck was shining on them. Suppressing his shock, Zhang Xian bellowed, General Hour? Yes, Commander. General Hour stepped out of the formation and clasped his fist. Get your men to bring the item that I just set up over here. Zhang Xian waved his hand. Yes, Commander. General Hour had no idea why the commander had issued such a command, but it would be insubordination to oppose an order from a person of a higher rank. Thus, he quickly led a group of people and left the area. Several minutes later, the stone platforms and mirrors were moved over. Divide yourself into groups of 1,000, and each group will take one of these artifacts. I want the members of each group to get into a line and hold hands with one another. The person at the front is to place their hand on the mirror. Zhang Xian commanded. Groups of 1,000? Get into a line and hold hands with one another? All of the soldiers were confused. Were they going to practice some kind of new formation or something? But why did it sound so shady? They had never heard of any formations that required cultivators to hold hands with one another. Unable to take it any longer, another otherworldly demon wearing a black helmet similar to that of General Hour stepped forward and said, Commander, the Zhang clan has been eyeing us warily all this time. If they launch an attack while everyone is here holding hands with one another, it could end in a catastrophe. The other soldiers also turned intrigued gazes over. You fool! Zhang Xian's face darkened as he roared in fury. This is the battle plan that I have just designed with the other vice commanders. Do you all know what these mirrors are? No, Commander. These mirrors do look a little extraordinary, but I can't figure out what they are used for. The crowd shook their heads in response. If not for the fact that Zhang Xian had come into close contact with seers in the past, he would not have been able to deduce the purpose of these mirrors. Considering that these soldiers and officers were unlikely to have ever met human seers before, there was no way that they would be able to recognize these mirrors. These mirrors are the treasures of the human seer guild. They are able to provide concealment from the heavens, hindering even intuitive impulse cultivators from discerning your presence. The reason I want you to stand in a file and hold hands with one another is to conceal your killing intent and auras so that we can sneak into the fortress of those pesky humans and catch them off guard. Does everything make sense to you now? Zhang Xian said with an authoritative wave of his hand. Sneak into the fortress of those pesky humans? Does our commander intend to launch a surprise assault? It's able to conceal our killing intent and auras? That's incredible. If we could successfully pull off this surprise assault, we will become celebrated heroes of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Hearing the effects of the mirrors, the faces of the otherworldly demons flushed crimson as they trembled in agitation. They also knew that a direct confrontation with the Zhang clan would result in heavy casualties. If they could pull off a surprise assault, their chances of survival would be much higher. Perhaps, they might even accrue significant military contributions as a result of the operation and be handsomely rewarded for their effort. If you get what I'm saying, hurry up and do it. Ensure that there aren't any artifacts in between that would terminate the connection. If anyone reveals our location to the master teachers because they aren't holding the hand of the person next to them tightly enough, they'll be the center of the otherworldly demonic tribe. That person will be executed on the spot. Zhang Xian commanded authoritatively. We'll be putting everything into this surprise assault. This operation must end in a success. No failure is permitted. Understood? Yes, Commander. The otherworldly demon soldiers nodded with looks of agitation on their faces. Very well. Seeing that his soldiers had received his orders, Zhang Xian waved his hands grandly and said, Prepare the formation. Walala. The massive army immediately divided themselves into groups of 1,000, and the strongest soldiers of the group stood at the front of each file, placing their hands in direct contact with the mirror. The others held hands with one another with iron-tight grips, and the file extended for several hundred meters. Good. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. He was just about to give a motivational speech when he suddenly heard a gale sounding above. Raising his head, he saw a figure appearing right before him. Commander Hengjiang, what are you doing? Chapter 1678 Cheese. Commander Hengjiang? It was an unfamiliar name, but considering that the figure was looking right at him, it was obvious that the other party was addressing him. So, the name of the commander that he was disguised as was Hengjiang. It was not a bad name. Taking a closer look at the figure before him, He saw that the other party was wearing a helmet identical to his. His aura felt dense and expansive. He was actually a great sage Fordan sempiternal realm cultivator too. Weren't there only 7 great sages in this encampment? Where did this one pop out from? The seal. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat as realization struck him. If he was not mistaken, the other party was the backup coming from beyond the breached seal. Of all the times, the other party just had to arrive before he made a move. Was this not too much of a coincidence? However, even if the other party was a sempiternal realm cultivator, it would not be easy for him to see through his disguise. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian did not panic in the least. Instead, his eyebrows shot up coldly as he remarked, "Am I obligated to report my actions to you?" You. Hearing those words, the black-armored otherworldly demon harumphed coldly. Flinging his hand back coldly, he took out a golden edict and said, "Under the orders of Sovereign Shen Yong, you are to halt your attack and retreat immediately." Retreat immediately? Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. The Sovereign Shen Yong, whom the other party spoke of, was likely to be one of the highest-ranked otherworldly demon emperors. But this did not make any sense at all. After all of the sacrifices made to breach the spatial seal, he was being ordered to retreat? That's right. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and reorganize your army to retreat. The black-armored otherworldly demon berated as he tossed the golden edict over. Zhang Xian caught the golden edict and read through it. The words were written in the language of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and it was indeed a command for his army to retreat. This, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment as he placed the edict into his storage ring. Before that, I have something to show you. The eyebrows of the black-armored otherworldly demon shot up. I have found another use for the artifacts of the human seers. Once activated, it wields incomparable prowess, such that even half-ancient sages will be destroyed in an instant. There's no better tool than this to deal with those humans. Zhang Xian spoke with unwavering confidence. Even half-ancient sages will be destroyed in an instant? The black-armored otherworldly demon questioned with a skeptical tone. Ordinary soldiers might not have been able to recognize these mirrors, but he did. They were the artifacts of the human seers, and they could only be used to conceal one's aura. Furthermore, they had to be arranged in a specific position in order to do so. There was no way that these mirrors could wield the prowess to kill a half-ancient sage cultivator. If you don't believe my words, why don't you can give it a try yourself? After that, I'll get my soldiers to retreat. Zhang Xian nodded earnestly. Very well. Let me see what in the world are you up to. The black-armored otherworldly demon nodded doubtfully. He was there to relay the orders, and as long as the other party was willing to abide by the commands, he did not mind playing along with him. If there was truly an extraordinary use for the mirrors, that would be even for the better. Given that there were so many otherworldly demon soldiers around, and the fact that the person that he was facing was a commander, it was unlikely that the other party would dare pull anything on him. It's very simple. Pick any one of these mirrors and place your hand on it. Zhang Xian instructed affirmatively. The black-armored otherworldly demon gazed into Zhang Xian's eyes for a while, and seeing that the other party was not messing with him, he eventually nodded in agreement. He walked up to one of the mirrors and placed his hand on it. It was not that he was a fool. It was just that he could not possibly have imagined that the person before him was not Heng Jiang but someone else. Besides, seers were known not to be a battle-oriented occupation. Their artifacts mainly dealt with divination and anti-divination means. Even if it was a trap, he was confident that he would be able to deal with it with his strength. Since everyone is ready, let's begin. Seeing that this newly arrived expert had placed his hand on the mirror as well, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to activate the library of Heaven's Path on the mirror, he heard the sharp whistle of a gale sounding above. Another figure was flying over. Heng Jiang, receive your orders. Sovereign Qinling has decreed that you shall launch an attack this instant. While in the air, the figure had already unrolled a golden edict and issued the order. It was another sempiternal realm cultivator. This, Zhang Xian blinked blankly. It was just a moment that he received an order to retreat, and all of a sudden, he received another order to launch an assault right away. Are you all toying with me? Wait a moment. The person who issued the order to retreat seemed to be Sovereign Qin Yong, whereas the person asking me to attack is Sovereign Qin Ling. Their names sound similar, but they aren't the same person. Could there be some discord among the sovereigns? If the sovereigns were close with one another, there was no way that they would issue such contradicting orders. If there was truly disharmony among the sovereigns, this could spell an opportunity for him. Mao Wu, what do you mean by this? Sovereign Qin Yong has already ordered for the troops here to retreat. The black-armored, otherworldly demon remarked with an awful look on his face. It was just a moment after he had issued his order when Mao Wu came here with a contradicting order. This was blatant disrespect toward him and Sovereign Qin Yong. I don't mean anything at all. If you were a bit smarter, it should be apparent to you that I'm just following orders. Hengjiang, what are waiting for? Hurry up and receive the edict. The otherworldly demon named Mao Wu replied coldly as he tossed the golden edict over toward Zhang Xian. Catching the edict, Zhang Xian swiftly read through its contents. Written in the language of the otherworldly demons as well, the edict contained a command for him to launch an attack against the Zhang clan right away. A look of dilemma surfaced on Zhang Xian's face as he stared the edict before him. Seeing the conflicted look on Zhang Xian's face, the black-armored otherworldly demon bellowed furiously, Hengjiang, ignore that fellow's words and get your men to retreat. As the direct subordinate of the spirit god, Sovereign Qin Yong is the highest otherworldly demon emperor of our otherworldly demon tribe. Unless you want to be beheaded, you should know what you must do. Sovereign Qin Yong might be the highest otherworldly demon emperor, but times are different now. The Temple of Confucius is on the verge of opening, and after all the effort we have put into breaking open the spatial seal, how can we retreat like this? Think of the men who have sacrificed themselves for this cause. Mao Wu roared vehemently. Sovereign Qin Yong's words are the very words of the spirit god. Do you intend to oppose the will of the spirit god? I dare not oppose the will of the spirit god, but this matter is of the utmost importance to our otherworldly demonic tribe. There's something amiss about the order issued by Sovereign Qin Yong, so I would rather listen to Sovereign Chen Ling's words. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. The two envoys began bickering with one another. All right. There's no need to bicker over this matter. Seeing that the two otherworldly demons were on the verge of clashing with one another, Zhang Xian stepped forward and mediated the situation. If you may listen to my humble words, why don't we not rush into executing the orders of Sovereign Qin Yong and Sovereign Qin Ling for the moment? Regardless of whose command it is, the wills of the sovereigns are not something that we can simply disregard. Why don't we do this instead? I won't withdraw my soldiers, but I won't rush into an attack either. Let's clarify the situation before coming to a judgment. For the time being, why don't I show you too the recent research breakthrough I have made? Research breakthrough? Mao Wu frowned doubtfully. Indeed, I have found a way to utilize the artifacts of the human seers that produces devastating power that is sufficient to destroy even an entire city. Brother Mao Wu, if you're interested, why don't you place your hand on one of the mirrors, just like what my soldiers are doing? I'll show you the results of my research. Zhang Xian said with a smile. You want me to touch the mirror? Mao Wu asked with a doubtful frown. He turned his gaze to the otherworldly demon soldiers around him, and only at that moment did he realize that they were holding hands tightly together with the person at the forefront of the file touching the mirror. Even the black-armored otherworldly demon was standing before a mirror with his hand resting lightly on its surface. Indeed, I believe that this could be a revolutionary discovery. If we could use this discovery to eradicate the humans once and for all, we'll become heroes of the otherworldly demonic tribe. The sovereigns will surely reward us handsomely for our immense contribution. Zhang Xian spoke with his voice quivering in excitement. Very well then. Seeing that everyone was already in position, Mao Wu swiftly nodded in agreement. He walked up to a mirror and placed his hand on it. Great. Is everyone ready? Put on a bright smile, all right? 3, 2, 1. Zhang Xian threw his hands in the air and exclaimed, Cheese! Pacha! 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 In an instant, Mao Wu, the black-armored otherworldly demon, and all of the soldiers were assaulted by a barrage of lightning bolts. Their hair rose into the air, and white smoke drifted from their bodies. Chapter 1679. Will you believe me? You. Not expecting the mirror to actually be able to summon lightning bolts, the faces of Mao Wu and the black-armored otherworldly demon were ravaged with frenzy. The both of them released a resounding roar at the same time. The otherworldly demon soldiers were also devastated by the lightning bolts. It was just a short instant, but they had already sustained severe internal injuries. They had abided by the commander's orders expecting something good, but who would have thought that this would happen instead? They wanted to release their hands, but the electrocution from the lightning bolts had affected their nerves, not allowing them to move as they liked. To make matters worse, they had held hands tightly together in order to prevent their auras from leaking out. At the forefront of the group, Commander Hung Jiang waved his hand apologetically and said, "My bad. My bad. I don't think I operated the artifact properly. Continue holding your hands firmly on the mirrors, all right? I guarantee that it'll be different this time around." But before he could even finish his words, more streaks of lightning had already descended from the sky. Pacha! Pacha! It was as if the Armageddon had arrived. The crackling of the lightning simply echoed ceaselessly in the air. All of the otherworldly demon soldiers were frenzied. It's indeed different this time around, but what the heck? The lightning is even more fearsome than before. My gosh, are you intending to send us to our graves? The otherworldly demon soldiers tried their hardest to retract their hands from one another, but their bodies were far too paralyzed for them to be able to do anything other than spasm. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. One after another, white foam dribbled from the corner of their mouths as their consciousness gradually faded away. Even as they gradually came to their last breath, they could not believe that they would die from a mistake by their commander. To actually do and his own men as well. How in the world did this fellow manage to become a commander? Most of these soldiers were only at St. 3 Dan and St. 4 Dan. They had not even gone through their first leaving aperture ordeal yet. How could they possibly survive such a vicious onslaught of lightning bolts? All it took was a couple of bolts for nearly all of them to be wiped out. Even Mao Wu and the black-armored otherworldly demon were spasming from being electrocuted. Typically speaking, as sempiternal realm cultivators, they should have been able to overcome lightning bolts of such scale with ease. However, the very fact that the mirrors were mere seer artifacts made them lower their guard. They had not put up any defensive measures at all, and the lightning bolts had come too quickly for them to put up anything. As a result, while the barrage of lightning bolts was not enough to claim their lives, it blurred their consciousness and rendered them powerless. Phew. It seems like everything worked out well. Seeing that the 10,000 or so otherworldly demon soldiers had been completely annihilated by the lightning bolts, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. As tools used against the heavens, seer artifacts were susceptible to heavenly retribution. All Zhang Xian had to do was activate his library of Heaven's Path, and the heavens would do their job. He had come up with this plan on the spur of the moment, and to be honest, he had thought that it was a rather ridiculous plan. Yet, who could have thought that he would actually be able to pull it off impeccably? The only imperfection in his plan was probably the sudden emergence of the two envoys from Sovereign Chen Yong and Sovereign Chen Ling. However, it was fortunate that the two of them had not expected to fall for such an unconventional attack. While the heavenly retribution towards seer artifacts was limited in terms of prowess, its greatest advantage lay in the fact that it was instantaneous. As such, it was actually able to get to the two sempiternal realm cultivators before they could even react. Dragonbone Divine Spear. Scout the area and kill any surviving soldiers around. Ding Ding, Infernal Blacksaber. The two of you deal with Mao Wu. He knew that he had only succeeded because his luck was good. The other party had been caught off guard. However, once the two sempiternal realm cultivators recovered, he would be in a terrible position. Knowing that time was not on his side, Zhang Xian immediately dashed for the black-armored otherworldly demon. He had left Mao Wu to the Golden Origin Cauldron and the Infernal Blacksaber, while he dealt with the black-armored, otherworldly demon single-handedly. "You aren't Hung Jiang. Who are you?" Seeing the huge massacre before him, there was no way that the black-armored, otherworldly demon could still remain oblivious to the truth. The person before him was not Hung Jiang at all. Overwhelmed with rage, he flicked his wrist, whipped out a sword, and brandished it toward Zhang Xian. Wang, however, before his sword could even come close to Zhang Xian, he suddenly felt a will surging right into him, befuddling his mind. He nearly lost his balance and fell down due to that. Soul offense? The black-armored, otherworldly demon narrowed his eyes. It was apparent that the other party was skilled at soul offense. To think that even a sempiternal realm cultivator like him would be unable to guard his mind against the other party. Voila! While the black-armored, otherworldly demon was still plagued with dizziness, he suddenly saw the fake Hung Jiang appearing right before him. A powerful punch harnessing unbelievable might was already heading right for his head. Bloodline ignition. Knowing that he would lose his life if the punch really landed on him, the black-armored, otherworldly demon activated his bloodline without any hesitation. In an instant, incredible power surged through his body. Bloodline ignition won't help you either. Zhang Xian scoffed coldly. With the tremendous surge of strength from the bloodline ignition, the black-armored, otherworldly demon was just about to counterattack when the fellow right before him suddenly whipped out a small inkstone and pounded it down on his head. Kacha! It was the sound of a certain otherworldly demon's skull being split apart. As a sempiternal realm cultivator, his body had reached a level where it was impervious to most attacks. Even if he allowed an Aureate body realm cultivator to attack him freely, the latter might not have been able to breach his defenses. Yet, the other party was actually able to split his skull apart with just an inkstone. Just what tier was that inkstone at? Bro, where in the world did you come from? That skeleton dragon, the brick, and the demonic saber. I thought that it's already astounding that you could have 3 artifacts that are so powerful, but to think that you even have an inkstone on top of that. Pung 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 pung. This was clearly not the time for thought as the other party continued smashing the inkstone down on his head. Gradually, his consciousness drifted away. He was probably the only sempiternal realm cultivator to die such a miserable death. He was first electrocuted before being smashed to death by a puny-looking inkstone. He never would have thought that such a fate would befall him. It's indeed not so easy to use this inkstone. It isn't intended for offense after all. Zhang Xian shook his head as he returned the blood-stained inkstone to his storage ring. This was the artifact that he had obtained from Tantai Zhenqing. It was one of the personal possessions of ancient sage Ziyu, and it went without saying that it was a formidable artifact. However, it was not as handy when used as a weapon. If Tantai Zhenqing knew that Zhang Xian had used this invaluable treasure from his ancestor as a weapon to smash an enemy's head, he would probably lose his mind and faint on the spot. The inkstone was a family heirloom passed down from generation to generation within the Tantai clan. If one used the ink ground by the inkstone to calligraph, the golden warriors of Minter's calligraph produced would be much more powerful. Yet, that fellow actually used this inkstone as a mere bat. How in the world did such a refined tool end up being used for such a barbaric purpose? After slaying the black-armored, otherworldly demon, Zhang Xian turned his head around to look at Mao Wu. The latter's head was currently pressed under the golden origin cauldron's bottom, and there was a despaired look on his face. Without looking on, it was apparent that the fellow was doomed too. The fighting prowess of weapons was significantly reduced without a skilled user to control them. However, both the golden origin cauldron and the infernal black saber possessed greater strength than Mao Wu, and they had moved in unison to deal with him. Furthermore, Mao Wu had yet to recover from the side effects from the electrocution, so there was no way he could be a match for him. At this moment, the Dragonbone Divine Spear had finished its clean-up and returned as well. The relentless bolts of lightning earlier had pretty much zapped the 10,000 or so otherworldly soldiers into their graves. There were very few survivors, so it did not take the Dragonbone Divine Spear to finish its job. To be honest, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was truly impressed with the means of its master. That was an army of over 10,000 otherworldly demons. Before Ancient Sage Ranchio made his breakthrough to Ancient Sage, He would have had to flee as far as he could from such a lineup. Yet, his master single-handedly annihilated the entire army and left not a single survivor at all. What was even more ridiculous was that he did not suffer the slightest injury in the midst of doing so. This was a feat that would go down in legends and recounted as an epic. To single-handedly clear a subterranean gallery, this was truly inconceivable. Just as the Dragonbone Divine Spear's thoughts were wandering, another gale sounded from the distance, and yet another black-armored, otherworldly demon appeared in the area. Commander Hung Jiang, receive your orders. Sovereign Chen Xing commands you to keep your army on standby. You are not to attack or retreat recklessly. As the black-armored, otherworldly demon spoke, he flicked his wrist and took out a golden edict. At this moment, however, he caught sight of the countless corpses beneath, including Mao Wu, who was crushed under a brick. His eyebrows shot up in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Hung Jiang, what's going on here?" On the ground, Commander Hung Jiang scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Will you believe me if I say that they are all sleeping?" Chapter 1680, Repairing the Seal. What do you mean by sleeping? How in the world do they look like they are sleeping to you? The black-armored, otherworldly demon who had just arrived clutched his hair in frenzy. Do you think I'm a fool who can't differentiate between the dead and the living? There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Knowing that the other party would not believe him no matter what he said, Zhang Xian waved his hand helplessly. Get him. He had already killed 3 sempiternal realm otherworldly demons here. He did not mind adding one more to his record. Boom. The combined prowess of Zhang Xian and his 3 artifacts truly could not be underestimated. Before the black-armored, otherworldly demon could get away, he was encircled and slaughtered. After absorbing the blood and souls of 4 sempiternal realm otherworldly demons, the infernal blacksaber had become even more demonic, making it difficult for one to look at directly. After taking all of the resources and storage rings scattered around, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief, following which, he began making his way toward the spatial seal. He was not too sure what had happened at the seal, but the fact that otherworldly demons were coming one after another was a sign that it had indeed been breached. He really had to find a way to repair it as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would really be no end to them. After flying for a while, the spatial seal finally came into his sight. At the very center of the spatial seal was a massive hole. It looked as if someone had forcefully ripped it apart. There was little doubt that Mao Wu and the others had come in through here. It's fortunate that it hasn't been completely destroyed. Otherwise, there's no way I could have constructed another spatial seal of this scale. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, his cultivation was simply too weak. Mending it was already the limits of his ability. For him to set up a brand new spatial seal that could ward off ancient sages was clearly daydreaming. Heading up to the seal, Zhang Xian immediately got to mending it. In the midst of his work, he could not help falling into thought. The otherworldly battlefield is right on the other side. Should I go over to take a look? The otherworldly demonic tribe often sent their men over to wreak havoc, so why should he not do the same to them? Furthermore, while he had managed to resolve the crisis in this subterranean gallery for the time being, it would be naive to think that this would be the end. This was likely to just be a small proportion of the otherworldly demonic tribe's armies. The 108 subterranean galleries had all come under the simultaneous assault of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and the Master Teacher Pavilion, the Luo clan, and the Jiang clan had been forced to head over to defend against them. If he could cause some chaos over in the otherworldly battlefield, it might alleviate the stress in the other subterranean galleries. I'll think more about it after I fix the seal, Zhang Xian thought as he hastened his speed. It has already been so long. Why isn't Xianer back yet? Sword Saint Ming paced around the room in vexation. Her son had said that he was just going to scout the situation, but 2 hours had already passed, and there was still nothing at all. She could not help but worry about his safety. He might have just met with some small hiccups. Don't worry, our Xianer has many means up his sleeves. Nothing will happen to him. Sword Saint Xing patted his wife's back and consoled her. But that's the army of the otherworldly demonic tribe that we're talking about. There were at least 10,000 soldiers in the previous clash with them. Even Yang Shi wouldn't stand a chance against them. How can our Shinner withstand something like that? Sword Saint Ming exclaimed anxiously. With the opponent being 10,000 well-trained otherworldly demons of Saint 3 Dan and above, there was no one who could possibly not worry. I hate to admit this, but there's nothing we can do but trust our son. We don't have the same concealment technique that he has, and if we are caught while attempting to check on his condition, we will just put him in a worse position, Sword Saint Xing said. He was worried about his son too, but it was clear that there was nothing that they could do to help him. Sword Saint Xing turned to Luo Ruoxin and asked, Ruoxin, what do you think of the matter? The young lady before him had been perfectly calm all this while, as if she was not worried about Zhang Xian at all. This had left him rather perplexed. Zhang Xian will be fine, Luo Ruoxin replied with composure. Putting aside the fact that he had comprehended 3 quintessences and possessed nearly impeccable disguise means, just his current prowess paired with the Dragonbone Divine Spear would already be a huge headache for anyone to deal with. Unless an ancient sage appeared, it would be impossible for the otherworldly demons to get him. Since that was the case, there was nothing for her to worry about. But, seeing how confident Luo Ruoxin was, Sword Saint Ming could not help but frown. She was just about to ask the reason behind Luo Ruoxin's unwavering confidence in Zhang Xian when an elder suddenly rushed into the room. Old clan head, is Shinner back yet? Sword Saint Xing immediately stood up in agitation. The elder who had just entered was in charge of intelligence gathering in the Zhang clan. The fact that he had come over in such hurry meant that he had some important news to report. That's not it. The otherworldly demonic tribe has just blown a horn to gather all of their soldiers. I fear that they might be launching another attack very soon. The elder said grimly. An attack? Sword Saint Xing's face immediately turned severe. What happened? Tell me the details. I sent some scouts to the otherworldly demons' encampment, but their defense was simply too tight. My men could only skirt the perimeters, unable to get too close. However, an hour ago, a horn suddenly sounded, and following which, the otherworldly demon soldiers began to retreat back into the camp. Even those who are responsible for upholding the defensive formations, keeping a lookout, and even the patrols left their positions. Fearing that it might be a trap, our men didn't dare get too close initially. However, there was still no movement after waiting for 15 minutes, so they slowly advanced deeper into the camp to scout the situation. They found that the otherworldly demons were divided into 10 huge groups in order to practice some kind of unique formation. Furthermore, the commander whom you clashed with previously said that he wanted to try a new collaborative formation and was going to launch a surprise assault with it. Hearing up to that point, our scouts dared not waste any time. They immediately rushed back here to report the matter to me as soon as possible. It's fortunate that your scouts delivered the intelligence back in time. Otherwise, if their surprise assault were to succeed, our Zhang clan would have sustained heavy losses. Sword Saint Xing heaved a sigh of relief. This piece of intelligence was simply too important. If they had really been caught off guard, it could have ended disastrously for the Zhang clan. Taking a deep breath, Sword Saint Xing's voice reverberated across the entire fortress. Offspring of the Zhang clan, heed my orders. The otherworldly demons are preparing to launch a surprise assault. All of you are to stand on level 1 wariness right now. Yes, old clan head. Hearing the orders, the members of the Zhang clan swiftly got into their positions to ready themselves for the impending battle. In an instant, the atmosphere turned incomparably solemn. After issuing the instructions to the members of the Zhang clan, Sword Saint Xing turned to the crowd around him and said, Elders, follow me out of the city to meet the otherworldly demons. Since they are going to launch a surprise assault, we might just be able to take advantage of that, catch them off guard. Very well. The elders nodded, and the crowd swiftly flew out of the city. The outskirts of the fortress were cloaked with a thick layer of mist, making it difficult to see too far ahead. Peering into the depths of the mist, and a knit suddenly appeared between Luo Ruoxin's eyebrows. Without any hesitation, she quickly flew ahead. Ruoxin, not expecting the young lady to be so reckless, the Xingming sword saints frowned. The rest of you stand guard over here. We'll head over to take a look. Knowing that they would lose Ruoxin if they didn't follow her right now, Sword Saint Xing swiftly issued some instructions to the elders before departing with Sword Saint Ming to chase after Ruoxin. Why is there no one at all? The further the Xingming Sword Saints flew, the more perplexed they were by the situation. Logically speaking, given how far they had traveled, they should have encountered some otherworldly demons by now. Yet, why was there not a single person in sight? Regardless of whether they were going to launch a surprise assault or not, surely they should at least upkeep their basic defenses. If the otherworldly demons were truly so careless, there was no way they would have been able to stand against the Master-Teacher Pavilion for so many years. Look, in front. Just as Sword Saint Xing was still pondering over the matter, Sword Saint Ming's voice suddenly sounded. He quickly raised his head and saw row after row of otherworldly demons lying motionlessly on the ground. Their hair was raised high in the air, and their faces were charred black. White foam flooded the corners of their mouth. They were all dead. Luo Ruoxin was kneeling in the midst of these corpses with a frown between her eyebrows, seemingly trying to examine for something. Chapter 1681, Crossing the Spatial Seal. What happened? Seeing the otherworldly demons who had left them in a fluster lying dead on the ground, the Xingming Sword Saints were utterly stunned. They were killed by Zhang Xian, Luo Ruoxin said as she rose to her feet. They were killed by Xiener? How could that be? Unless one's an ancient sage, there is no way any cultivator could eradicate an entire army of otherworldly demons. Sword Saint Xing could hardly believe what he was hearing. It was not that he did not trust his son, but the enemy consisted of 10,000 otherworldly demons at St. Three Dan and above. Furthermore, there were also a few great sages in their ranks. Even with his son's prowess, it was impossible for him to kill all of them single-handedly. He used the power of lightning against them. These otherworldly demons were caught off guard and electrocuted. Most of them died in the electrocution, but those who survived were paralyzed by the lightning and killed nevertheless, Luo Ruoxin analyzed. Lightning? The Xingming Sword Saints quickly turned their gazes to the corpses on the ground, and indeed, there were burn marks on their bodies. At this moment, they could not help but remember that their son had the ability to summon lightning tribulation, to actually defeat an army of 10,000 single-handedly. Even when they were seeing the results with their own eyes, they still felt like they were dreaming. Since these people are already dead, where is Xiener? Sword Saint Ming quickly searched around the area. No matter how many means her son had, he was bound to be in a bad condition after facing so many enemies at once. No matter what, she would not feel reassured until she saw how he was doing and whether he was injured or not. He has probably gone to the seal. Luo Ruoxin stood up and continued venturing forward. Considering how the threat was already resolved, the chances were that he had gone to repair the spatial seal. It was not too difficult to deduce this much. The group quickly advanced ahead, and it did not take long for them to arrive before the spatial seal. At this very moment, the spatial seal was already completely mended. The energy pulses within the spatial seal were a sign that the repairs had just been completed. It's Xiener's Zhenqi, but where is he? Sword Saint Ming could tell that the barrier had been mended using Zhang Xian's Zhenqi. The fact that he could still repair the spatial seal meant that he was likely fine. However, where did he disappear to? She had her spiritual perception cast as wide as possible for fear that she would miss her son. If her son was truly still around, she should have already found him by now. It looks like he has traversed across the seal to head to the otherworldly battlefield. Luo Ruoxin frowned. He went over to the other side? How can he be so reckless? Sword Saint Ming nearly fainted from shock upon hearing those words. This won't do. I must save him. Sword Saint Ming was hot-tempered, but she was rarely reckless. In fact, she was an extremely rational person, knowing clearly what she could and could not do. However, whenever it came to matters concerning her son, she seemed to swiftly lose her rationality. Allow me to go over instead. If the two of you head over, it's likely that you'll meet with danger before meeting Zhang Xian. Luo Ruoxin suddenly interjected. The Xingming Sword Saints were powerful, but fighting in the otherworldly battlefield was a different matter from fighting in the subterranean gallery. The killing intent in the otherworldly battlefield was so great that it would suppress their fighting prowess considerably. On top of that, Their auras would stand out like a lighthouse in the night, making them easy targets. If they entered, it was likely that they would be captured and killed by the otherworldly demons before even finding Zhang Xian. You? Sword Saint Ming frowned. It's too dangerous to venture beyond the venture seal. Your current strength. It was not that she did not believe Luo Ruoxin, but the latter had never revealed her cultivation before. Back at the Luo clan, it was her subordinate, Wu Chun, and not her who battled with the elders. They had guessed that she was likely a formidable expert, but it was just a deduction on their part. Don't worry. Knowing that the other party was worried about her, Luo Ruoxin chuckled softly. You should return to the city and inform the others of this news. Get them to clear the otherworldly demon corpses and move the defense line up to the spatial seal. As for the rest, leave it to me. After saying those words, she pushed her hand toward them lightly. Who? The Xingming sword saints suddenly found their surroundings blurring before their eyes. The sight before them distorted, and all of a sudden, they found that they were already back in the main hall of the fortress. The two of them widened their eyes in astonishment. To be able to bring them accurately back to the main hall with just a push, just how deep was her comprehension of spatial laws? Not even Yang Shi was capable of a feat like that. Could she be an ancient sage? Sword Saint Ming uttered with an incredulous look on her face. She knew that the woman whom her son loved possessed extraordinary strength, possibly stronger than them even. However, she did not think that the latter would actually be so formidable. They could even put up a fight against sempiternal realm cultivators if they collaborated with one another, and yet, the other party was able to teleport them back without them knowing. If she diverted her abilities to offense, her fighting prowess was bound to be formidable. Ancient sage? How could there be such a young ancient sage on the Master-Teacher continent? Sword Saint Xing shook his head and refuted Sword Saint Ming's guess. He pondered for a moment, but he was unable to fathom how powerful Luo Ruoxin was. Thus, he could only shake his head and say, all right, let's not think too much into it for the time being. In any case, I think we should be able to entrust Xian'er in her hands. After saying those words, he flew toward the aerial space of the fortress and commanded, offspring of the Zhang clan, hear my command. Set forth right away to collect our spoils of war. Collect our spoils of war? The elders guarding outside the city were surprised to hear such an announcement and bewildered to see the person who had made the announcement. They had seen their clan head advancing deeper into the otherworldly demon encampment, but before they knew it, their clan head was suddenly behind them. This was a truly perplexing sight to them. Clan head Zhang Xian has infiltrated the otherworldly demon encampment and slain the 10,000 otherworldly demons that we are at war with. With this, the crisis at the Drakatiger Mountain subterranean gallery has been resolved. Seeing the looks of bewilderment below, Sword Saint Xing explained the situation with hearty laughter. Our clan head killed 10,000 otherworldly demons single-handedly? The otherworldly demon army that we were helpless against was annihilated by our clan head alone? Am I hearing things? In an instant, everyone in the Zhang clan froze on the spot. They were all shocked silly. They had heard stories of heroes charging into the midst of an army to decapitate the enemy commander's head, and they had also heard of experts valiantly fighting against hundreds simultaneously. But for a single man to destroy an entire army, what in the world was happening? Oblivious to the happenings in the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian was swiftly advancing ahead in the otherworldly battlefield. A world as vast as the Master-Teacher continent, the horizon was nowhere in sight. There was no sun in the world, just a crimson moon hanging above, bringing an air of desolation to the world beneath. The killing intent of this world seemed to be concentrated on the crimson moon, as if the unique zhenqi of the otherworldly demonic tribe had originated from there. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. This place truly feels like a living hell. It's no wonder the otherworldly demonic tribe want to conquer the Master-Teacher continent. Even though his Heaven's Path zhenqi granted him protection against killing intent, he felt that his mind would slowly become warped and violent if he stayed there for a prolonged period of time. Slowly but surely, he would start to desire bloodshed. This world truly was not a hospitable place. If he had been an otherworldly demon, he would have barged over to the Master-Teacher continent as well. I don't think I'll be able to find my way around without a map. Should I return first and wait for Vicious to awaken before coming back? In truth, it was mostly out of curiosity that he had gone over to the otherworldly battlefield. Realizing that he would not be able to navigate his way around efficiently, he felt that it would be better for him to return for the time being. Otherwise, it would be really disastrous if he lost his sense of direction. Just as Zhang Xian was about to turn back, he heard a gale sounding not too far away, following which, the voice of an otherworldly demon cultivator was heard. Hurry up! Zhang Xian swiftly used the spatial quintessence of sealing to conceal his figure before heading in the direction that the voice had originated from. Chapter 1682 Army of 100,000. It did not take long for him to arrive at the foot of a mountain, where he found 4 otherworldly demons loitering. Spiritual energy was surging in from the surroundings. It seemed like the otherworldly demons were trying to drive some kind of formation. Of the 4 otherworldly demons, the stronger one was at sempiternal realm, wielding strength comparable to Mao Wu. The remaining 3 were only at Great Sage Wundan introspective convalescence realm. Right in front of them was a teleportation formation. However, gauging from the formation flags around, the formation seemed to be really old. As such, it would take some difficulty to reactivate it. The strongest otherworldly demon was glaring at the other 3 with a furious gaze. The one who had hollered earlier was him as well. Lord Mo Yi, I am already trying my best, but this formation is simply too old. There's nothing I can do either. One of the otherworldly demons driving the formation protested timidly. Cut the CR*P and get to work. If this doesn't work out, you and I, our heads will roll. Mo Yi waved his hand coldly. Yes. Not daring to protest anymore, the otherworldly demon drove his shunshi furiously into the formation. The rate at which spiritual energy was gathering in the area hastened, and the ancient formation began to flicker. It seemed as if it would come to life at any moment. However, the face of the otherworldly demon driving the formation was swiftly paling as well. He seemed to be reaching the limits of his stamina. Hurry up and help me, the otherworldly demon exclaimed to the remaining 2. The other 2 introspective convalescence realm otherworldly demons unhesitatingly bit their fingers and offered their blood to the teleportation formation. Wong. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the surroundings grew so dense that it almost felt tangible. A brilliant light shone off from the teleportation formation. Good. Seeing that the teleportation formation had been activated, Mo Yi harumphed coldly before stepping into it. Who? Enveloped by the light, a dimension rift appeared before Mo Yi. He stepped in and swiftly disappeared from sight. Pada. As soon as Mo Yi left, the remaining 3 introspective convalescence realm cultivators slumped onto the ground. It seemed like activating the formation had sapped their strength dry. It's fortunate that we managed to pull it off, or else our heads would have been lopped off. Despite their exhaustion, the trio had relieved smiles on their faces. If the formation had not been activated, they would have lost their lives. While they were in the midst of celebrating their small success, a towering otherworldly demon suddenly walked up to them. Lord Mao Wu. Upon seeing the towering otherworldly demon, the trio hurriedly got to their feet and greeted him. Undrive the formation. I want to go to where Mo Yi just went. Mao Wu waved his hand imposingly. It went without saying that this Mao Wu was an impersonation from Zhang Xian. Considering how Mo Yi was in such a rush to leave via a teleportation formation, there was no doubt that he had something urgent to attend to. Since he had seen it, it went without saying that he had to stop the other party. At the same time, this was a good opportunity for him to learn about what was going on in the otherworldly demonic tribe. Lord Mao Wu, you wish to head to the Thousand Leaf Sea, too? The otherworldly demons who had activated the formation nearly burst into tears. They had nearly exhausted themselves to death activating the teleportation formation once. If they had to do it once more, they might just lose their lives. One of the otherworldly demons gritted his teeth and said, Lord Mao Wu, pardon me for asking this, but weren't you heading to Rivistar under Sovereign Shanling's orders? Picking up on the phrase Rivistar, Zhang Xian pondered silently for a moment. Considering that Mao Wu had gone to the Drakatiger Mountain subterranean gallery earlier with Sovereign Qian Ling's edict in hand, it was likely that the Rivistar mentioned by the otherworldly demon referred to that. It seemed like the names that humans and otherworldly demons had for certain locations differed from one another. I have already resolved the matter at Rivistar. Sovereign Qian Ling has just instructed me to make my way over to the Thousand Leaf Sea in order to meet up with Amon. Do you need me to report all of my actions to you? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes as killing intent burst forth from his body. Power began billowing beneath his thick armor, and it seemed like he would make a move at any moment. Mao Wu's armor was identical to Hung Zhang's, so he only had to alter his appearance a little in order to personate the other party. I dare not question Lord Mao Wu's movements. The otherworldly demons immediately paled in fright. He hurriedly turned his attention to the teleportation formation and began infusing his zhenqi. However, as he had just exerted himself too much, his stamina was already at its limits. The other two otherworldly demons knew that they would be punished if they could not activate the teleportation formation for Mao Wu as well, so they quickly rushed over to aid their companion. I have just finished dealing with the matters at Rivistar and am still unaware of the situation over at the Thousand Leaf Sea. Tell me, what's the progress there? Watching as the otherworldly demons squeezed every last drop of their zhenqi into the teleportation formation, Zhang Xian dropped such a question leisurely. Since Rivistar referred to the Drakatiger Mountain subterranean gallery, it was likely that the Thousand Leaf Sea was the name of another subterranean gallery. In fact, if his guess was correct, it was likely one of the 6 subterranean galleries that the otherworldly demons were focusing their manpower on. It would be good if he could head over there and resolve the crisis there. This would alleviate the pressure the others were facing. Reporting to Lord Mao Wu, we aren't privy to such information, so we aren't too sure either. However, Lord Mo Yi mentioned earlier that both Sovereign Qian Xing and Sovereign Qian Ling have issued an order in unison for the reserve army stationed at the Thousand Leaf Sea to launch an attack on the humans right away. One of the otherworldly demons replied hurriedly, "Reserve army? Launch an attack right away?" Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Back at the Drakatiger Mountain subterranean gallery, Sword Saint Xing noticed that the otherworldly demons were in no rush to attack the Zhang clan and wondered if they might be waiting for reinforcements. An army of 10,000 was already a handful to deal with. If they had to deal with reinforcements, it would really be a nightmare for the Zhang clan. Deducing based on the information that he had received so far, it seemed like the Thousand Leaf Sea was not a subterranean gallery but a military barrack where the reinforcements were all stationed. This was not good news. Without a doubt, the master teachers stationed in the subterranean gallery where the reserve army was mobilized to would definitely face great danger. Furthermore, this was an order that Sovereign Qian Xing and Sovereign Qian Ling had ordered in unison. The orders that Hung Jiang had received from Sovereign Qian Ling and Sovereign Qian Xing earlier had been conflicting. The former had commanded him to launch an attack right away, whereas Sovereign Qian Xing had commanded him to remain on standby. In other words, it seemed like there was some disharmony among the sovereigns. Yet, the two of them actually made a call in unison to launch an attack. How many soldiers are there at the Thousand Leaf Sea? Is it possible to divert some men over to reinforce Rivistar? Zhang Xian continued asking casually. The soldiers at the Thousand Leaf Sea are the strongest soldiers of our otherworldly demonic tribe, the elites under Sovereign Qian Ling and Sovereign Qian Xing's command. They number over 100,000. The otherworldly demon replied proudly. 100,000? Zhang Xian nearly stumbled upon hearing that number. 10,000 otherworldly demon soldiers was already enough to force the Zhang clan to mobilize all of its forces and descend to the subterranean gallery to fight a desperate battle. If 100,000 otherworldly demon soldiers were mobilized simultaneously, not even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would be able to suppress them. Who could have thought that the otherworldly demonic tribe would actually have an army of such a scale? Would they still be able to protect the Master Teacher Pavilion against such a powerful foe? That's right. The otherworldly demons seem to know quite a bit about this matter. This is the first time that the two sovereigns have worked with one another. They have gathered all of the experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe together in order to push open a path to the Master Teacher continent. Most of the soldiers from the other subterranean galleries have already headed over to the Thousand Leaf Sea. The only reason Rivistar didn't receive the order is because it's too far away. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian discreetly heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that the otherworldly demons were assaulting all 108 subterranean galleries simultaneously and still had a reserve army of 100,000 strong to reinforce them wherever required. If that was the case, that would really have been frightening. Fortunately, that was not so. It seemed like Sovereign Qinling and Sovereign Qianxing had issued orders to have the soldiers from the different subterranean galleries regroup at the Thousand-Leaf Sea. Afterward, they would focus their fighting power on breaching a single subterranean gallery. Another thing that he noted from the otherworldly demon's words was that this was the first time that Sovereign Qinling and Sovereign Qianxing had worked together. This further verified his deduction that the three sovereigns of the otherworldly demonic tribe were not on good terms. In fact, it was likely that they were apprehensive of one another, and there was a little bit of infighting going on that had probably hindered them from cooperating with one another, thus preventing the otherworldly demonic tribe from launching a decisive assault all this while. All of a sudden, the otherworldly demon noticed that something was amiss and exclaimed, "That's not right. Lord Maowu, you are a commander of our otherworldly demonic tribe. How can you not know all this?" The other two otherworldly demons widened their eyes as realization dawned on them, and they swiftly directed menacing gazes toward Zhang Xian. Chapter 1683. High Commander, you're right. I suppose Lord Mao Wu should have known all this. Seeing that he had been exposed, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to keep up with his disguise anymore and chuckled softly. He isn't Lord Mao Wu. Attack. The three otherworldly demons narrowed their eyes menacingly as they prepared to leap at the person before them. However, before they could do so, a massive silhouette in the sky was already falling swiftly on them. Pada, the otherworldly demon driving the formation, was crushed into minced meat, following which, a skeletal dragon surged forward and bit off the head of another otherworldly demon. At the same time, a demonic saber easily severed the last otherworldly demon in half. Those three otherworldly demons were only in the introspective convalescence realm. Since they had seen through his disguise, all he had to do was silence them. After cleaning up the corpses, Zhang Xian infused his zhenqi into the old teleportation formation before him, and amid shimmering light, he vanished on the spot. With his expertise as a formation master and his comprehension of space, activating the formation was a walk in the park to him. With a jolt, he appeared at the other end of the teleportation formation. With a sweeping gaze of his surroundings, he found that he was standing amid a massive valley. Mountains of different heights meandered through the area, obscuring the area from public view. Paying respects to the commander, barely after stabilizing his posture, he heard voices sounding by the side. They were the soldiers tasked with the responsibility of standing guard over the teleportation formation. They did not seem to be too highly ranked. Most likely, they had only recognized him from the helmet and armor that he was wearing. Zhang Xian nodded perfunctorily as he stepped forward with widened strides. A crimson moon hung above a distant mountain, and a slight layer of mist drifted amid the mountain range. Despite the sinister air lingering in the area, Zhang Xian had to admit that the scenery was breathtaking, almost like a still painting. There were countless soldiers standing in neat formations throughout the massive valley. Their movements were extremely organized, and there was not the slightest dissonant sound to be heard. Just from the discipline alone, it was apparent that the soldiers were well trained. As the reserve army consisted of soldiers from many different subterranean galleries, while Mao Wu's face appeared a little foreign to most, no one doubted his identity. The further he advanced, the more shocked Zhang Xian became. Just like the otherworldly demon soldiers dispatched to the Drakatiger Mountain subterranean gallery, even the weakest of the soldiers standing in this very valley was at St. Three Dan. If this army of 100,000 made a move simultaneously, even ancient sages would have to back down in the face of their might. I have to stop them, or else many lives will be lost, Zhang Xian thought with a frown. After tens of thousands of years of development, the Master-Teacher Pavilion was indeed capable of rallying 100,000 cultivators of St. Three Dan and above. However, it would take time to do so. Furthermore, Due to the otherworldly demons invading all 108 subterranean galleries simultaneously, the human cultivators had been forced to scatter all over the master-teacher continent to fend them off. If this army launched an assault right now, there was no way that the master-teacher pavilion would be able to put up a sufficient defense in time to stop it. And once the otherworldly demons started pouring into the master-teacher continent, many innocent civilians would be massacred. He had to stop this army by hook or by crook. But how was he supposed to go about doing so? Even ancient sages would not dare confront an army of such scale easily, let alone him. If he showed the slightest anomaly in his actions, he would be deader than a doornail before he knew it. He could consider using the Heaven's Path Shenqi to poison the soldiers, but even if he depleted every last drop of his Shenqi, it was unlikely that it would be sufficient to stop the army in its tracks. The lightning method did work earlier, but he did not have any seer artifacts to work with at the moment. Besides, he would require the soldiers to heed his command first. Let me see if I can find their highest commander. If I can kill him and take control of the army, I might just be able to pull something off. To deal with an army, the most effective method was to first nab its commander. He could not think of a feasible plan that would allow him to incapacitate the entire army at once, so the best thing that he could do at the moment was claim the initiative. If he could assume the highest role in the army, he would be in a better position to do something about the matter. Thus, Zhang Xian activated his Eye of Insight and began scanning his surroundings. It did not take long for a huge tent with a group of soldiers standing guard outside to come into his sight. Knowing that it was likely the commander's tent, he began making his way over. While strutting over to the tent, he passed by a remote area. With a swift flick of his finger, he warped the space around him and disappeared from sight. After concealing himself, he began flitting toward the huge tent, and it did not take long before he was standing before it. Sha. After waiting outside for a while, a person dressed in a black helmet and armor, presumably a commander like Hang Jiang and Mao Wu, pried open the tent flap and walked in. Zhang Xian casually entered right behind him as well. There was a fire stove within the room that kept the tent slightly warm. Gazing across the tent, Zhang Xian saw 18 otherworldly demons seated within. They were dressed in black helmets and armor, which indicated that they were commanders as well. They are all sempiternal realm cultivators? Zhang Xian's eyebrows leaped up in astonishment. To his astonishment, they were all great sage 4-dan sempiternal realm cultivators, wielding strength comparable to Mao Wu. This was especially so for the middle-aged man seated at the very center with a golden saber in his grip. Zhang Xian could vaguely sense that his strength was on par with Yang Shi's. In an instant, Zhang Xian's body stiffened on the spot. He dared not even twitch for fear of catching their attention. It was fortunate that he did not barge in recklessly, but followed behind another commander. Otherwise, even with his spatial seal, his abrupt intrusion would likely have made the experts gathered here notice an anomaly. He had made huge advancements in his cultivation during this period of time, but he was not so naive as to think that he would be able to get away unscathed from the clutches of so many sempiternal realm experts. Reporting to the High Commander, Bei Exine refuses to comply with our demands. The commander who had just entered the room clasped his fist and gave his report. He refuses to comply. The middle-aged man seated at the center replied impassively. He said that their resources are limited too, so they can't afford to share anything with us. He suggests that we should just keep our inventories separate, so as to avoid getting into meaningless squabbles over this matter. The commander said, "Meaningless squabbles? He sure has everything planned out well. He expects us to take the vanguard, but he isn't even willing to lend us a single set or armor. It's clear that he regards us as nothing more than stepping stones to achieve his aims." Sovereign Qinxing has always been known to be a greedy person, but who could have thought that Bei Exine would be so cunning too? We have already agreed to collaborate with one another on this attack, but he wants to get away with contributing nothing at all? He's daydreaming. Upon hearing the words of the arriving commander, a huge uproar broke out within the room. The middle-aged man raised his hand to gesture for the crowd to quiet down. Tell them that it's fine if they don't want to contribute any resources. However, their side must send an army in as well, and we'll advance alongside them. Otherwise, They'll have to give us the celestial armors forged by Sovereign Chen Xing. I won't ask for too much, just 100 sets. Otherwise, we'll just have to settle it with a fight. If he wins, I'll abide by his arrangements. But if I win, he'll have to cut this nonsense and heed my words. Yes, High Commander. The commander quickly nodded and backed out of the room. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment, but eventually, he chose to leave the room together with the commander. Following behind the latter, he soon noticed another huge tint in the distance. From their conversation, it seems like even though the reserve army numbers up to a hulking 100,000, they are divided into two factions. One is sided towards Sovereign Qianxing, whereas the other is under Sovereign Qianling. Zhang Xian swiftly sorted through the information that he had acquired so far. He had no idea whom the two sovereigns were, but it was apparent that even though they had decided to work with one another, there was still some strife between the two factions. The more friction there is between them, the better. If I could just spark the friction into raging flames and make them fall out with one another, I might just be able to resolve the crisis, Zhang Xian thought with brightly lit eyes. If the 100,000 soldiers united together as one, there would really be nothing that he could do. He would just have to swiftly return to the subterranean gallery and inform the Master Teacher Pavilion and the various major powers of the matter through his communication jade token, so that they could make preparations in advance. However, since there was some disharmony between the two factions, it seemed like this was an opportunity that he could exploit. Thus, Zhang Xian swiftly altered his appearance before tearing away the spatial barrier around him, revealing himself. Cough. Zhang Xian intentionally released a cough to catch the commander's attention. Who is it? The commander was in the midst of heading over to the opposite tent when he heard the cough. He quickly turned around, and upon seeing the person standing before him, he jolted in shock. He bowed in a fluster and greeted him. Hi, Commander. Do you have any other orders for me? The person whom Zhang Xian was impersonating was the middle-aged man seated in the center of the room earlier, the High Commander. Chapter 1684 Sowing Discord, imitating the High Commander's voice and enunciation. Zhang Xian looked at the commander and said, There's something that I want you to relay to Bei Xian for me. High Commander, feel free to relay your orders. Come closer. This matter mustn't be made known to anyone else. Zhang Xian said gravely. Yes, High Commander. The commander was perplexed as to why Zhang Xian could not use Zhenqi telepathy to talk to him discreetly, but he still chose to lean his head closer in any way. As a show of deference to the High Commander, he kept his head lowered respectfully. They were in the depths of the otherworldly demonic tribe's main camp. The thought that anyone would be so audacious as to impersonate the High Commander was so ludicrous that it did not even cross his mind. It's like this. With a suppressed voice, Zhang Xian began speaking. But on the third word, a cold flash of light sliced through the air. The commander instantaneously sensed danger, but before he could do anything, the world was already spinning around him. His head had been lopped off his neck. It was a completely unexpected strike, and the killing blow was made using the half-ancient sage infernal blacksaber. Even though the commander was at the sempiternal realm, he still ended up falling victim to Zhang Xian. Of course, part of the reason was that the commander was only at sempiternal realm primary stage. If he had been any more powerful, things would not have been so simple. Zhang Xian swiftly threw the commander's corpse into his storage ring and erased all traces of the assassination, following which, he warped his muscles and bones to assume the appearance of the dead commander. The assassination had occurred in the middle of the camp, where there were many otherworldly demon soldiers running about. However, as Zhang Xian had made sure to seal the surrounding space before making a move, the act did not catch anyone's attention. After putting on the commander's armor and helmet, he began striding over to the huge tent before him. Just as he reached the entrance, two guards raised their spears and blocked his passageway. Audacious! I have come here in representation of our High Commander. Go and report my arrival. Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and spoke authoritatively. One of the guards hesitated for a moment before turning around to enter the tent. A moment later, he beckoned with his hand. Please enter. With a haughty harumph, Zhang Xian strutted into the tent. Similar to the tent that he was in before, There were over a dozen sempiternal realm cultivators sitting all around. The otherworldly demon sitting at the center had an aura that did not pale in comparison to the High Commander in the other tent. Most likely, he was the High Commander of Sovereign Qianxing's faction, Bei Xian. Noticing Zhang Xian's arrival, Bei Xian shot a glance over and asked coldly, "Has Wu Shu agreed to my terms?" "Our High Commander has agreed to the terms. However, there are several details that he hopes to discuss with you." Zhang Xian nodded in response. "A wise decision from your High Commander. It seems like Wu Shu isn't as obstinate as the others make him out to be." Bei Xian did not think that the other party had acceded to his demands, and he burst into hearty laughter. "Where does he want to discuss the matter? As this matter concerns the alliance of both of our factions, there's a need to take things carefully. Thus, he suggests the meeting to be at the narrow valley in between the two tents. If you don't have any objections to the matter, please head there an hour from now. Our High Commander will be waiting for you there," Zhang Xian reported. While he was making his way over earlier, he had noticed that there was a narrow valley around. "All right, tell Wu Shu that I'll be there." Bei Xian nodded. "Farewell." Zhang Xian lowered his head and backed out of the room. As soon as Zhang Xian left, the commanders in the tent anxiously got to their feet and clasped their fists. "High Commander, Wu Shu is known to be a scheming fellow. I fear that he might be up to no good. Indeed, I find it hard to believe that he would accept our terms. Most likely, he's intending to ambush us to force us to comply with their terms." The commanders exclaimed worriedly. "If they think that such trivial schemes will work against me, they are too naive. Besides, this is the will of the two sovereigns, and all of you will be in the vicinity too. He won't do anything that would compromise the success of the alliance." Bei Xian harumphed coldly. He whipped out a spear and brandished it forcefully, tearing open a dimension rift in its trajectory. "However, we should still be prepared in case they attempt to pull anything funny. Later on, I want you all to scout the area around the valley. If you notice any anomalies, report them to me immediately." Bei Xian said. "Yes, High Commander," the crowd replied resoundingly. After leaving Bei Xian's tent, Zhang Xian returned in the direction that he had come from, and it did not take long for him to arrive at the other huge tent. Reporting to the High Commander, "I have just relayed your words to Bei Xian, but he..." With an awkward look on his face, Zhang Xian lowered his gaze with a conflicted look on his face, seemingly unsure whether he should continue or not. "Speak," High Commander Wu Shu ordered. He said that, "You aren't worthy of being his opponent at all. If you dare challenge him to a duel, he'll have you pummeled till you are on your knees, begging for mercy." Zhang Xian lowered his head fearfully as he spoke with a quivering tone. "He thinks that I'll beg him for mercy? That arrogant be***starred. Very well. Let's see how powerful he is to dare utter such words." Voila! Wu Shu slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet. As if a manifestation of his rage, a devastating hurricane seemed to be brewing around him. An inferno of fury could be seen burning in the depths of his eyes. "He says that if you have guts, he will face you in the narrow valley in between the two tents an hour from now." Zhang Xian continued speaking fearfully. "Huh. It seems like there's no end to Bei Xian's arrogance. Let's see if he has the strength to back up his words then." Wu Shu flicked the golden saber in his grasp, and a choking sound echoed from the surrounding air. A commander in the tent stood up and exclaimed, "High Commander, I fear that Bei Xian might have some ploy in mind to utter such arrogant words." "I concur, High Commander. I think that there's a good chance that it's a trap." Another commander stood up and remarked in agitation. "I have challenged that fellow to a fight before, but he ended up backing down at the last moment. It's unlikely that he has the guts to challenge me to a proper duel. Most likely, he's up to something. Himu and Gue Li, I want the two of you to keep a close watch over the valley. If you notice anything, report it to me right away." Wu Shu commanded. "Yes, yes." Two commanders stood up and left the tent. "I am familiar with the area around the valley. Allow me to accompany them for the scouting mission." Zhang Xian clasped his fist. "Go on." Wu Shu waved his hand. Zhang Xian quickly turned around, left the tent, and shouted to the two commanders who had just left, wait for me. I am familiar with the terrain around the valley, so allow me to bring you over." The two commanders nodded. The three of them swiftly concealed their auras and headed forward. It did not take them long to arrive at a valley. "I think it would be best for us to split up and cover an area each. This way, we'll be able to cover each other's blind spots and alarm one another as soon as something happens," Zhang Xian suggested. Feeling that what Zhang Xian said made sense, they swiftly scattered to find a hiding spot each. However, before they could even find a place to conceal themselves, their bodies suddenly jolted before slumping lifelessly to the ground. One had the Dragonbone Divine's spear pierced through his heart, while the head of the other had been severed by the infernal black saber. After slaying the duo, Zhang Xian swiftly took their corpses and cleaned up the area. After which, he morphed into Bei Xian's appearance and dashed right toward High Commander Wu Shu's tent. Before arriving in the tent, he suddenly began laughing maniacally. "Wu Shu, just say if you are afraid to face me. Don't you think it's cowardly of you to plant your men in the area to assault me?" Hula. After saying those words, he tossed the three corpses toward the tent before turning around and fleeing as fast as he could. By the time Wu Shu rushed out of the tent, Zhang Xian had already fled to a remote corner and hidden within a spatial barrier. Wu Shu looked at the three corpses dumped before his tent. They were Su Mu, Gue Li, and Li Jia, the three commanders whom he had just dispatched to scout the valley. Immediately realizing what had happened, he nearly exploded on the spot. They had already formed an alliance with one another, but Bei Xian still dared to kill his subordinates so blatantly. This was intolerable. "Bei Xian, if I don't kill you, I shan't be known as Wu Shu." With a furious roar, Wu Shu dashed right for Bei Xian's tent. At the same time, the commanders behind him were also burning with rage after witnessing the deaths of their comrades. They quickly followed behind Wu Shu. In the opposite tent, Bei Xian and his commanders were still trying to figure out the motive behind Wu Shu's offer to talk when a heavy pressure suddenly descended upon them from above, following which, an overwhelming saber chi sliced through the air and split the tent in two. Hoo. Bei Xian swiftly flew into the air to get a closer look at the assailant when he saw Wu Shu with his golden saber. His eyebrows shot up, and he roared furiously, "Wu Shu, have you gone mad? What are you trying to pull here?" Did the other party not agree to his terms? Why would the other party suddenly rush over with a look that seemed as if he was going to murder someone? Stop putting on an act. You sure are formidable, aren't you? Why don't you prove your worth to me once and for all? Wu Shu could not even be bothered to waste his time with words anymore. He raised his golden saber and sent another barrage of saber chi toward Bei Xian. Chapter 1685 Complete Chaos. Sila. The barrage of saber chi ravaged the surroundings, tearing open countless dimension rifts in the area. An astonishing concentration of killing intent gathered in the area, corroding the souls of those present. "You are seeking death." Seeing how Wu Shu was aiming to claim his life without any hesitation as if a madman, Bei Xian's eyebrows twitched in anger. He flicked his spear upward to fend against Wu Shu's attack. Ding ding ding. As the two weapons collided with one another, a brilliant flash of light erupted in the sky. The two of them were sempiternal realm consummation experts, invincible among those beneath ancient sage. As they crossed blows with one another, the shockwaves of their attacks tore apart the heavens and the earth. Even the light of the crimson moon was overshadowed by their might. Is that fellow insane? The more he fought, the more stifled Bei Xian became. It was just a moment ago that the other party had dispatched an envoy to agree to his demands and request further negotiations. He had already prepared what to say during the negotiation, but who could have thought that before an hour was up, the other party would suddenly charge over and put his life on the line against him? What in the world was he up to? Did he eat gunpowder or something? Wu Shu, can I view your actions to be a desire for the dissolution of our alliance? You should know that if this alliance breaks down, I have no qualms with reporting you to Sovereign Qinling. Bei Xian bellowed coldly. You wish to report me to Sovereign Qinling? Do it then. If you have the guts to kill my subordinates blatantly, what else do I have to lose? Wu Shu bellowed furiously as he brandished his saber furiously toward the other party. I killed your subordinates? What the hell are you saying? Bei Xian roared back. Don't malign me for something I didn't do. Su Mu, Gui Li, and Li Jia, the three of them would be able to equal even a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator in battle. Who else could be the culprit if you not? Wu Shu spat through gritted teeth. Even though his three subordinates were only at sempiternal realm primary stage, their fighting prowess was still relatively formidable. Other than Bei Xian, there was no one else in the entire camp who had the ability to kill them so discreetly. Moreover, that fellow had even dumped the corpses at the entrance of his tent, and there were many eyewitnesses who could bear testimony to that. You are saying that I killed Su Mu, Gui Li, and Li Jia? Seeing the fury in Wu Shu's eyes, Bei Xian was startled. A contemplative frown surfaced on his forehead as he opened his mouth to explain himself. However, before he could say a word, a fiery inferno suddenly rose from his tent. Someone had set fire to his tent, following which, a voice sounded from the crowd. Sovereign Chunling never intended to work together with us. They have planted their men around the valley in order to ambush us. Look, even High Commander Wu Mu has brought his men here to wreak havoc. That voice sounded extremely clearly within the silent camp. It was as if a boulder had been tossed into calm waters. The next moment, a huge uproar broke out. Many soldiers had witnessed the furious fight between Wu Shu and Bei Xian in the air, and every single move that they made was deadly, seeking to claim the other's life. They were still wondering what was going on when they heard those words, and realization dawned upon them. Rage swiftly crashed down upon them. Slaughter those traitors. They are just looking for an excuse to attack our men. Those shameless scoundrels. Brothers, charge. We are the proud soldiers of Sovereign Chengxing. We mustn't allow others to underestimate us. I have long thought that they were an eyesore. Let's kill them all. Such battle cries could be heard all around. It was as if someone had set their fighting spirits alight. However, as well-trained elites, as furious as they were, they did not make a move. It was insubordination to engage in battle without the command of a superior. At this moment, an otherworldly demon dressed in black helmet and armor flew in the air and roared, "What are you waiting for? Those scoundrels have already climbed over our heads. Get back at them." It was a direct command from one of their commanders. With this, the very last hurdle holding them back was torn down. Thus, they began charging toward the other faction with furious war cries. Wu Shu and Bei Xian, who were fighting in the air a moment ago, fell into a daze. They did not expect such a situation to happen at all. Something is wrong. Wu Shu's eyebrows shot up. As furious as he was, as someone who had risen to the position of high commander, he was not a reckless individual. The earlier shouting had come at too coincidental a moment. It effectively ignited the emotions of all soldiers. It was hard to believe that such a matter was not pre-planned. Quickly turning to his subordinate, Wu Shu commanded, He Lin, Chun Mu, and Bei Yi, try and calm down the situation below. We can't afford to have infighting happening at such a moment. They had allied with one another not too long ago, and they had not even fought the Master-Teacher Pavilion yet. If they started fighting right from the start, he would not be able to explain matters to Sovereign Chengxing. As the leader of an entire army, he could not allow himself to be controlled by his emotions. Yes, the group of three quickly descended among the crowd to stop them. However, not too long later, the commander named He Lin returned and exclaimed, High Commander, bad news. Their men began to attack our men without giving us a chance to explain ourselves. Chun Mu and Bai Yi attempted to reason to them to stop the attack, but they ended up being killed too. As he said those words, He Lin flicked his wrist, and a couple of corpses appeared by his side. Looking at the corpses, Wu Shu's eyes turned so red that it seemed as if blood would drop from them. Bei Xian, I have tolerated you again and again, but you are really testing the limits of my patience. Seeing how 5 of his commanders had been killed one after another, Wu Shu could not hold back his rage any longer. He brandished his saber and slashed it down upon Bei Xian. Brother Wu Shu, this matter isn't as simple as it seems. My men would never dare make a move on your commanders. Baeksayan hurriedly tried to explain himself. But before he could finish speaking, another otherworldly demon dressed in a black helmet and armor rushed up to Baeksayan and reported, "Hi, Commander. Bad news. 6 of our commanders have just been assassinated." Following which, the otherworldly demon flicked his hand, and 6 corpses materialized on the ground. Facing such a situation, Baeksayan slowly turned his head over and spat through gritted teeth. "Wu Shu, what did you just say?" "Well killed." Wu Shu roared heartily. He had thought that his faction had been taken advantage of all this while, but his subordinates were proving to be no pushovers either. They had already slain 6 of Baeksayan's commanders. "It seems like you are for real this time. Since that's the case, I'll give you what we want." Hearing Wu Shu's words, Baeksayan could not hold himself back anymore. He raised his spear and thrust it forward. Voila! His spear chi gushed forth with ferocious might. From the tremendous prowess of his spear, it was apparent that he had already comprehended a kind of spear quintessence. Wu Shu did not pale in comparison either. From the sheer might of his saber chi, it was also very clear that he had grasped a type of saber quintessence. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were already locked in an intense fight. Let utter chaos descend here. Amid the crowd, the lips of an otherworldly demon crept up as he watched the upheaval before him. He was Zhang Xian. He was the commanders who had reported to Wu Shu and Baeksayan. If those commanders were to group together with one another, he would have had difficulty trying to assassinate them. However, when they split up from one another, it became much easier for him to kill them, especially since he was able to disguise himself and catch them off guard. In just 10 minutes, he had already slain more than 10 commanders. Through these corpses and his ability to disguise himself impeccably, even figures as intelligent as Wu Shu and Baeksayan ended up losing themselves to their emotions and were unconsciously being dragged into his scheme. They never could have thought that someone was able to disguise himself impeccably as their subordinates. "Commander Emochin, what are you doing here? They have already started fighting over there." While Zhang Xian was still watching the commotion, an otherworldly demon wearing a black helmet and armor came over and raised his saber. Kacha! The next instant, the head of the otherworldly demon fell to the ground. After beheading the other party, Zhang Xian swiftly altered his appearance to the opposite commander and exclaimed, "Commander GMO has been killed. Everyone, you must exact vengeance for him." His voice sounded clearly even among all of the ruckus. Since it was already an upheaval, there was no harm stoking the flames of madness further. Chapter 1686. Killing the High Commander. Zhang Xian flitted around the battlefield with his clone, the Golden Origin Cauldron, the Infernal Black Saber, and the Dragonbone Divine Spear. They would usually hide themselves amid the crowd, and as soon as an opportunity to strike surfaced, they would swiftly make their move. In less than 10 minutes, the number of otherworldly demons above Saint Nindan who had fallen to him already numbered several hundred. All of the commanders are already dead. Zhang Xian swiftly combed the battlefield and found that all of the black armored commanders and generals had been killed, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Having cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher and successfully achieved a breakthrough using Kong Shi's superior breakthrough method, his Zhanqi could be said to be boundless. Furthermore, the incredible chaos happening around him served as the perfect cover to conceal his tracks. With his disguise ability, no one was able to see through him at all. Basically, the fate of any otherworldly demon whom he set his eyes upon would immediately be sealed. In fact, he had single-handedly killed more than 2/3 of the commanders and generals. Now, this is what I call utter chaos. Without any commanders and generals to control the crowd, the order that was still barely maintained among the soldiers fell through completely. On a battlefield of 100,000 soldiers, at least a couple of otherworldly demon died every single second. Even by conservative estimates, at least 20,000 otherworldly demons had already died amid the chaos. Now, the key lies in the 2 high commanders above. As long as they survive, it's only a matter of time before they recover from their irrationality and exert control over their soldiers, thus calming the situation down. Zhang Xian thought as he turned his gaze toward the sky. At this moment, Wu Shu and Bei Xian were still locked in an intense fight with one another. Their attacks bore a striking resemblance with one another, and it seemed like they were familiar with each other's moves as well. Thus, while they had sustained some injuries in their prolonged fight, there was still no decisive outcome to their battle. As long as these two men remained standing, they would be able to swiftly bring order back to the army. As high commanders, they were definitely no fools. It was true that they had let anger get the better of them for a moment, but they would surely calm down after fighting for a moment and notice that something was amiss. This would be especially so after they realized that all of their commanders and generals had been assassinated. No matter how foolish they could be, it would be obvious that they had fallen into someone else's trap. I need to kill at least one of them before they come back to their senses. A sharp glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes as he racked his brain for a solution. At this moment, however, Wu Shu deflected Bei Xian's spear with a powerful brandish of his saber before retreating a few steps. Following which, he declared in a cold voice, "Bei Xian, we won't be able to determine a victor today. Let's just leave it like this for the time being. However, let it be known that I won't let this matter slide. Rest assured that I'll never forget this matter either." Bei Xian spat coldly. As they possessed near equal fighting prowess with one another, they did not have the spare attention to keep track of their surroundings. They knew that chaos had broken out amid the army, but they thought that their commanders and generals would be able to keep the situation under control and limit the casualties. They could not have imagined that so many soldiers would have died within such a short span of time. If they knew, they would have spurted blood on the spot. Before Bei Xian could finish his words, he saw one of his subordinates thrusting his spear right for Wu Shu. "We can't let this matter slide like this, High Commander. We should kill him right now. How else can we face the brothers whom his subordinates have slaughtered in cold blood?" Recognizing the person assailing Wu Shu as one of his subordinates, a sempiternal realm primary stage cultivator, Bei Xian roared furiously, "Hua Muzha, what the hell are you doing? Stand down." The gap between Hua Muzha and Wu Shu was too great. Such an action was tantamount to suicide. "Pardon me for disobeying your commands, but he killed too many of our brothers. Even if I lose my life today, I can't let the deaths of our brothers go to waste." Hua Muzha bellowed with a hint of madness in his voice as he drove his spear forward furiously. Facing Hua Muzha's attacks, Wu Shu was on the verge of going insane. The other party spoke of dying at his hands, but the truth was that he was the one having difficulties coping with the other party's offense. He had heard of Hua Muzha's name before, and he was known to be a rather average commander in Bei Xian's faction. When did the other party grow so formidable to be able to pose a threat to him? Hoo. Hua Muzha's spear grew faster and faster, forcing Wu Shu to retreat in a fluster. At the same time, he bellowed to Bei Xian behind him, "High Commander, let's kill him together." At this moment, Bei Xian hesitated. It was true that he was infuriated after seeing his subordinates dying right before his eyes, but he had never truly intended to claim Wu Shu's life. Wu Shu was Sovereign Chen Ling's subordinate, and if he died there, the alliance would surely fall through. "Hua Muzha, I understand your feelings, but I need you to stand down right now. We'll talk about killing Wu Shu later on." Bei Xian attempted to defuse the situation. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw Hua Muzha's figure accelerating abruptly. With a speed almost on the level of teleportation, he charged right up to Wu Shu. At the same time, the space around Wu Shu suddenly froze, rendering the latter incapable of moving. Bei Xian immediately realized that something was amiss, and he exclaimed in horror, You aren't Hua Muzha." Boom. Along with the horrified exclamation, Bei Xian immediately dashed forward with his spear and deflected Hua Muzha's spear with a powerful pierce. Pong! As the two spears collided with one another, a huge shock rippled into the surroundings. Hua Muzha's spear swiftly disintegrated into dust. Dang 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 dang. At the same time, Wu Shu managed to break out of his sealed space, and he hurriedly retreated multiple steps. Cold sweat poured down from his forehead. If not for Bei Xian's timely assistance, Hua Muzha's spear would have pierced right through his throat, bringing him instant death. "Who in the world are you? Are you the one who killed our commanders earlier too?" After knocking back Hua Muzha, Bei Xian pointed his spear menacingly at his subordinate as he questioned him with a wintry tone. He knew full well how powerful the real Hua Muzha was, but the person before him was actually able to execute 3 different quintessences simultaneously. This was a feat that even he, a high commander, was incapable of. He would have to be a real fool not to know that Hua Muzha had been replaced at this point in time. At the same time, all of the suspicions that had drifted through his mind earlier swiftly clicked together, forming a nearly complete picture in his mind. Who would have thought that both he and Wu Shu, 2 of the strongest high commanders of the otherworldly demonic tribe, had actually been played like fools? Ha ha ha. I guess I have been exposed. Yes, you're right. I was the one who killed your subordinates. Seeing that his identity had been compromised, Hua Muzha burst into laughter before transforming into the appearance of a young man. He was none other than Zhang Xian. He had been thinking that as long as he could kill one of the high commanders, everything else would be simple. Who would have thought that he would end up giving himself away instead? In truth, if he had used the Dragonbone Divine Spear earlier, even if Bei Xian had noticed that he was an impersonator, it would have been too late. However, in order not to expose his own identity, he had no choice but to use Hua Muzha's weapon. Due to the lacking resilience of the weapon, Bei Xian had been able to easily deflect his attack, thus saving Wu Shu's life. Die! Realizing that he had been played for a fool, Bei Xian flew into a rage and thrust his spear furiously toward Zhang Xian. You be *starred. Wu Shu also swiftly realized what was going on, and he could not accept the fact that he had been toyed with. Recalling the demise of his subordinates, he furiously hacked his saber down upon Zhang Xian as well. Tzzzzzz. Even though Bei Xian and Wu Shu had never practiced their coordination before, they were well-versed in the collaboration formations of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Their spear and saber moved together with impeccable timing to corner Zhang Xian, forcing the young man to retreat time and time again. Zhang Xian swiftly whipped out the Dragonbone Divine Spear to retaliate. While the 2 high commanders had sustained some damage and had exhausted themselves considerably in the previous battle, they were still sempiternal realm consummation cultivators. Having to face 2 of such experts simultaneously, Zhang Xian swiftly found himself being overwhelmed under their offense. With the pressure on him weighing greater and greater, Zhang Xian thought bitterly, "It seems like I have underestimated them." He had thought that the crisis could be resolved with him slaying one of the high commanders, but the situation was starting to turn against him. At this rate, the soldiers would also swiftly notice that something was amiss and halt their attacks. That would render his plan to eradicate this threat once and for all futile. After retreating another 8 steps, Zhang Xian was still trying to figure out a way to turn the tables around when Wu Shu and Bei Xian's heads suddenly exploded with a burst of blood. As their blood descended to the ground, a figure appeared before him. I told you that we should have just killed them with a punch instead of going through so much trouble, but you just wouldn't listen. Zhang Xian's clone remarked disdainfully as he placed his hands behind his back. Chapter 1687 Complete Victory. With a sweep of his hand, Zhang Xian swiftly stowed the 2 plummeting corpses into his storage ring. When he revealed his true identity earlier, he had made sure to seal the space beneath him so as to not catch the attention of the soldiers below. Otherwise, if they had realized that someone was making a move on their high commanders, he would have been knocked out of the sky before he could do anything at all. Zhang Xian swiftly scanned the area beneath him, and after confirming that he had not given himself away yet, he heaved a sigh of relief. After which, he turned his sights to his clone, and his lips twitched a little. He had known that there was a chance that his plan to assassinate Wu Shu could fall through, and it would be difficult for him to deal with the 2 high commanders simultaneously. Thus, he had made his clone lie in wait within a sealed space, prepared to ambush the 2 high commanders should his initial plan fall through. Fortunately, while his initial plan did not go as smoothly as he had thought it would, his backup plan worked without a hitch. But still, no matter what, Wu Shu and Bei Xian were still great Sage 4-Dan consummation experts. He had thought that even if his clone caught them off guard, he would only be able to distract them momentarily and keep them tied down. Yet, who would have thought that his clone would actually be able to burst their heads with 2 punches? Could it be that, This fellow's strength had grown even stronger than before. Zhang Xian had thought that he would be able to teach his clone a lesson after his recent breakthrough, but it seemed like he was thinking too much. If he tried it, he would surely end up with a bruised face once more. You should go down and find an opportune moment to make an appearance later on. Knowing that he would surely be traumatized if he spoke to his clone for too long, Zhang Xian issued an instruction as he descended to the battlefield beneath. By the time he appeared before the sights of the otherworldly demon soldiers below, he had already morphed himself to assume Wu Shu's appearance. I have already slain Bei Xian, soldiers of Sovereign Qinling. Hear my words. Charge and slaughter those traitors. Even amid the deafening metallic reverberations and war cries on the battlefield, those words resounded in the ears of every soldier present loud and clear. Kill those B***stards. Let them know our prowess. Hearing the commands from their own high commander, the morale of the soldiers from Sovereign Qianling's faction rose to a new high. On the other hand, the soldiers from Sovereign Qianxing's faction plummeted to rock bottom. The two factions had initially been equally matched with one another, but it did not take long for the scales to lose balance. As the casualties on Sovereign Qianxing's faction started to pile up, the soldiers were starting to show signs of flight. However, just when the forces on Sovereign Qianxing's faction were about to fall through, a bloodied figure suddenly descended from the sky and punched Wu Shu into the ground. Ha ha ha, how could I, Bei Xian, fall so easily? I only feigned death in order to deceive this fool. Brothers, now that I have killed Wu Shu, it's time for us to make a comeback. We are from Sovereign Qianxing's faction. We can't possibly fall to these weaklings. The bloodied figure declared passionately. Those words injected fighting will into the subdued soldiers of Sovereign Qianxing's faction, driving them to straighten their slumped backs, raise their arms, and roar ferociously once more. Since our high commander is still with us, how can we possibly let him down? We have to kill them and let them know that we are no pushovers. As the morale of Sovereign Qianxing's faction was pushed to a new high, miserable cries rang out from the soldiers of Sovereign Qianling's faction. With their high commander emerging victorious in the battle among the top echelon, they had thought that their victory was assured. Yet, who would have thought that Bei Xian would make such a comeback? With the disappearance of their high commander, their backbone, the soldiers swiftly flew into a fluster. It did not take long for the tables to turn. The momentum of Sovereign Qianxing's faction swiftly built up, and before long, the soldiers of Sovereign Qianling's faction were starting to flee frightfully. However, right before the complete defeat of Sovereign Qianling's faction, another figure emerged from the ground and knocked Bei Xian flying. Do you think that you are the only one who knows how to play dead? I, Wu Shu, can do the same. In the end, I am still the one who has the last laugh. Soldiers, I have slain Bei Xian. Raise your weapons and show the enemy the might of those who serve Sovereign Qianling. Hearing those words, the crowd turned their sights upward and saw that Wu Shu, who should have died earlier, was gazing down upon the battlefield with an imposing air. The soldiers from both factions were stunned. While we are pitting our lives on the line, our high commanders are continuously feigning their deaths. Is this really fine? Why does it feel like they are treating this intense war as nothing more than a child's play? More importantly, brother, can you at least give a clear signal as to who is alive and who is dead? Don't you know that you are making us really flustered like that? Seeing that the soldiers were stunned still, Wu Shu bellowed furiously from the sky. What are you waiting for? Bei Xian has already been killed by me. Hurry up and attack the enemies. Otherwise, I'll have you all executed under the crimes of war treason. Kill. Hearing that the high commander had passed the order, the soldiers of Sovereign Qianling's faction roared ferociously and charged over. It was yet another intense slaughter, and just when victory was in sight. Ha ha ha. Wu Shu, you never would have thought that I was playing dead once more, right? You should feel proud that you have died under my blade. Men, hear my instructions. We shall launch a counterattack and ensure that none of those dogs of Sovereign Qianling's faction will return alive from here. Yet again, Bei Xian's figure appeared from the horizon and smashed Wu Shu flying. The soldiers were completely frenzied. Can one of you two high commanders really just drop dead so that we can have some closure? To die and come back to life again and again? What are we supposed to make of this situation? Don't you know how exhausted you are making us? For the first time, all of the soldiers found themselves wishing that their high commander would die for real instead of playing dead. It was like a roller coaster ride of highs and lows. Their hearts really could not take such excitement. All right, it's about time. Disregarding the soldiers, who were already on the verge of mental breakdown, Zhang Xian saw that less than 10,000 soldiers were left of the initial 100,000-strong army, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Most of these 10,000 men were severely wounded. Judging from their states, they should not be able to form a collaborative formation strong enough to pose a threat to him anymore. Nevertheless, there was no telling if the otherworldly demons still had some other trump cards in hand. Thus, he had the soldiers continue fighting with one another for roughly another hour. By the end of the hour, more than half of the 10,000 fortunate survivors had been wiped out, leaving less than 5,000 remaining. At this moment, Zhang Xian finally raised his hand, and his clone, the Golden Origin Cauldron, Infernal Black Saber, and Dragonbone Divine Spear charged forth simultaneously. These soldiers were only around St. 3 Dan to St. 4 Dan, and most of them were severely wounded. How could they possibly withstand the onslaught of these experts comparable to sempiternal realm cultivators? In less than 10 minutes, they were completely wiped out. Looking at the corpses sprawled all over the ground, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. As the tension left his body, he felt a feeling of exhaustion consuming his body, and his head started to feel a little light. Throughout the battle, he had put his entire effort into disguising himself so as to ensure that his disguise would not be seen through, and this was rather taxing on him. At this point, his soul energy had nearly been completely depleted. It was fortunate that he had succeeded in the very end. Otherwise, if anyone had noticed that it was a ploy on his part, even with just 10,000 otherworldly demon soldiers remaining, the tables could possibly have turned on him. The power that could be amassed by 10,000 St. 3 Dan cultivators should never be underestimated. Zhang Xian entered the myriad ant hive nest, sat down in an empty clearing, and took out energy replenishing treasures. After absorbing furiously for an entire hour, he finally felt himself recovering a bit. Let me see how many treasures I have gathered this time around. It was a huge contribution for him to slaughter the 100,000-strong army of the otherworldly demonic tribe, thus foiling their plan to invade the Master-Teacher continent. However, what he was more concerned about at the moment was the spoils of war that he had earned from the battle. Putting aside the personal possessions of the 100,000-strong army, just the wealth of the 2 high commanders and dozens of sempiternal realm cultivators had already far exceeded what the Zhang clan and the Luo clan had amassed over the past 10,000 years. This golden saber is comparable to the infernal black saber. This spear here is likely a half-ancient sage treasure too. Zhang Xian analyzed as his eyes lit up in excitement. Wu Shu's golden saber and Bei Xian's saber were actually comparable to Hong Zhang's infernal black saber. Of course, this was to be expected. Even though they had been done in by Zhang Xian in the end, they were still the people in charge of the 100,000-strong army. Zhang Xian drove his Heaven's Path Shenqi and converted it to the Zhenqi of slaughter. It did not take him long to win the acknowledgement of the 2 artifacts. Soul-slaying black saber, cloud-piercing spear. I have another 2 weapons in my possession. Let's see if I can find any suitable cultivation techniques for me. While there are no standard cultivation techniques beyond Great Sage, it would still be good for me to take a look at the cultivation techniques of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Perhaps, I might be able to gather some inspiration from their cultivation techniques. Zhang Xian continued searching through the storage rings, but he was not able to find any better weapons. Thus, he decided to turn his attention to the other items in there. Chapter 1688 Meridian Altering. At the moment, Zhang Xian's Zhenqi cultivation had already reached Great Sage 1 Dan Introspective Convalescence Realm Consummation. He had already browsed through the books filled with the insights of the predecessors regarding their breakthroughs in the Great Sage realm from the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. However, the path that each cultivator had to take would eventually diverge, so naturally, the method through which each of them achieved a breakthrough was different. He could use their insights as a reference to give him some direction, but he could not blindly copy from them. For this reason, even though he had already browsed through many books, he was still unable to find an appropriate method for him to further advance his cultivation. Having slain dozens of sempiternal realm experts, there was a sizable collection of cultivation technique manuals and books detailing the insights that they had regarding their breakthrough. Even though their cultivation techniques and breakthrough methods were significantly different from those of humans, considering how a breakthrough to Great Sage had resulted in his meridian network assuming a form similar to that of the otherworldly demons, could their cultivation techniques be effective on him too? After all, otherworldly demons were a higher level of existence than humans. There could be some benefits to emulating their cultivation techniques. Zhang Xian took out all of the books in the storage rings, and all in all, they numbered several thousand. With a quick glance, he collected all of them into the library of Heaven's Path. Compile. He swiftly fused them together with the books that he had collected back the Jiang clan, the Luo clan, and so on. Wang. A brand new book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. With a tap, the knowledge within the book flowed in Zhang Xian's mind, and he slowly closed his eyes. The method used by the otherworldly demons to achieve a breakthrough to Aureate body realm was much more complex than that of humans. It demanded the otherworldly demons to tap into the power of the Crimson Moon to augment their zhenqi of slaughter so as to temper their body. Essentially, it was not a method that humans could use at all. The cultivation technique that he had compiled was not usable. In other words, his previous assumptions did not hold. Nevertheless, even though a Heaven's Path Divine Art Manual was not formed, it did give him some inspiration as to how he could further advance his cultivation. By purifying their bloodlines, those of the beast tribe are able to raise their cultivation further. After humans achieve a breakthrough to Great Sage, their meridians start to develop in a manner that bears some resemblance to that of the otherworldly demonic tribe. In essence, advancing one's cultivation could be said to be raising one's level of existence. My body has already been tempered by the Empyrean heavenly flame, resulting in my body being far stronger than normal Aureate body realm cultivators. So, the bottleneck lies not in my physical body but my meridians. As long as I improve my meridians a little more, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough. Zhang Xian mumbled as a glint flashed across his eyes. With his body and primordial spirit tempered by the Empyrean heavenly flame, he was much more formidable than the ordinary Aureate body realm cultivators. Since that was the case, there was unlikely to be much for him to improve in his physical body and primordial spirit anymore. In other words, as long as he improved his meridian network and raised his level of existence, he should be able to easily advance his cultivation to higher realms. He did not need any cultivation techniques at all. Let me give it a try, Zhang Xian thought as he sat down on the floor. Absorbing the spiritual energy from the cultivation resources he had collected, he circulated his zhenqi throughout his body 3 times and raised his condition to the peak. Back then, in order to reconstruct Zhao Yu's meridians, he had derived a new and improved meridian network. Swiftly going through the new meridian network in his mind, he began to slowly reshape the meridians in his body accordingly. Meridians were the very foundations of a cultivator. He dared not alter those that were connected to his dantian and organs in case something went wrong, so he started out by altering those linked to his limbs. Even if ordinary cultivators knew that altering their meridians would allow them to advance their cultivation, they would still be unable to do it. This was because their meridians were a natural part of their body, and the process of altering them could easily lead to unexpected complications. However, having cultivated Kong Shi's superior breakthrough method, Zhang Xian's body had been tempered by the Empyrean heavenly flame, thus raising the resilience of his body far beyond that of his peers. This allowed him to endure the strain of moving his meridians. Using the same method as before, he began moving his meridians slowly. After some time, Hong Long, a burst of killing intent burst forth from the depths of his body, and in an instant, it seemed as if he had become an otherworldly demon himself. This phenomenon was similar to what happened when he reconstructed Zhao Yu's meridians. He did not intentionally alter the attribute of the latter's zhenqi. Instead, the emanation of the otherworldly demon's killing intent seemed to be a natural process of evolution. At this moment, even if he did not rely on the disguise amulet, Wu Shu and the others would still have been unable to discern him apart from otherworldly demons. It works, If one compared meridians to a watercourse, he would just be an ordinary stream at the moment. If he wanted to become a true raging river, the riverbed had to be deepened, the width of the water channel had to be widened, and the meanders along the watercourse had to be reduced. Only then would water be able to flow efficiently through the watercourse. The more Zhang Xian altered his meridians, the greater the strength within his body became. His aura swiftly grew stronger and stronger. The aureate body realm seemed out of touch to him a moment ago, but right now, it was already something completely within reach. It did not take long for him to finish altering the meridians in his limbs. After that was done, Zhang Xian did not rush into the next step. Instead, he chose to take a rest so as to replenish his depleted jinqi and condition his state back to the peak before continuing. At this moment, his meridians had become much wider, allowing jinqi to flow unobstructed through them. If he attempted to channel his jinqi with all his might, it would form a raging current reminiscent of the charge of thousands of cavalry troops. There were mainly minor meridians in the limbs, so it was much easier to alter them. However, the same could not be said for the meridians surrounding one's dantian and internal organs. They intersected one another with the utmost complexity, and the slightest mistake could cause a reversal in one's jinqi, possibly resulting in paralysis or even one's cultivation going berserk. Not daring to rush into it, Zhang Xian warily moved each meridian bit by bit with strict accordance to the steps. While he was attempting a breakthrough to the aureate body realm, back on the Master Teacher continent, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters found itself with a group of guests. They were none other than Luo Ganzhin and Jiang Fangyu. Entering the main hall, they swiftly took their seats. Is the reason behind your arrival concerning the crisis in the subterranean galleries? Ren Qingyuan looked at his two guests and got straight to the point. Indeed, it seems like the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters have noticed that something is amiss as well. Ren Shi, I would like to request you to share the details of what you know with me so that we can compare the intelligence we have received. Jiang Fangyu clasped his fist. Ren Qingyuan nodded. Just a day ago, the otherworldly demons in our Master Teacher Pavilion's subterranean gallery were still incomparably ferocious, seeming as if they wouldn't rest until they breached our defenses. Yet, just this afternoon, most of their soldiers suddenly retreated, leaving behind only a small rearguard to defend the area. I thought that it was bait to draw our forces in, so we chose to stand our ground and bait our time. However, even after such a long time, there was still no movements from their side. When we dispatched our scouts to investigate the matter, we realized that most of them have retreated back behind the seal. Did the same situation happen in the subterranean galleries that you were standing guard over? Indeed, we encountered the same peculiarity in our respective subterranean galleries. The otherworldly demons on our side abruptly returned to the otherworldly battlefield as well. I'm not too sure what they are up to at the moment, but I have a bad feeling about it. Luo Ganzhin said grimly. Brother Fangyu, if I'm not mistaken, the reason you urgently gathered us is because you know something about this matter, right? The reason they had all gathered in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters at this crucial period of time was due to a request made by Jiang Fangyu. I do know something about this matter, and the reason I gathered all of you here so urgently is to discuss the matter. As he spoke, Jiang Fangyu took a sweeping glance at his surroundings. Only after seeing the multiple layers of seal placed over the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, which prevented crucial information from leaking out, did he heave a slight sigh of relief. Seeing how severe Jiang Fangyu's attitude was, the faces of Ren Shi and the others turned grim as well. I believe that the Master Teacher Pavilion is aware that ever since the fall of the otherworldly demon emperor whose strength was so great that he could oppose even Kong Shi directly, the otherworldly demonic tribe has been under the control of 3 apex experts. Jiang Fangyu said, They are Sovereign Qin Yong, Sovereign Qin Xing, and Sovereign Qin Ling, right? Sovereign Qin Yong takes on the leading role whereas Sovereign Qin Xing and Sovereign Qin Ling assume auxiliary roles. However, the 3 of them have never been on close terms, and they are extremely wary of one another. It's due to their disharmony with one another that they have never been able to launch a decisive assault on mankind, or else even the Master Teacher Pavilion would have been troubled fending them off. Ren Shi nodded. This was extremely confidential intelligence, but there was no way that the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters could have been oblivious to it. Indeed, those three sovereigns had been keeping each other in check all this while. However, earlier this afternoon, I received news that Sovereign Chen Xing and Sovereign Chen Ling have proclaimed an alliance with one another. Zhang Fengyou's face darkened. Chapter 1689 Ren Qingyuan and the Others Shock Alliance? Ren Qingyuan was alarmed by the news. Based on what I've heard, it seems like the two sovereigns have amassed 100,000-man-strong army. If they follow through with the alliance, it's likely that we might face a major invasion soon. If the intelligence I have received is true, the location will be the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters subterranean gallery. Zhang Fengyou said grimly. Most of the sempiternal realm grand elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters have already gone to the Temple of Confucius, and our Master Teachers are spread across the many subterranean galleries throughout the Master Teacher continent. Even if we attempt to gather them now, they won't be able to make it back here in time. We could use teleportation formations to get some of them over, but most of them are too weak to withstand the spatial turbulence. Ren Qingyuan said with a deep frown. If Zhang Fengyou's intelligence was true, mankind was truly in huge danger this time around. Even he was unable to think of a feasible solution to resolve this issue at the moment. I know that this matter concerns the survival of mankind, so Brother Luo and I have brought the elites of the Jiang clan and the Luo clan over so as to aid the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters in the defense of its subterranean gallery. Zhang Fengyou said, "Allow me thank you on behalf of mankind, Brother Jiang. Given that a full-blown invasion by the otherworldly demonic tribe lies just ahead of us, we have no time to lose. Let's head down to the subterranean gallery right away and discuss our battle plans on the way there. I fear that they will begin on their assault before we manage to get anything concrete out." Without any hesitation, Ren Qingyuan and the others quickly made their way over to the subterranean gallery beneath the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Just like the Zhang clan's Dracatiger Mountain subterranean gallery, there was a massive fortress behind the spatial seal to serve as the last line of defense against the otherworldly demons. Unless the otherworldly demons breached the fortress, they would never be able to step foot on the Master Teacher continent. What is the situation on the other side? Ren Qingyuan quickly landed on the sentry post and questioned the 9-star Master Teacher standing guard there. There have been no movements from the otherworldly demonic tribe since a while ago. We have just received word from our scouts that their soldiers have retreated through the spatial seal, seemingly planning something. As the killing intent lingering in the otherworldly battlefield affects one's rationality, they didn't dare advance too deep. As such, they aren't certain about the exact situation either. The 9-star Master Teacher reported. I see. Ren Qingyuan nodded. A crimson moon loomed over the otherworldly battlefield where the otherworldly demonic tribe resided, causing concentrated killing intent to linger in the area. If normal Master Teachers entered the otherworldly battlefield recklessly, it would not be too long before their rationality was corroded by the killing intent, turning them into machines who knew nothing more than slaughter. It was for this reason that mankind had chosen to maintain a defensive stance against the otherworldly demonic tribe over the past tens of thousands of years. It was not because they did not want to eradicate the otherworldly demonic tribe once and for all, but they were not able to do so. Otherwise, given the countless experts within the ranks of the Master Teacher Pavilion over the past tens of thousands of years, there was no reason for them to give the otherworldly demonic tribe a breather and allow them to recover from the severe blow that they had suffered during Kong Shi's era. Zhang Fengyou pondered for a moment before saying, "It isn't a solution to continue waiting here blindly either. I'll head over there to check on the situation personally. We need more intelligence to prepare for what is to come." The otherworldly demonic tribe usually neglect to guard their borders of the spatial seal, so I should be able to sneak in without alarming them. Brother Jiang, allow me to go with you. Luo Ganzhin stepped forward. I have recently made some advancements in my comprehension of space. As long as the opponent's cultivation isn't above mine, I will be able to conceal us easily from the gazes of any otherworldly demon. This, Ren Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before turning around to the 9-star Master Teacher to instruct, organize our forces and have them prepare themselves for battle at any moment. I'll head over to the otherworldly battlefield to check on the situation with Brother Jiang and Brother Luo. Since the scouts were unable to advance too deeply into the otherworldly battlefield, the information that they could acquire was limited. It would be better for him to make a move personally. Deputy Pavilion Master, you mustn't. It's too dangerous. Many 9-star master teachers attempted to dissuade Ren Xingyuan from making this move. Don't worry, I'm only going there to do some scouting. With Brother Luo and Brother Jiang around, we won't face too much trouble. Ren Xingyuan interrupted the crowd to appease them. Seeing that Ren Xingyuan was determined, the crowd knew that it would be futile to attempt to change his mind. They could only sigh deeply and fall silent. As this matter was of the utmost urgency, the trio quickly hid their figures and advanced forward. It did not take them too long to arrive before the spatial seal. Just as the 9-star master teacher earlier had said, the otherworldly demons did not put up too much defense. The soldiers left behind to guard the area were not very strong. The group of 3 was able to bypass them with ease. As soon as they entered the otherworldly battlefield, they felt an intense wave of killing intent gushing toward them. Even with their level of cultivation, they were still unable to prevent such overwhelming killing intent from seeping into their body. Thus, they could only hasten their movements. I feel great disturbances in the flow of spiritual energy over there. Let's head that way to take a look. After flying briefly, the group of 3 felt something that could be described as a raging storm of spiritual energy coming from a certain direction. They traded gazes with one another and swiftly proceeded over. Before arriving in the area, they made sure to conceal their figures entirely and proceed with full wariness. They feared that the slightest ripple that they made in their surroundings would betray their presence to the enemy. It was not easy for them to arrive in the vicinity of the disturbances. Standing at the peak of a mountain, Ren Xingyuan glanced down at the valley before him, and his figure jolted in astonishment. Seeing Ren Xingyuan's state, Zhang Fengyu frowned in bewilderment. What's wrong? Take a look at it yourself. Ren Xingyuan remarked with trembling lips. Luo Ganzhen and Zhang Fengyu were perplexed. They quickly glanced downward as well, and in the blink of an eye, their eyes were bulging and their mouths were agape. These otherworldly demons are all dead? The valley before them was filled with countless otherworldly demon corpses. They piled up on one another like many hills in the midst of the valley, forming a rather gruesome sight. This could probably only be described as a sea of corpses. They had been worried about an invasion by the otherworldly demons and were frantically preparing in place many countermeasures to deal with them. Yet, before these otherworldly demons had even gotten beyond the spatial seal, they had already been completely wiped out. What in the world was happening? Let's head over to take a look. Since the otherworldly demons were already dead, there was nothing for them to fear. Thus, they hurriedly made their ways over. They quickly flew into the valley and swept across the corpses. Analyzing the traces around them, Zhang Fengyu remarked in astonishment, "This should be the encampment for the allied soldiers of Sovereign Qianxing and Sovereign Qianling. From the looks of it, it seems like they died from fighting one another." The soul oracles hidden amid the otherworldly demonic tribe had secretly sent a message to inform him of the alliance between the 2 sovereigns. There was no doubt that such an alliance posed a major threat to mankind, so it was of the utmost importance for mankind to make preparations beforehand. After learning of this news, Zhang Fengyu had been plagued with worry. He had trembled just thinking of what would become of mankind if they failed to fend off the otherworldly demons. But before the enemy even appeared, they had already all been killed. The hell? What the heck is going on here? Can anyone explain the situation to me? Could it be that the 2 sovereigns had a falling out over the alliance and came to a fight as a result, thus causing the entire allied army to be wiped out? Luo Ganzhen asked. It was an extremely ludicrous reason, but he could not think of any alternative ways to explain this matter. Even if the 2 sovereigns turned against one another, causing a battle to break out between the 2 factions, it's impossible for the entire army to be wiped out like that. Someone must have gone around killing all of the survivors. Furthermore, don't you think that there's a striking similarity among how they died? The 1,000 otherworldly demons over here have all been crushed flat by some immense force. The The 1,000 otherworldly demons over there had their hearts impaled, and the 1,000 otherworldly demons there had their heads lopped off. Ren Xingyuan shook his head and rejected Luo Ganjin's hypothesis. As a 9-star master teacher, he was extremely sharp in his observation and analysis. From the traces left behind, he could tell that not a single otherworldly demon of the army of 100,000 had escaped alive from this battle. If the factions of the two sovereigns were equally matched, it was possible for the war to end with many deaths. However, without the involvement of any external powers, it was impossible for all of them to die off so cleanly. Pavilion Master Run is right. Not only so, the equipment and resources of the otherworldly demons have also vanished without a trace. I can't see a single storage ring around. Without a doubt, someone must have plundered them. Zhang Fengyu added. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Hearing those words, Luo Ganzhen swiftly swept his gaze over the countless otherworldly demons around, only to see their empty fingers. There really was not a single storage ring to be seen. Furthermore, even though most of the tents had been burned down to cinders, there were no military supplies to be seen. How could such a large army have no military supplies at all? There was only a single explanation for such a sight. A third party had been there. Chances were that this massacre had been orchestrated by the third party. However, who in the world had the ability to destroy 100,000 otherworldly demon-strong army in less than a day? Who? At this moment, a sharp sound of wind could be heard from the distance, following which, a figure appeared above the mountain valley that they were in. Chapter 1690. Just for fun, in response to the sudden arrival of the figure, Ren Xingyuan and the others immediately raised their guard and whipped out their weapons. Just as they were about to attack the figure, they got a clear look of the other party. Ren Xingyuan widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "It's Luo Shi." Zhang Fengyu and Luo Ganzhen also recognized the figure in the sky. They had seen Luo Ruoxin during the engagement ceremony. Given her outstanding disposition and appearance, there was no way that they could mistake her for someone else. Just that, why would she suddenly appear here? Did she not head to the Zhang clan together with Zhang Xian to guard the Dracatiger Mountain subterranean gallery? Could she be an otherworldly demon? Luo Ganjin's eyebrows shot up as an air of hostility burst forth from him. Even though he had already acknowledged Zhang Xian as the new head of the Luo clan, he still could not bring himself to forgive Luo Ruoxin for intruding on the engagement ceremony back then and injuring the elders of the Luo clan. He had attempted to investigate Luo Ruoxin's background afterward, but it seemed as though the latter had appeared out of nowhere. Even the Luo clan's formidable intelligence network was not able to gather any information on Luo Ruoxin at all. For someone as powerful as Luo Ruoxin to suddenly appear without any prior signs, it was really hard not to doubt her identity. Hearing those words, the two of them turned their gazes over and saw Luo Ruoxin. There were no peculiar emotions on her face as she looked upon the heaps of corpses strewn across the area. Instead, she was looking around, seemingly trying to find something. If that's truly the case, Ren Xingyuan remarked with a frown, I doubt that she would have been able to remain so calm after seeing the deaths of so many of her tribesmen. That was 100,000 otherworldly demons they were talking about. The death of so many elites was already enough to shake the foundations of the otherworldly demonic tribe. If Luo Ruoxin was truly an otherworldly demon, she should have shown some kind of reaction to the slaughter that had happened. The fact that she was able to remain impassive despite such huge losses likely suggested that she was not affiliated with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Ren Shi, Clan Head Luo, and Clan Head Jiang. Have you seen Zhang Xian? While the three of them were discussing the matter telepathically, Luo Ruoxin had also noticed them, and she clasped her fist. Zhang Xian? Is Zhang Shi here as well? Ren Xingyuan was taken aback by that question. After they parted from one another the day before, Zhang Shi had immediately rushed back to the Zhang clan. It did not seem logical for Luo Ruoxin to be looking for him here in the otherworldly battlefield. On yesterday, Zhang Xian single-handedly resolved the crisis in the Dracatiger Mountain subterranean gallery before entering the otherworldly battlefield. I had to search for quite a while before tracking him here, Luo Ruoxin explained. I heard about the situation at the Drakatiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery. If I'm not mistaken, there are 10,000 otherworldly demons stationed there, right? What do you mean by Zhang Shi single-handedly resolved the crisis? Zhang Fengyu asked doubtfully. The members of the Jiang clan had been dispatched to reinforce the Zhang clan's Drakatiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery and the Luo clan's Star Cluster Subterranean Gallery. As one of the 6 largest subterranean galleries on the Master-Teacher continent, the Drakatiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery was one of the major targets of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Given the scale of the invasion this time around, its security could be said to be shaky even when it was guarded by the powerful Zhang clan. Yet, Zhang Xian had actually resolved the crisis single-handedly. How was that possible? Yes, there were 10,000 otherworldly demons stationed then. Yesterday, Zhang Xian said that he would head over to scout the situation, but he ended up killing them all. By the time we noticed it, he had already entered the otherworldly battlefield, Luo Ruoxin explained. He ended up killing 10,000 otherworldly demons while trying to scout the situation? Are you sure you aren't pulling our legs? The trio felt their hair standing on end. Having clashed with the otherworldly demonic tribe many times, they were well aware of the fighting prowess and capabilities of the otherworldly demons. Even an average ancient sage would have trouble dealing with 10,000 otherworldly demon soldiers. Yet, to actually wipe such an army out while scouting, was that for real? Indeed. In fact, the 100,000 otherworldly demons here were likely killed by him. Just that, where is he? The 3 of you arrived earlier. Did you notice anything? Luo Ruoxin asked. She had been together with Zhang Xian for the past few days, so she was well aware of the means he possessed. She had seen the corpses that Ren Qingyuan had pointed out earlier, and she recognized them to be the doing of the Golden Origin Cauldron and the Dragonbone Divine Spear. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. The only problem was that Zhang Xian was nowhere to be seen. Since the 3 of them had arrived earlier, could they have found anything? You are saying that Zhang Xian single-handedly wiped out an army of 100,000 otherworldly demons? No, that's not right. If we count the otherworldly demons from the Drakatiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery, that would be 110,000 otherworldly demons. In other words, he resolved the major threat to the Master-Teacher continent by himself? The trio felt their heads spinning dizzily around them. All they had just heard was simply so inconceivable that it threatened to tear down everything that they had known about the world. Was this for real? 110,000 otherworldly demons of Saint 3 Dan and above was a force that even the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters would struggle to face. Even if the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters successfully rallied all of the forces at its disposal, it would have only ended in a narrow victory on their side. Yet, the other party had actually resolved the crisis single-handedly. How in the world did he do it? Not even Kong Shi had achieved such spectacular accomplishments in his time. Ren Qingyuan took a deep breath and calmed his shock before replying Luo Ruoxin's question. Luo Shi, we arrived moments before you, and we didn't see Zhang Shi anywhere. Before he could finish his piece, the air above suddenly turned turbulent. He hurriedly raised his head and saw large swathes of ominous clouds swiftly congregating together. It's a cultivation ordeal, Ren Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Unknowingly, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, floating quietly beneath the congregation of ominous clouds. Pitch-black flames rumbled amid the clouds above him, turning the surrounding air incredibly dry. The temperature swiftly surged with a momentum that felt as though it would melt the entire sky. It's the heavenly flame tribulation, Luo Ganzhen and Zhang Fengyu gulped. A day earlier, when they met with Zhang Shi, he had still been at St. 9 Dan Pinnacle. Yet, within such a short span of time, not only had he achieved a breakthrough to Great Sage 1 Dan introspective convalescence realm, he was even fast on his way to advancing toward the Aureate body realm. How in the world did he cultivate so quickly? Any other cultivator would require several years of effort before they were ready to push for a major breakthrough in their cultivation, but to the fellow in the sky, it seemed like nothing more than child's play. More importantly, he even had the spare time to kill 110,000 otherworldly demons and many sempiternal realm commanders. You are all here. While the crowd was overwhelmed with utter shock, Zhang Xian also caught sight of them and flashed them a smile. Give me a moment. Let's talk after I overcome the heavenly flame tribulation. After saying those words, he dived right into the congregation of ominous clouds. Is he going to use the same tactic for the heavenly flame tribulation? Luo Ganjin's body staggered a little upon seeing that sight. He had heard stories about how Zhang Xian overcame his lightning tribulation, but there was a huge difference between lightning tribulations and heavenly flame tribulations. To dive right into the source of flames, was he not afraid of being reduced to cinders? More importantly, what was with that relaxed expression on his face? Are you that confident that you will be able to get through such a powerful tribulation safely? Catching sight of Luo Ganjin's astonishment, Ren Xingyun shook his head and explained, Zhang Shi should be fine. He overcame the heavenly flame tribulation back in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters yesterday. He has already overcome it? Luo Ganzhen exclaimed in bewilderment upon hearing those words. Each cultivator will only face the heavenly flame tribulation once in their life at most, right? Why is he facing it a second time? The heavenly flame tribulation was a cultivation ordeal that one had to overcome when achieving a breakthrough to the Aureate body realm. Each great sage would only face it once in their cultivation journey. It was unthinkable for anyone to have to face it twice. I'm not too sure what's going on either. In any case, it's a fact that he did face the heavenly flame tribulation in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters just a day ago, and he survived the ordeal by diving right into the clouds as well. I don't think he will face any problems now, Ren Xingyuan replied. That's not right. Ren Shi, Zhang Shi came to our Jiang clan 2 days ago and underwent the heavenly flame tribulation then as well. But you are saying that he has faced the heavenly flame tribulation at the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters as well? Zhang Fengyu asked doubtfully. You are telling me that it's his third time facing the heavenly flame tribulation? Luo Ganzhen nearly fainted on the spot. That was the heavenly flame tribulation, a force that no cultivator would not fear. To face it again and again, it was as if the heavenly flame tribulation was a sparring partner that he could challenge as and when he liked. Chapter 1691. The two sovereigns on the verge of insanity. Other cultivators would take their time to write their last will before facing the heavenly flame tribulation, knowing that there was a real possibility that they would lose their life in the cultivation ordeal. Yet, this fellow dived into it again and again as if he was enjoying a hot spring, going at it the day before yesterday, and today. Is it really all right to toy with the powers of the heavens like that? While other cultivators had to put their lives survive cultivation ordeals, when it came to Zhang Xian, it felt like he was going on a leisurely tour instead. And in truth, the ones who were surprised were not only Luo Ganzhen and the others. The heavenly flame in the sky was stupefied as well. Freak, it's this fellow. Freaking hell, it's this fellow again. Holy freaking hell, why the heck is it this fellow again? Bro, can't you just allow me to rest for a day? You are making me work overtime day after day. Can't you have some sympathy for me? I already ran to the otherworldly battlefield in order to avoid you, but you still came chasing after me. The crowd could not make sense out of why Zhang Xian was able to challenge the heavenly flame tribulation thrice, and they could not comprehend why it was the Empyrean heavenly flame each and every time. Eventually, they could only give up on trying to understand this inconceivable phenomenon and focus their attention on watching the cultivation ordeal instead. Ferocious black flames billowed within the clouds in the sky. At the start, they had still been roaring fiendishly, as if they would bring utter annihilation upon the world. But as Zhang Xian dived in, the ominous clouds suddenly began shuddering and twitching. Even that feral roar seemed to have turned into helpless moans. By the 10-minute mark, the tribulation had already turned tail and fled, leaving a revitalized and satisfied Zhang Xian floating in the air. Modifying his dantian and altering his meridian network had taken quite a while, nearly an entire day, but its effects were remarkable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to push for a breakthrough to the Aureate body realm so quickly. With 2 prior experiences of dealing with the heavenly flame tribulation, He had opened up all of his acupoints and devoured the flames without any hesitation. With the augmentation of various cultivation resources, he had actually managed to advance to Aureate Body Realm consummation within a short 10 minutes. Driving his Zhenqi, a golden sheen swiftly enveloped his body. It was as if an incarnation of Buddha had descended upon the world. After overcoming his heavenly flame tribulation, Zhang Xian descended to where the crowd was and asked, "Why are you all here?" Logically speaking, Luo Ganzhen, Jiang Fengyu, Ren Xingyuan, and Luo Ruoxin should have been in different subterranean galleries, fending off the invasion of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Why had they gathered in the otherworldly battlefield? To watch his cultivation ordeal. We noticed some peculiar movements from the otherworldly demonic tribe, so we came over to scout the situation. Were you the one who killed these otherworldly demons? Even though Ren Xingyuan had vaguely guessed the story, he still found it hard to believe that something like this was possible. Thus, he pointed to the heaps of corpses scattered around. "Oh, when I first arrived, these scoundrels were planning to launch a decisive invasion on the Master-Teacher continent. In order to stop them, I played on the tension between the two factions that made up the army and stoked them into fighting against one another. Fortunately, everything went according to plan." Zhang Xian said. The desire for slaughter could be said to be coded into the genes of the otherworldly demonic tribe. If they entered the Master-Teacher continent, many innocent humans would surely be killed under their barbarity. It did weigh on Zhang Xian's heart to claim so many lives callously, but he felt that it was necessary. Benevolence toward the enemy in war was no different from malevolence toward one's allies. You were able to make the two factions come to blows with one another? The lips of Ren Xingyuan and the others twitched as they listened to Zhang Xian's story. While the latter had phrased it very casually, they understood the difficulties in trying to pull something like this off. The otherworldly demons were not mindless creatures of power. They were shrewd as well, which made them particularly difficult opponents to deal with. Otherwise, the Master-Teacher Pavilion would not have had so much trouble trying to deal with them. It must have taken you quite a bit of effort to turn them against one another, Ren Xingyuan remarked. "You're right, it took me 1 whole hour to do so. I'm feeling really beat now." Zhang Xian nodded. He had needed to switch between multiple identities again and again, which was truly no easy feat even with his strength. He could not help but feel completely drained by the time he managed to pull everything off. It had indeed been rather difficult on him. An hour? Ren Xingyuan and the others suddenly felt utter helplessness weighing down on them. If they had been in Zhang Xian's shoes, it would have cost them much more in order to deepen the tension between the two factions and force them to clash with one another. At the very least, it would have taken them years of careful preparation. Yet, that fellow only took an hour. The more they talked to the other party, the more stifled they felt on the inside. Can you go easier on our hearts? There should have been several dozen sempiternal realm commanders within this army of 100,000, right? Did you kill them as well? Jiang Fengyu asked. I did. It took me a while, but I managed to assassinate all of them. Zhang Xian nodded earnestly. I ended up staining my armor in order to do so. In order to make his disguise more lifelike, he had cleaned his dirted armor over and over again. By now, his armor was already completely soaked in blood, such that no amount of wiping would be able to get the blood out of it. Jiang Fengyu felt suffocated. Even Yang Shi would be forced to flee as far as he could when faced with several dozen sempiternal realm cultivators. Yet, you actually managed to assassinate all of them without sustaining any major injuries, and you are even complaining about how they stained your clothes. All of a sudden, Jiang Fengyu could not help but feel a little bit of pity for the otherworldly demon experts who had died at Zhang Xian's hand. An imposing palace towered in the depths of the otherworldly battlefield, far away from where Zhang Xian and the others were. Two middle-aged men were seated opposite one another with wine cups in their hands. The middle-aged man seated on the left wore a flowing golden robe. With a hearty laugh, he raised his cup and said, "A toast to our alliance. May our tribesmen reclaim the land that belongs to us." He was one of the 3 sovereigns of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Sovereign Qinling. Opposite to him was a middle-aged man dressed in a long, violet robe, Sovereign Chen Xing. May your words come to be. Sovereign Chan Xing nodded in a dignified manner as he sipped on the wine, savoring its deep fragrance. He had to admit that the wine prepared by Sovereign Chen Ling was truly fine. Even as one of the sovereigns, it was not a flavor that he could taste too often. Rest assured, there's no way the humans stand a chance against our allied army. Once this matter comes to be, mankind will no longer pose a threat to us. We shall return to our land of prosperity and bring our otherworldly demonic tribe to greatness once more. Sovereign Chan Ling roared joyfully. However, the next instant, his expression froze, and it slowly turned into a frown. Without any warning, he dashed out of the room. Noting Sovereign Chan Ling's queer movements, Sovereign Chan Xing realized that something major must have happened as well. Thus, he quickly left the room and followed Sovereign Chan Ling. Before long, the two of them arrived before a vast altar. Countless jade tokens floated in the air above the vast altar. It was a tradition of the otherworldly demonic tribe to extract a sliver of each soldier's will and forge it into a jade token before the army departed for battle. This jade token indicated the condition of the individual. If a jade token shattered, it meant that the individual had already breathed his last breath. This served as an effective method for the sovereigns to gauge the status of the army and family members of the soldiers to keep track of the condition of their loved ones. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Whenever a major battle broke out, the jade tokens would swiftly shatter one after another. This would mean that the brave soldiers of the otherworldly demonic tribe were laying down their bodies and souls to further the cause of their tribe. These men would be regarded as heroes, and they would be honored for their valiance. Their deeds would go down in history, and their name tablets would be placed on the god's altar. By the time that the two sovereigns had arrived before the altar, the jade tokens had already begun shattering one after another. As beings who stood at the very top of the otherworldly demonic tribe, they had already seen their fair share of deaths. If it had just been a normal battle, such a shattering of jade tokens would not have even fazed them. However, pipapa, pipapa, pipa pipa pipapa, the jade tokens shattered with beautiful rhythm, reminiscent of an orchestral performance. It was baffling to think of it in such a manner, but there was a mysterious charm to the melody. From time to time, as if the melody struck a climax, there would be an extraordinarily powerful note that played on the heartstrings of the listeners. Within the short span of a few minutes, the 100,000 jade tokens floating above the altar had been reduced to a pile of dust on the ground. Nothing was left at all. Our army of 100,000. Sovereign Chen Ling staggered weakly as the wine cup in his hand fell to the ground. His face paled in disbelief as he shook his head in incredulity. An army of 100,000 elites should have been sufficient to push their way through the subterranean gallery and bring havoc upon the master-teacher continent. They had expected great casualties in the midst of doing so, but they were confident that victory was in their grasp. Yet, barely after they had confirmed their alliance, before their allied army could even make their way out of the subterranean gallery, it had already been wiped out. For the jade tokens to shatter one another so determinately and relentlessly. What in the world was going on? In an instant, the two sovereigns were left completely stunned. Chapter 1692. Heading to the Temple of Confucius, it had not been easy for the two of them to put aside their differences and form an alliance, but everything had fallen apart before they could do anything at all. What was even worse was that they did not know who the culprit was. I can't accept this. I'll go take a look personally. Unable to hold back his rage, a cataclysmic aura burst forth from Sovereign Chen Ling, causing the surrounding space to shatter. He was an ancient sage expert. I'll follow you. Sovereign Chen Xing spat coldly. Half of the casualties had been his subordinates. There was no way that he could let the matter slide so easily. Let's head out together then. While we're at it, we should settle that matter as well. Otherwise, we'll be forced to remain subservient to that man for the rest of our lives. Sovereign Chen Ling said as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Sovereign Chen Xing nodded. I heard that Sovereign Chen Yong has recently taken in an extraordinarily talented young man. That brat seems to know no bottleneck at all. His cultivation advances at a breakneck speed. None of our disciples are a match for him. If we allow Brat to continue growing at this rate, we'll soon lose what should have belonged to us. Don't touch that brat for the time being, Sovereign Qinling said. He has received the acknowledgement of vicious will, and he practices the highest cultivation technique of our otherworldly demonic tribe. Given the prestige that he enjoys at the moment, we can't afford to touch him. However, once that matter comes to be, that brat will lose all his support. Then, we can slowly grind him down. Perhaps, we might even be able to attain the highest cultivation technique. You're right. Let's do it then. Sovereign Chunxing nodded before falling silent. With a jolt, the two middle-aged men vanished from the spot. It seemed like they had torn through the restraints of space to head to an unknown place. You said that an army of 100,000 otherworldly demons has been eradicated by Clan Head Zhang single-handedly? Is such a thing even possible? I heard it from Ranshur personally, so there's no doubt about the authenticity of the news. Even so, I still find the matter really hard to believe. Since the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe's invasion has been resolved, we don't have to be stationed in the subterranean gallery anymore. After overcoming the heavenly flame tribulation, Zhang Xian had advanced tremendously in his cultivation once more. Since there was no need for him to remain in the area, he had swiftly left together with Ran Qingyuan and the others. It did not take long for the news that the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe had been resolved by a single young man to reach the defensive forces guarding the 108 subterranean galleries. Everyone was astounded. There was no lack of talents in the history of the master-teacher continent. Many brave and powerful men had left behind legends that resounded in the ears of the populace even to this day. Yet, compared to the feat achieved by this single young man, those legends were not even worth mentioning. To single-handedly annihilate 110,000 otherworldly demons and several dozen sempiternal realm experts, the more they thought about the matter, the more frenzied they became. They could not help but pinch themselves to check if they were dreaming. Oblivious to the uproar that he had caused, at this very moment, Zhang Xian had already returned to the Zhang clan. With the major setbacks suffered by the otherworldly demonic tribe, it's unlikely that they will be able to amass the forces required to launch another invasion within a short period of time. Let's head to the Temple of Confucius together. We'll need to assemble a team to go along with us. After hearing the happenings in the otherworldly battlefield from his son, Sword Saint Xing was unable to close his mouth for a very long time. All right, Zhang Xian nodded. There was no doubt that the otherworldly demonic tribe had suffered a huge loss. Even if they attempted to amass their troops once more and launch another invasion, it was unlikely that they would be able to pose much of a threat. Thus, what they should focus their attention on at the moment was the Temple of Confucius. Given that its opening was just around the corner, they should make their way over very soon. If they arrived late, the great codex of spring and autumn could very well fall into the hands of the otherworldly demonic tribe or the 100 schools of philosophers. This would be bad news for the 3 premier clans and the Master-Teacher Pavilion. The Temple of Confucius is located in Tsiufu. The space in Tsiufu is folded and distorted, so it would be unsafe to head over through spatial teleportation. We should teleport to somewhere nearby before flying over. We'll head there first as the advance party to scout the situation there. Elder Wu Yun, I'll leave it to you to pick out the clan members for this expedition and bring them over. Make sure to contact us as soon as you arrive. Sword Saint Xing instructed. After First Elder Zhang Wuheng was punished for plotting against the incumbent clan head, Elder Wu Yun had taken over his responsibilities. Also, inform the Grand Elders who are in seclusion to hurry over as well. The Temple of Confucius will likely be their best shot at overcoming their current bottlenecks. Similar to the Master-Teacher Pavilion, the Zhang clan had many Grand Elders in seclusion as well. Unless the Zhang clan was forced into a desperate position, they would never make a move. Their cultivation had all reached Great Sage Fordan's sempiternal realm. Unless ancient sages made a move, they could be considered as the top experts of the Master-Teacher continent. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. It was unfortunate that they were not able to find a way to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage, so they could only go into hibernation to lengthen their lifespan as long as possible. There was much more to the Temple of Confucius than just the great codex of spring and autumn. It was not a coincidence that no one had been able to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage for the past 10,000 years. Perhaps the secret behind overcoming this bottleneck was hidden there as well. Regardless of whether that was true or not, they would have to make a trip there to find out for themselves. Currently, the Zhang clan only had one ancient sage left. Once that ancient sage came to the end of his lifespan, without any other ancient sages to support the Zhang clan, it would swiftly fall from the top echelons of the master-teacher continent. I understand. Elder Wu Yun nodded. After making arrangements, Sword Saint Xing said, "Let's head over now." Zhang Xian took out the Dragonbone Divine Spear and slid a dimension rift in front of him. A passageway swiftly formed in the dimension rift under his manipulation, and the crowd made their way over. With his Zhanqi cultivation reaching Aureate Body Realm consummation, Zhang Xian's fighting prowess had reached greater heights. Even without resorting to schemes, he was already able to face sempiternal realm consummation experts like Wu Shu in a direct confrontation and even win. In truth, he had been intending to push his Zhanqi cultivation straight up to the intuitive impulse realm, but he had found that he was unable to do so at all. The intuitive impulse realm allowed one to peer into the fortune of the world and consciously avert danger. However, such an ability was essentially peering into the secrets of the heavens as well, albeit to a lesser extent than that of seers. As one who possessed the library of Heaven's Path, attempts to do so would only end in his electrocution. He had secretly tried it a few times, and each and every time, he had ended up with a numbingly refreshing electric massage. Seeing that it was futile, he could only give up on the idea. From the looks of it, he could not follow the conventional path that all cultivators would tread on. He would have to find his own way forward. By the time they arrived at the other end of the passageway, they were already in close proximity to Tufu. They quickly began making their way over toward the Temple of Confucius when a figure suddenly approached them. It was Wu Chun. He had previously separated from them, saying that he had matters to attend to. Wu Chun first greeted Luo Ruoxin with a bow before turning to look at Zhang Xian. It could have just been Zhang Xian's imagination, but he seemed to sense some conflicting emotions in the depths of Wu Chen's eyes. "Have you settled your affairs?" Zhang Xian asked. All this time, he could feel that there was some kind of issue plaguing Wu Chun, leaving him in a heavy mood. Even as he followed Luo Ruoxin around, there was still a brooding atmosphere to him. However, the brooding atmosphere around him seemed to have vanished, which suggested that the matter had already been resolved. Hearing Zhang Xian's question, Wu Chun snapped out of his contemplation and replied with a slight smile. "Thanks to your grace, it has been resolved without a hitch." "That's a relief." Zhang Xian nodded. He knew that Wu Chun was unwilling to talk too much about his private matters, so he did not press on. Before long, they were back on their way to Tufu. From where they were at, they were not too far away from their destination. The closer they got to Tufu, the greater the pressure exerted on them from the second sun in the sky. It was not as searing as the real sun, but the pressure that it emanated seemed to weigh directly on one's soul. To construct such a massive ancient domain in the midst of the sky and conceal it even from the detection of ancient sages, this was no longer the work of a man but a miracle created by a higher power. Chapter 1693 Tufu. As expected of the world's teacher, Wu Chen remarked in awe. Kong Shi is known not just for his unparalleled fighting prowess, but his astounding intelligence as well. He played a huge role in constructing a systematic lineage for the inheritance of numerous occupations. Of the lower, middle, and upper 9 paths, he organized no less than 20 occupations. Sword Saint Xing explained with an excited gleam in his eyes. The lineage of master teachers originated from Kong Shi. There was no master teacher in the world who was not filled with awe and respect for Kong Shi. Zhang Xian did not participate in the conversation with the rest of the crowd. Instead, he stared into the massive temple sealed within the sun as a hint of bewilderment seeped into his eyes. For some reason, he could feel something within beckoning him. As if resonating with this beckoning, the library of Heaven's Path trembled lightly, and the countless books stored within shook along with its movements. Is there an artifact in the Temple of Confucius that could upgrade the Library of Heaven's Path? Zhang Xian wondered with a frown. The Library of Heaven's Path had always maintained a state of impassiveness to whatever happened around him. Rarely did it move of its own accord. Yet, at this moment, it was shaking nonstop. It had not been this excited even when he paid a visit to the Seer Guild before. Could it be that there was something that the Library of Heaven's Path desired in the Temple of Confucius? If that was the case, he would have to make sure to acquire it. The reason he had been able to advance from a nameless nobody to an esteemed expert whom no one did not know of was not because of his astounding talent, high morals, or extreme diligence. Rather, it was due to the Library of Heaven's Path. If not for the Library of Heaven's Path, it was likely that he would still have been struggling in the Tianqian Kingdom, attempting to push for a breakthrough to become a one-star master teacher. Without a doubt, the Library of Heaven's Path was his greatest asset and trump card. No matter what dangers he would have to face, it would all be worth it if he could upgrade it further. He activated his Eye of Insight in an attempt to peer into the sun. However, despite having flown several hundred li into Tsufu, he was still unable to look into the depths of the Temple of Confucius. There seemed to be some kind of veil covering the temple, obscuring it from sight. The Temple of Confucius is located in a folded space. Until it's completely opened, not even ancient sages will be able to reach it even if they fly for over a decade, Luo Ruoxin explained. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. In a sense, this was similar to how the sun was in his previous life. It seemed to hang directly above Earth, creating an illusion that it could be easily reached as long as one flew into the sky. But in truth, even if one moved at the speed of light, it would still take 8 minutes in order to reach the sun. If we can still see it even from such a long distance away, how big must the Temple of Confucius be? Zhang Xian could not help but voice the question on his mind. The reason that was the case for the sun was simply because of its massive scale. If it was the same for the Temple of Confucius as well, could it actually be a gigantic world of its own? The Temple of Confucius isn't too big. It's a type of spatial manipulation. In truth, it isn't that far away from us, Luo Ruoxin replied. It seemed like she had quite a deep understanding of the Temple of Confucius. While they were chatting with one another, an ancient city soon came into view. The crowd quickly made their way over. The land where the Temple of Confucius was located, Tsufu. This city was not as prosperous or massive as the Empire Alliance, and most of the buildings were ancient and decrepit. However, it had a quiet and peaceful aura, giving rise to a comfortable atmosphere. If one had to describe it, it would be reminiscent of an infant returning to a mother's embrace. This is the unique aura of a celestial master teacher. Zhang Xian's eyes shot up in astonishment. The aura looming in the city was extremely similar to the aura that seeped into his body during the acknowledgement of celestial master teacher. The only difference was that the concentration was many times lower. There are seemingly intangible forces that manifest in mysterious ways in the world. There is an academic aura for the academics and martial aura for martial arts. These two forces are derived from the unique culture of education and lineages on the master-teacher continent, and we collectively refer to them as teacher's milieu. If one comes into prolonged contact with teacher's milieu, one's state of mind will mature swiftly. One's thoughts will become more open and discerning, thus leaving little room for inner demons and irrationality to exist. Sword Saint Xing explained. Teacher's milieu? Zhang Xian repeated those two words before nodding slightly. In truth, this unique aura was not exclusive to celestial master teachers. When a master teacher paid respects to the predecessors in the teacher acknowledgement hall, they could be bestowed with this aura as well. In a sense, it was a symbolism of culture. It was through the milieu of a teacher that master teachers were able to win the respect of the world and become the leaders of the world. Has this place always been like that? Zhang Xian asked. He focused his attention on the teacher's milieu around him, and just as Sword Saint Xing had said, the aura was indeed able to bring greater sharpness and acuity to his mind. At the same time, this sparked some doubts in his mind. The effects of the teacher's milieu were astounding, such that even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters was unable to compete with it. Seeing through Zhang Xian's doubt, Sword Saint Xing explained, before the opening of the Temple of Confucius, while teachers' milieu still lingered in Tsufu, it was far sparser than what you can perceive right now. Nevertheless, its enhancement to one's state of mind was still rather conspicuous if one lived in the area for prolonged periods of time. Due to that, Tsufu is also known as the ancestral land of the master teachers. Most 9-star master teachers reside in Tsufu for a period of their life, not to cultivate or go into seclusion, but to experience the life of a mortal and temper their state of mind. Take a look at that carpenter over there. Do you notice anything different about him? Zhang Xian turned his gaze over. By the side of a street, there was a carpenter who was in the midst of crafting a piece of furniture. The movements of his calloused hands were extremely precise, as if they had been carefully measured by a ruler. Wooden shavings flew around the place. Before long, a completed product was sitting right before him. He is a 9-star master teacher. Zhang Xian was astounded by what he saw. The carpenter shaved the wood with light strokes that seemed to be devoid of strength, and there was not the slightest hint of zhenqi that could be felt flowing through his body. However, the ocean-like accumulation of energy that Zhang Xian could see in the depths of his dantian through the eye of insight told a very different story. Not only was the carpenter likely a 9-star master teacher, chances were that he was an extremely powerful one as well. Indeed, he's a 9-star master teacher who made his name 300 years ago. He was at Great Sage Tudan Oriat Body Realm back then, so there's no doubt that he has grown much stronger by now. Sword Saint Xing replied. An Oriat Body Realm cultivator doing carpentry? Zhang Xian could hardly believe what he was hearing. All along, he had thought that Great Sage experts were extremely rare among mankind. Yet, who could have thought that even a carpenter that he encountered on the street within Tsufu would have reached such a level as well? Look at the fishmonger and butcher over there as well. They were all renowned 9-star master teachers in their era. Back then, they still weren't too powerful, but over the years, they have reached Great Sage 3-Dan Intuitive Impulse Realm as well, just like me. Sword Saint Xing explained. If nothing had happened to you back then, your mother and I would have come to Tsufu to try living an ordinary life as well. Through experiencing the difficulties of mortal life, we would have been able to temper our state of mind and ready ourselves for a breakthrough to higher realms. Zhang Xian nodded quietly in response. Just as Sword Saint Xing had said, a lot of the ordinary-looking individuals around them were astoundingly great sage experts. They were experts whose silhouettes could rarely be seen even within major clans, but in Tsufu, they were as common as cabbage in a wet market. It was no wonder Tsufu was known as the ancestral lands of the master teachers. It seemed like there was indeed a basis to it. Sword Saint Xing suddenly turned to look at Zhang Xian and asked curiously, "Right? Xianer, what's your soul depth at the moment? If you wish to advance your cultivation as a master teacher, raising your soul depth is of the utmost importance. If your soul depth isn't up to par, your heart won't be calm, and your will won't be pure. Pushing your cultivation ahead will become much harder and harder. As long as one had a high aptitude, sufficient cultivation resources, and a good teacher, one would be able to advance one's cultivation rather swiftly. However, tempering one's state of mind was a step-by-step process that could not be rushed. There was no way to forcefully hasten the process, and any attempts to do so would likely end up bad. His son was incredibly talented, but that did not change the fact that his son was only 20 this year. To become a 9-star master teacher at such an age, he could not help but wonder how high the soul depth of his son was and how he had managed to raise it so quickly. My soul depth? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before replying honestly, 29. 1. Chapter 1694 The Importance of Soul Depth. Having undergone the 5th acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher and stumbling across many fortuitous encounters, he had been able to raise his soul depth considerably swiftly. It did not take him long to reach a level comparable to 9-star pinnacle master teachers. Most likely, the only master teachers who could surpass him were Yang Shi and a couple of others. 29. 1. Hearing that number, Sword Saint Xing's lips twitched. He had thought that given how fast his son's cultivation had grown, his soul depth would have difficulties trying to catch up. Who would have thought that his son's soul depth was actually much higher than his? You. How did you cultivate your soul depth? Sword Saint Xing asked in astonishment. It should have been extremely difficult to raise one's soul depth. Even with the assistance of a cultivation technique, it still takes tremendous effort and time in order to do so. It was common knowledge that the greatest limiting factor to a master teacher was their soul depth. In order to experience the vicissitudes of life, Yang Shi concealed his identity and wandered the world for many years before he managed to raise his soul depth so high. On the other hand, his son was only 20 this year, and he had spent his earlier 19 years in a place as remote as the Tianqian kingdom. How could his soul depth be so high? How did I manage to do it? Zhang Xian frowned slightly upon hearing such a question. I don't really know. I have never cultivated my soul depth before. It simply grew naturally. Hearing those words, Sword Saint Xing's face flushed completely crimson, and he nearly spurted blood. Are you telling me that your soul depth grew to 29? One naturally? Seeing how traumatized her husband was, Sword Saint Ming could not help but burst into laughter. Of all people her husband could ask, he just had to ask their son. Was he not asking for a mental trauma? The first time that they reunited with their son in the Empire Alliance, their son had only been at St. Aidan. However, within half a month, he was already an Aureate body realm consummation expert. To attempt to compete with a prodigy of such a caliber, was it not obvious that he was asking for it? Is there a problem with my soul depth? Zhang Xian asked. To be exact, calling it natural growth was not entirely accurate. However, it was true that he had never cultivated his soul depth before in order to raise it. The Golden Page, acknowledgments of celestial master teacher, soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy, sudden bouts of inspiration. Each and every time that he encountered one of these, his soul depth would increase by 1, 0, or even more. Given so, it was no wonder that his soul depth had risen to 29. One so quickly. There's nothing wrong at all, Sword Saint Xing replied with a stifled look on his face. While others ground themselves down to the bones in order to raise their soul depth by just 0, 1, this fellow was actually able to raise his soul depth to a level comparable to Yang Shi without even bothering to cultivate it. If other master teachers heard that, they would surely lose all motivation to cultivate. Having stayed quiet all this time, Wu Chen suddenly spoke up. You won't be able to reach Ancient Sage if you allow your soul depth to simply grow naturally. You need to temper it in order to make your state of mind more wholesome and resilient. Only then will you be able to advance further in your cultivation. Does soul depth play a role in pushing for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage? Zhang Xian frowned. Strangely enough, neither the 3 premier clans nor the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters had any books relating to ancient sages. As such, he knew next to nothing about the realm. The crux to reaching Ancient Sage is to align one's heart and will together with the world, thus granting one greater control over the environment. If one's state of mind isn't sufficient to harness the strength of the world, one will be at risk of turning into an idiot or descending into lunacy. It's great that you are able to raise your soul depth quickly through natural means, but without undergoing any tempering, it will be nigh impossible for you to reach Ancient Sage. Wu Chen seemed to be really familiar with this matter. Then again, considering that he was a sempiternal realm cultivator just like Yang Shi, it was likely that he had been seeking a way to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage all this while. It would not be surprising for him to be well versed in such knowledge. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. He had an otherworldly demon Ancient Sage corpse in his storage ring. While he had no idea how far he was away from Ancient Sage, he could roughly fathom how powerful Ancient Sages were. Even after the Ancient Sage's death, the other party's body remained so heavy that he had difficulty trying to lift it up. At the same time, the imposing aura that the other party emanated made it difficult for his primordial spirit to approach initially. These facts served as glimpses into how powerful Ancient Sage cultivators truly were. Even though it was just a realm of difference between sempiternal realm and Ancient Sage, this fine line demarcated the difference between a mortal and a deity. Naturally, the prowess of the two could not even begin to compare to one another. Zhang Xian thought that the difference lay in the accumulation of power, But who would have thought that soul depth actually played an important role as well? That's not right. A doubt swiftly arose in Zhang Xian's mind, and he quickly posed it to Wu Qian. The advancement of soul depth is a requirement imposed only on master teachers, right? Given so, it's unlikely for other cultivators to cultivate their soul depth. Since that's the case, how can they achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage? Soul depth was a requirement for the rank advancement of master teachers, which was the reason master teachers emphasized it so heavily. Other cultivators would not feel any need to cultivate their soul depth, and if so, would they not be unable to reach ancient sage? Ordinary cultivators do place great importance on cultivating their state of mind. Take apothecaries, for example. If they weren't in the right state of mind, the tranquil heart pill they forged would be warped, thus transforming from a calming pill into lethal poison. Wu Chen explained, the same goes for other occupations. If demonic tunists fail to cultivate their state of mind, how could they possibly conceptualize their intent through music to beguile their opponents? If formation masters neglect their state of mind, how would they be able to set up highly complex formations? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian fell silent. He had faced something similar to this back when he was undergoing his one-dan apothecary examination. Back then, there was an apothecary who had not reached heart of tranquil water, and thus lacked control over his emotions. He had attempted to forge tranquil heart pills while his mind was not in a composed state, and the pills that he produced eventually turned out to be lethal poison that could kill the cultivators who unfortunately consumed them. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. He could relate to how state of mind was important to a demonic tunist too. If he could not control his emotions, his music would only run amok. For example, during his demonic tunist examination at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, he had needed to make the divine cranes dance along with his zither melody. However, if he had allowed his emotions to run wild, it was likely that he would have jolted them to death with his music instead. Thinking about that, there were indeed no occupations in the world that demanded nothing of one's state of mind. It was just that none of them were as demanding as the master-teacher occupation. Before Kong Shi's era, the cultivation of soul depth was categorized under will of mind, and it was divided into many different levels. This is also where heart of tranquil water, lucid mind, unperturbed spirit, impervious will, impregnable heart, uninhibited psyche, incorruptible soul, and the like come from. Wu Chen continued on. However, Kong Shi felt that such categorization is overly complex and hard to accurately gauge. Thus, he simplified the entire model through quantifying it with numbers, which gave rise to the soul depth that we are familiar with. The model has been adopted by the Master Teacher Pavilion, with every 3.0 points indicating a new tier. 1-star Master Teachers require a soul depth of 3.0, 2-star Master Teachers require a soul depth of 6.0, and so on. Going by this, 9-star Master Teachers require a soul depth of 27.0. The requirement on soul depth is much harsher than cultivation. Those who haven't reached the required soul depth cannot be promoted, even under exceptional circumstances. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Kong Shi had simplified the will of mind model into the soul depth model, and the Master Teacher Pavilion had adopted the latter as one of its promotion criteria. On the other hand, the other occupations still persisted in using the will of mind model, which worked fine as well since they did not require such a fine distinction. Of course, just because the other occupations did not adopt the soul depth model did not mean that they would not temper their state of mind. While both models worked fine, there were still some advantages to quantifying state of mind in the form of soul depth. It would allow master teachers to constantly track their progress in cultivating their states of mind, thus encouraging them to adopt practices beneficial to advancing their soul depth. It was due to this that the Master Teacher Pavilion had become the leading expert in this field, and the other occupations struggled to catch up. I have been here once before, and if I recall correctly, there's a place just ahead that allows one to temper one's soul depth. It's known as the Heart Pavilion. There are cultivation techniques in there that allow one to reinforce one's state of mind, insights left behind by countless experts, and formations that temper one's state of mind. Why don't we head there to take a look? Since you have never tempered your state of mind before, you might be able to make considerable advancements through it. Sword Saint Xing suddenly suggested. Chapter 1695 Surge and Soul Depth, Heart Pavilion? Zhang Xian nodded. Let's head there to take a look. Since the Temple of Confucius had not opened yet, he had some time to spare. Given that the Heart Pavilion could help him temper his state of mind, there was no harm heading over to take a look. All along, he had been dependent on fortuitous encounters in order to raise his soul depth. However, it would not do for him to be solely reliant on luck in tempering his state of mind. It would be great if he could acquire a feasible cultivation technique that would allow him to raise his soul depth. After walking for a while, a building came into sight. Walking in, they were greeted by a middle-aged man. Greetings. Do you intend to temper your state of mind, or examine it? We wish to temper our state of mind, Zhang Xian replied. This way, please. The middle-aged man gestured with a smile. First and foremost, our Heart Pavilion doesn't accept spirit stones and other currencies. We only accept Saint Pinnacle artifacts as payment. Every 2 hours inside will cost a Saint Pinnacle artifact. It sure is expensive. Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback by the price. After all the scavenging that he had done, he had no lack of Saint Pinnacle artifacts in his inventory. Nevertheless, it was still a price that most cultivators would struggle to fork out, including those from major clans. Most Saint Nine Dan cultivators would not even have a Saint Pinnacle artifact, and yet, 2 hours in the Heart Pavilion would cost one such item. It can't be helped. It's extremely expensive to construct a formation and space that is safe yet challenging enough to temper one's state of mind, and maintaining it also costs a hefty sum, the middle-aged man replied. That's true, I suppose. Zhang Xian nodded. Most of the cultivators who had come to Tsiufu to temper their state of mind were 9-star master teachers, individuals who possessed soul depths of 27, 0 and above. At their level, ordinary illusory formations and beguilement formations were already ineffective on them. In order to exert pressure on them, the highest quality formations and artifacts had to be used. Given so, it was inevitable for the cost to be on the pricier side. Here you go. Zhang Xian tossed over a Saint Pinnacle weapon. I would like to test the effects out for myself first. If it's effective, let's go in and cultivate together. Having plundered the military resources of 110,000 otherworldly demons, there were more than 1,000 Saint Pinnacle artifacts in his storage ring. Considering that he had no use for artifacts of that tier anymore, he had no issue spending them there. The crowd nodded in response. This way, please. The middle-aged man swiftly led them into a vast hall. Placed at the very center of the hall was a crystal ball. It revolved quietly above a stone platform, emanating a mesmerizing glow. The walls around the hall were inscribed with insights and cultivation techniques that would raise one's soul depth. These are left behind by the experts who have been to the Heart Pavilion to temper their state of mind. We have tested them personally, and they are all highly effective in raising one's soul depth. However, please do take caution when reading through them. If you attempt to take in too much, they could end up hindering your state of mind instead. Use them prudently, and your soul depth will surely surge ahead, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Cultivation techniques were valued not in quantity but quality. Attempting to take in too much would only end up confusing one instead. Every cultivator had their own path of cultivation to follow. The more they attempted to emulate the route of others, the further they would stray from their path. If a cultivator lost themselves in the wisdom of others, not only would their growth slow down, their cultivation might even go berserk. It was for this reason that the Master Teacher Pavilion discouraged individuals from studying too many cultivation techniques. Of course, there were pros and cons to the matter. If a cultivator successfully utilized the wisdom of others to further their own path, they would be able to reach a height far beyond their predecessors. When you are ready, just place your hand on the crystal ball ahead and focus your attention on your consciousness. The crystal ball will process the fluctuations in your state of mind. If you reach the limits of your tolerance at any point in time, will immediately terminate the formation so that you are not hurt. The middle-aged man explained. I understand. Zhang Xian nodded. He took 2 steps up to the crystal ball, but he did not rush to place his hand on it. Instead, he swept his gaze across the wall opposite of him. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Who? A new book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. Placing his finger on the book, its contents swiftly flowed into Zhang Xian's mind. Slowly, his eyes lit up in excitement. By compiling all of the cultivation techniques and insights detailed on the wall together, he had successfully compiled a Heaven's Path heart tempering art. While he had encountered numerous books relating to the tempering of one's state of mind in the past, he had never paid much attention to it. However, as he browsed through the content of the Heaven's Path heart tempering art, he swiftly realized that raising one's soul depth was not easy. In terms of difficulty, it was much higher than raising one's cultivation, especially due to how elusive and intangible the entire field was. The typical method to temper one's state of mind in the master-teacher continent was using illusory formations to put one's consciousness through various turmoil. Through overcoming those ordeals, one's state of mind would gradually grow steadier and more resilient. However, this typical method was both passive and indirect. It relied heavily on luck and circumstances. Even if one augmented the process with heart-tempering cultivation techniques and artifacts, the rate of growth still would not be too remarkable. Fortunately, the Heaven's Path heart-tempering art that Zhang Xian had just compiled through the library of Heaven's Path resolved this problem perfectly. It allowed him to cultivate his state of mind directly, just like his zhenqi and soul. Let me begin. Zhang Xian quickly went through the heart-tempering cultivation technique in his mind before placing his hand on the crystal ball. Wang. A shimmer of light shrouded the crystal ball as numbers surfaced on it. 29. 1. Just as Zhang Xian had calculated, his soul depth had already reached a level equivalent to 9-star pinnacle master teachers. He's a 9-star master teacher? The middle-aged man recoiled in shock. He had thought that given how young Zhang Xian was, his soul depth would surely be the lowest among the group. Most likely, that was why he had gone there to temper his state of mind. Yet, who would have thought? 29-1. Even if he looked at the whole of Xiufu, it was unlikely that there would be too many master teachers who could match him. Seeing the middle-aged man's shocked expression, Sword Saint Meng nodded proudly. Is there anyone who has encountered sudden bouts of inspiration while tempering their state of mind here? There is. Many years ago, Yang Shi visited our heart pavilion, and his soul depth was at 28.2 when he first tested it. In the midst of tempering his state of mind, an epiphany suddenly struck him, and his soul depth shot up by 0.2, reaching 28.4. That matter has become a legend of our heart pavilion, the middle-aged man said. The difficulty in raising one's soul depth grew exponentially difficult the higher one's soul depth was. Beyond 27.0, every increment of 0.1 would usually require many years of hard work. It was indubitably a remarkable feat for Yang Shi to have advanced his soul depth by 0.2 in less than 2 hours. Very few would be able to emulate his success. Yang Shi is indeed formidable. Do you have any rank board or the sort here? What is the fastest rate that a master teacher has raised his soul depth? Sword Saint Meng continued asking. We do have something similar to that. The current record holder for the fastest increment in soul depth is held by an 8-star master teacher. His soul depth was 24.7 when he first arrived, and when he tested it 2 hours later, it had already reached 25.7. That was an increment of a whole 1.0. But of course, it's hard to compare this with Yang Shi's feat after all. The higher one's soul depth is, the more difficult it is to raise it. The middle-aged man said. Raising one's soul depth was similar to building a narrow tower. The bottom layer was always easier to build, but after reaching a certain height, the difficulty would suddenly skyrocket. Dear, are you thinking that our Xiner will be able to break the record? Sword Saint Xing asked. It was not too difficult for him to follow his wife's train of thought. My son is a prodigy. Isn't it normal for him to break records? Sword Saint Meng replied matter-of-factly. I think you have too much confidence in our son. Tempering one's soul depth is different from raising one's cultivation. There's no way to force the matter. Sword Saint Xing shook his head. Raising one's soul depth was not as easy as taking in spiritual energy and converting it into one's strength. It was a far more complicated process, and it was highly dependent on luck. Even though his son was a prodigy, there were some things in life that talent simply could not influence. Look over there. Before Sword Saint Xing could finish his words, a shrill voice sounded. Sword Saint Xing immediately turned his gaze over, and on the crystal ball, he saw the number 29. 1 foot flickering and turning into 29. 2 foot, 29. 3 foot, 29. 4 foot. This? Sword Saint Xing was flabbergasted. Chapter 1696 Soul Depth of 29.9. Not only was Sword Saint Xing stupefied by what he was seeing, even the middle-aged man was standing petrified on the spot. It looked as if he had just seen a ghost. Complete silence loomed in the air. It was just a moment ago that they had been praising Yang Shi for raising his soul depth by 0.2 so swiftly, but that was the result of a sudden epiphany, and it had taken him 2 whole hours in order to do so. On the other hand, to jump up by 0.1 every 10 seconds, how in the world was the young man doing it? Even one-star master teachers with soul depths of 3.0 would not be able to do it so swiftly. Could the crystal ball be spoiled? The middle-aged man muttered as he hurried forward to check on the artifact. However, the crystal ball was completely intact. There was not the slightest trace of damage that could be seen on it. If the crystal ball was not faulty, it meant that the changes had come from the young man himself. But was such a matter humanly possible? Wu Qin's eyebrows danced frenziedly around the place, and he looked as if he was about to lose his mind. This was not cultivation but soul depth that they were talking about, and the other party's soul depth was beyond 29.0 at that. To be increasing 0.1 every 10 seconds. He has a strong foundation for his state of mind, having cultivated every realm of his will of mind impeccably. This has made his state of mind incomparably wholesome. As a result, he faces little impediment in the advancement of his soul depth, thus allowing him to raise it swiftly. Luo Ruoxin placed her hands behind her back as she calmly explained the situation. There was not the slightest hint of surprise on her face, as if she had expected such a matter to happen. As a celestial master teacher, Zhang Xian had a strong foundation for his state of mind. Using the tower analogy once more, if the lower blocks were laid impeccably, it would be much easier to build the top layers. Strong foundation. Coming to realize what was going on, bitter smiles appeared on the faces of the crowd. This was especially so for Sword Saint Xing. He was so embarrassed that he could have found a hole to bury himself in. He had been thinking that his son's state of mind would be lagging behind due to him advancing his cultivation too quickly. However, this matter had told him loud and clear that his son's cultivation was not fast at all. On the contrary, his cultivation was having difficulty keeping up with his state of mind. Since he had already met the necessary requirements to push for a breakthrough in his cultivation, what was the point of him remaining stationary on the spot? Before everyone's shocked gazes, the number on the crystal ball finally came to a halt. 29.9. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian retracted his palm from the crystal ball and shook his head. This seems to be my limit. Cultivating the heavens path heart-tempering art, he had indeed been able to advance his soul depth swiftly at the start. However, as soon as it struck 29.9, he realized that he was unable to raise his soul depth any higher. It was as if there was a massive barrier standing ahead of him, obstructing his path forward. No matter how hard he tried to push through it, the barrier simply would not falter. He swiftly realized that it was impossible for him to break the barrier with his current strength. Watching as Zhang Xian walked back in his direction, the middle-aged man's eyes were widened as though large bells. Just like that, you are already done cultivating? Normal cultivators would find even 10 hours too short for their cultivation, but this fellow had actually reached his bottleneck within just 2 minutes. I just paid for 2 hours straight, so we should still have some time left. Do any of you want to give it a try? Zhang Xian asked as he turned to the crowd. I'll give it a try, Sword Saint Ming said. She still had a gleeful smile on her face, overjoyed by her son's incredible feat. Give me a moment. I had an epiphany after browsing through the cultivation techniques inscribed on the walls, so I created one of my own. Allow me to impart it to you, Zhang Xian said. You created a new cultivation technique? Even Sword Saint Ming could not help but be startled by what she had just heard. It hasn't even been 3 minutes from the moment we entered the room till now, but not only have you raised your soul depth by 0.8, you even managed to create a cultivation technique? Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded, not bothering to explain the matter any further. With a tap of his finger, a sliver of his will dived into Sword Saint Ming's consciousness, swiftly going through the knowledge that had just been imprinted into her mind. Sword Saint Ming's body stiffened in shock. As an intuitive impulse realm expert, she had her own heart-tempering cultivation technique to reinforce her state of mind. However, when she looked at the heart-tempering cultivation technique that her son had sent over, she realized that what she had cultivated previously was no different from trash. She quickly internalized the heart-tempering cultivation technique that she had just received, and it did not take long for her to fully grasp it. Let me give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Sword Saint Ming walked up to the crystal ball and placed her palm on it. Wong. Numbers surfaced on the crystal ball, 27. 3. She was a powerful cultivator, and her swordsmanship was nothing short of impressive. However, her soul depth had stagnated shortly after she reached the mark required to become a 9-star master teacher. Feeling the pressure coming from the crystal ball, Sword Saint Ming closed her eyes and began to drive the heart-tempering cultivation technique that her son had imparted to her. Gotcha. The numbers on the crystal ball flickered, 27. 4. A minute later, 27. 5. Yet another minute later, 27. 6. It swiftly formed a fixed pattern, similar to what had happened in Zhang Xian's case. The only difference was that Zhang Xian's increment had happened once every 10 seconds, whereas Sword Saint Ming's came once every minute. Sword Saint Xing widened his eyes in horror once more. If there was anyone in the world who knew Sword Saint Ming the best, it was none other than him. His wife had a fiery temper and fidgety demeanor, which made it extremely difficult for her to raise her soul depth. He had to search for all sorts of treasures that were beneficial to raising one's soul depth, and in order to cater to his restless wife, he had even designed a collaborative swordsmanship for the two of them to practice together just to temper her state of mind. Even so, it had taken a very long time before her soul depth reached 27. 3. And after that, it had simply stagnated there. For many years, it had not even moved a single inch. But at that very moment, it was increasing by 0.1 every minute. Sword Saint Xing quickly turned to his son and said, "Your heart-tempering cultivation technique?" Without a doubt, this miracle definitely had something to do with the cultivation technique that his son had imparted to his wife. Here you go. You can give it a try afterward. Knowing what Sword Saint Xing was thinking of, Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he tapped his finger and imparted the simplified version of the Heaven's Path heart-tempering art to him as well. Sword Saint Xing swiftly browsed through it, and a moment later, he fell into a daze. It was no wonder his wife was able to raise her soul depth so quickly. This heart-tempering cultivation technique was truly out of that world. The predecessors of the Zhang clan had created innumerable cultivation techniques in order to temper their soul depth and overcome their limitations, but none of them came close to competing with the heart-tempering cultivation technique that had just been imparted to him. The more I look at him, the more I find myself unable to see through him. Sword Saint Xing shot a glance at his son and sighed deeply. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. He knew that his son had many secrets, and he had thought that he would come to learn of them as they spent more time together. However, the closer they became to one another, the more mysterious his son became to him. It was as if his son was the embodiment of omniscience. Any cultivation technique, even the most elementary ones, when placed in his hand, would showcase extraordinary effects, transforming into invaluable treasures that the world would die to lay their hands upon. Legend has it that Kong Shi wielded such an ability too. Could it be that my son is going to become an expert on par with Kong Shi? Sword Saint Xing trembled in agitation at the thought. According to the legends, Kong Shi had possessed the ability to understand anything that he laid his eyes upon and master any craft in a moment's time. That was actually similar to what his son was able to do. Was his son really going to reach a level comparable to Kong Shi? Just the thought of it filled him with anticipation for the future. Come over. I have already reached my bottleneck, and I don't think I can go any further than this. While Sword Saint Xing was still deep in thought, his wife spoke. He quickly turned his gaze over and saw the number 29. 9 foot on the crystal ball. Within such a short period of time, his wife's soul depth had actually increased by 2.6, reaching 29. 9. The very limits of a 9-star master teacher. 29. 9 is the limit of a great sage. If you take another step forward, it will mean that your soul depth has reached a level comparable to ancient sages. Wu Qin explained. Achieving a breakthrough from 29. 9 means that my soul depth has reached a level comparable to ancient sages? Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. I'm unable to advance my Jinqi or soul cultivation any further at the moment, but I do have a golden page on hand. If I use it, will I be able to raise my soul depth by another 5.0, thus reaching a level comparable to ancient sages? Chapter 1697 Sword Saint Xing makes a breakthrough. The effect of the golden page was not just limited to smashing his enemies to a pulp. More than that, it would help him assimilate the knowledge that he had stored in the library of Heaven's Path and raise his soul depth. He had used the golden page to raise his soul depth twice, and each time, it had increased by 5.0. If he used the golden page to increase his soul depth, would he be able to overcome the 29.9 bottleneck? If it worked out, he would possess a state of mind comparable to ancient sages. He had only faced an ancient sage in battle once, and he had smashed the other party to death with his book before the other party could do anything. Nevertheless, from the other party's corpse stored in his storage ring, he was still able to roughly fathom how terrifying ancient sages were. If he could advance his soul depth further, would he gain the ability to protect himself even when faced with an ancient sage? Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Even if his fighting prowess was lacking, as long as his state of mind was up to par, he might just be able to fool ancient sages with his disguise. State of mind was of paramount importance when it came to disguise. As long as his soul depth was up to par, it would be difficult for anyone to see through his disguise. Let me give it a try, Zhang Xian thought excitedly. Recalling the state that he had been in when he first used the golden page to raise his soul depth, he closed his eyes and willed, "Increase my soul depth." There was no reaction. Zhang Xian closed his eyes once more and willed, "Increase my soul depth." There was still no reaction at all. The golden page continued floating quietly in the library of Heaven's Path, seemingly mocking him for his futile actions. "Please, help me raise my soul depth. I choose you, golden page. Crush that bottleneck before me. Push. Pushish. Just 0. One more." After wasting a minute on trying to get the golden page to work, Zhang Xian could only rub his glabella in distress. From the looks of it, it seemed like he could not rely on the golden page to raise his soul depth anymore. Cultivating one's state of mind was indeed not that easy. From the looks of it, he had to prepare himself for a long battle. If a day would not work, he would just have to use 2. If 2 did not work, he would have to use 3. Or else, half a month should surely do the job, right? If not, he could try to aim for a 6th acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher or something. That might work too. Heaving a long sigh, Zhang Xian was just about to see how Sword Saint Xing was progressing along when he suddenly felt spiritual energy converging toward them. He turned his head over and saw that shortly after Sword Saint Ming's soul depth had reached 29.9, her cultivation, which had stagnated at intuitive impulse realm consummation for a very long time, had suddenly surged up, reaching sempiternal realm. Sword Saint Ming had always been a highly talented cultivator, and the reason that she had been unable to make the breakthrough before was because of the knot in her heart for having lost her son. Now that she had found her son and her soul depth had just made such a massive advancement, using the momentum built up so far, she managed to push through her bottleneck and achieve a breakthrough in her cultivation. In Great Sage Fordan's sempiternal realm, the term sempiternal referred to the deathlessness and imperviousness of one's primordial spirit. No external force would be able to sway one's emotions, and with a mere thought, one would be able to tear the fabric of space apart. Such was the power wielded by the strongest experts beneath ancient sage. As spiritual energy surged into her body, Sword Saint Ming's cultivation swiftly rose. Seeing that it would take a while for Sword Saint Ming to reinforce her cultivation, Zhang Xian flicked a grade 9 pill into the latter's mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, and a tremendous burst of spiritual energy immediately surged through her body. The bottlenecks that had been limiting her previously were instantaneously cleared out. After ensuring that Sword Saint Ming would not face any problem in her breakthrough, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Many dangers lurked within the Temple of Confucius, be it from fellow explorers or from the traps within. It was of the utmost importance for the Xingming Sword Saints to become stronger so that they would be able to protect themselves. Even though he was only a transcended soul, he had already come to view the Xingming Sword Saints as close kin of his. He would not allow any danger to fall upon them. Turning his gaze towards Sword Saint Xing, who was standing before the crystal ball, Zhang Xian saw that his soul depth was also increasing by 0.1 at fixed intervals, just like Sword Saint Ming. It did not take long for his soul depth to reach the bottleneck of 29.9. I have reached the limits for my soul depth too, Sword Saint Xing said with eyes glowing in excitement. Aren't you going to push for a breakthrough, too? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. There's no hurry. I just made a breakthrough in my state of mind, so I need to condition my state for a while before I am ready, Sword Saint Xing replied. There's no need for that. Quick, let's get it over and done with. I took a look at your condition earlier, and the reason you haven't been able to achieve a breakthrough is due to several blockages in your meridians. I have a pill over here that will help you open up your sealed meridians. With this, you should be able to reach the sempiternal realm easily, Zhang Xian said as he flicked a pill towards Sword Saint Xing as well. Given that your wife has already achieved a breakthrough, do you think you have the leisure to condition your state? You are already henpecked enough as it is. Are you willing to see your position in the family plummet even further than this? Sword Saint Xing was slightly stunned by the vehement attitude of his son. Am I being looked down by my son for cultivating too slowly? Oof. It was a heavy blow, but Sword Saint Xing could not find any rebuttal at all. 1 year ago, when his son had barely started out as a fighter, he had been at the intuitive impulse realm. Half a year ago, his son had successfully reached the Saint realm. He had been at the intuitive impulse realm. A few days ago, his son had made a breakthrough to Great Sage One Day and introspective convalescence realm. He had still been at the intuitive impulse realm. On this very day, his son was already at the Aureate body realm. But as for him, yes, he was freaking at the intuitive impulse realm. If he did not start to speed up now, he would really be overtaken by his son. Without much hesitation, Sword Saint Xing swallowed the pill that Zhang Xian had flicked to him. As the medicinal energy diffused through his body, he felt a concentrated surge of zhenqi coursing swiftly through his meridians, clearing up the blockages in the blink of an eye, following which a powerful aura burst forth from his body. After facing stagnation in his cultivation for so many years, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Seeing how he had achieved a breakthrough before he could even sit down to cultivate, Sword Saint Xing could not help but feel a little dazed. Was this breakthrough not a little too easy? However, he knew that this was not the time for him to be shocked. He quickly closed his eyes and began reinforcing his cultivation. Seeing that both his father and mother had reached the sempiternal realm, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Luo Ruoxin and Wu Chun and asked, "There's still some time left. Do you want to try as well? Thank you for your offer, but there's no need for it. The soul depth of both Milady and I has reached a bottleneck. It would be meaningless for us to continue cultivating our state of mind." Wu Chen clasped his fist. Bottleneck? Are your soul depths at 29.9 too? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He knew that Wu Qian and Luo Ruoxin were no ordinary sempiternal realm cultivators, but he did not think that their soul depth would have reached 29.9 as well. It seemed like their background was much more impressive than he had thought. I guess we're done then, Zhang Xian said. He turned to the middle-aged man by the side and said, "We have only used the crystal ball for less than an hour. Are you going to refund the remaining hour to us? The cheeks of the middle-aged man twitched, while other cultivators used the entire 2 hours in hopes that they would be able to advance their soul depth by 0.1. Those 3 actually took less than an hour to advance their soul depth to 29.9. More importantly, they were even asking for a refund after all of that. He swore that he had never seen anyone as stingy as that before. What? Are you unwilling to refund us? Zhang Xian frowned. That's not it. It's the utmost honor of our heart pavilion to have you here. Why don't we count the hour you have spent here on me as well? Seeing that the other party was earnestly asking for a refund, the middle-aged man flicked his wrist and returned the Saint Pinnacle artifact to the other party. It might have seemed as if he had made a loss, but the fact that 3 cultivators had advanced their soul depth to 29.9 at his heart pavilion was an invaluable advertisement for him. All in all, it was still a win for him. That's more like it. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction as he returned the Saint Pinnacle artifact to his storage ring. The middle-aged man nodded in response before his gaze slowly drifted over to the crystal ball. A gleam flickered in his eye as he thought, since they were able to achieve a breakthrough in their soul depth so quickly, is there a chance that I might just be able to do the same? With such a thought in mind, he quietly shuffled his footsteps over to the crystal ball. The formation in the crystal ball had to be activated for 2 hours at the very minimum. Since the current guests were not intending to use it anymore, it would be a waste to leave it be. He might as well use it for himself. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, and after a very long time, there was still no change to his soul depth. At that moment, he realized that the advancement of their soul depth actually had nothing to do with his crystal ball at all. Chapter 1698 Luo Ruoxin's Worry. By the time Zhang Xian and his group left the Heart Pavilion, the sun had already started to set. Instead of wandering around town, Zhang Xian went into one of the residences belonging to the Zhang clan to reinforce his cultivation and discern the changes in his body. Cultivation was an arduous process. It was not possible to reach the peak after just a bit of hard work. Even someone as talented as him had needed to constantly put in hard work in order to reach his current level. With the recent breakthroughs that he had made, both his Zhenqi cultivation and soul cultivation had reached Great Sage 2 Dan Orit body realm consummation. With his Dragonbone Divine Spear and the spatial, time, and soul quintessences, he would be able to put up a fight even against sempiternal realm consummation experts. He no longer had to rely on external help, such as Kong Shi's blood droplet, in order to challenge them. Over the next few days, he chose to remain in his accommodation, and he did not head out much. 3 days later, the expedition party of the Zhang clan arrived in Qiufu as well and converged together with their group. After several days of cultivation, the Xingming Sword Saints had successfully reinforced their sempiternal realm cultivation. If they executed their collaborative swordsmanship, they would be able to oppose even sempiternal realm consummation experts. There were very few beneath Ancient Sage who would be able to threaten them anymore. Nearly all of the Grand Elders of the Zhang clan had joined the expedition party for the Temple of Confucius. Taking a swift glance, there were over 20 of them who had reached sempiternal realm. As expected of the number 1 sage clan of the Master Teacher continent, its roots sure did run deep. On the 5th day, Luo Ruoxin suddenly knocked on his door. Zhang Xian, I heard that there's quite a commotion outside. Are you interested in taking a walk with me? Sure. Zhang Xian nodded without any hesitation. Ever since he arrived in Qiufu, he had been spending nearly all of his time cultivating. It was indeed starting to get a little boring and monotonous, so it would be good for him to head out to have a look. Leaving the residence, he found that the city had become significantly more bustling over the past 4 days. He spotted not just the master teachers and experts of the Master Teacher Pavilion, but the old ancestors and grand elders of the other occupations too. Before he knew it, nearly all of the top experts of the Master Teacher continent had already converged in Qiufu. In fact, these top experts weren't just limited to humans. Quite a number of great sage beasts had also arrived in Qiufu over the past few days. Despite the massive influx of experts into Qiufu, the city still surprisingly remained in order. He did not see any battles or duels happening around. The city remained as peaceful and harmonious as it had always been. Seeing through Zhang Xian's doubts, Luo Ruoxin explained with a smile, "This is the sacred land of the master teachers. No one would dare cause any trouble here. Even if a conflict broke out, they would choose to settle it outside." Qiufu was not just the place where the Temple of Confucius was located. It was also the ancestral land of the Master Teacher Pavilion. There was no one who would be so foolish as to cause trouble here and become the public enemy of everyone else. Strolling down the busy streets, Zhang Xian could not help but notice how crowded Qiufu had become. He glanced at Luo Ruoxin and asked, "Say, do you think that there are any otherworldly demons here?" It was a known fact that otherworldly demon emperors had the ability to disguise themselves as master teachers, and even 9-star master teachers would not be able to distinguish them. Since both humans and beasts had already made their way to Qiufu, the otherworldly demonic tribe would not allow this opportunity to slip through their fingers. They would surely try to hide amid the crowd and sneak into the Temple of Confucius when the time came. "I suppose so," Luo Ruoxin replied with a nod. She glanced at Zhang Xian and said, "After the Temple of Confucius opens up, we'll all be teleported to a random location within. This means that we won't be able to remain together. You must remember to keep your guard up at all times." Teleported to a random location within? Zhang Xian frowned. Wu Chun has been gathering intelligence on the Temple of Confucius. According to what he has found so far, as soon as the Temple of Confucius opens, we will be enveloped by a formation that will randomly teleport us into the Temple of Confucius. There's no knowing where you will appear. Without a doubt, there are otherworldly demons teleporting along with us as well, so you mustn't let your guard down, Luo Ruoxin said. I won't. Zhang Xian nodded. If he was teleported into a dire situation, he would just have to rely on his disguising ability. Plus, his threat was not just limited to the otherworldly demons. It was likely that the 100 schools of philosophers bore some hostility toward him as well, and they might even intend him harm. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. He was not as helpless as he was before, but he would still have trouble dealing with a large group of people simultaneously. In the end, one could never be too careful. He did not want to lose his life before he could even make his way into the Temple of Confucius. Luo Ruoxin hesitated for a moment before taking off the pendant around her neck and passing it over to Zhang Xian. "This pendant was given to me by my father. It should be able to save you if you meet any danger." The exterior of the pendant resembled crystal, but its interior was the color of fresh blood. It was an exquisite artifact. "This?" Zhang Xian looked at the pendant that Luo Ruoxin was passing to him with a doubtful expression. He knew that there would be dangers lurking within the Temple of Confucius, but he did possess fighting prowess comparable to sempiternal realm consummation experts. Even if someone intended him harm, he had the strength to protect himself. Seeing that Zhang Xian was not accepting her pendant, Luo Ruoxin insisted determinedly, "Take it. We don't know what lies within the Temple of Confucius, so the only thing that we can do is take as many precautions as possible. I know that you aren't too worried about your safety, but if an otherworldly demon successfully achieves a breakthrough to ancient sage inside and your identity is exposed to them by some chance, you will be in great danger." The identity that she was referring to was, of course, Celestial Master Teacher. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian fell silent. There was some sense to what Luo Ruoxin was saying. Ancient sages were forbidden from entering the depths of the Temple of Confucius, and no one had successfully made a breakthrough to ancient sage for the past 10,000 years. However, there was a great possibility that there might be an artifact within the Temple of Confucius that would allow one to take the final step forward. If that artifact fell into the hands of the otherworldly demons, it could really end badly. It would still be fine if the otherworldly demons were oblivious to Zhang Xian's identity as a celestial master teacher, but if they somehow learned of the matter, there was no doubt that Zhang Xian would be their priority target. With Zhang Xian's capability, he could still fend off sempiternal realm cultivators without any trouble, but when faced with an ancient sage, the only option that he had was to flee as far as he could. The disparity in their strength was simply too great to even attempt to fight back. Knowing that Luo Ruoxin was worried about him, Zhang Xian took the pendant before asking anxiously, "But if I take your pendant, what about you?" If the pendant truly had the ability to protect him, was it really fine for him to take it? Would Luo Ruoxin not be in danger if so? You don't have to worry about me. Even if I encounter an opponent I can't defeat, I am still able to escape, Luo Ruoxin reassured. Not wanting to linger too long on this topic, Luo Ruoxin remarked, I saw Luo Qiqi earlier. Qiqi? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Is she here too? He had not seen Luo Qiqi ever since they separated at the Luo clan. If Luo Ruoxin had seen her around, could she be there for the Temple of Confucius as well? Thinking about it, it did make sense. As the owner of the Dimension Silencer, Luo Qiqi boasted strength comparable to sempiternal realm cultivators. Considering how huge a matter the opening of the Temple of Confucius was, it was reasonable for her to show up in the vicinity. Yeah, she's a good person, Luo Ruoxin said in a daze. Ruoxin, are you fine? Hearing the abrupt remark made by Luo Ruoxin, Zhang Xian frowned. It's nothing. I just can't help thinking that once we separate from one another after the opening of Temple of Confucius, we might never meet one another again, Luo Ruoxin said. She would usually have a lofty and nonchalant look on her face, but at that moment, a hint of worry and reluctance could be seen on her countenance. Seeing that Luo Ruoxin was worrying over this matter, Zhang Xian attempted to console her. Don't worry. We'll surely survive the dangers in the Temple of Confucius and reunite with one another. Ever since he first met her, she seemed to have been able to remain calm no matter what happened. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could faze her. Or perhaps, she was simply a little detached from the world. Yet, she seemed to be particularly emotional that day. It was true that he would face many enemies in the Temple of Confucius, and the random teleportation only introduced further unpredictability to the expedition. There was no doubt that the expedition would be fraught with dangers, but he would not go down without a fight. As for Luo Ruoxin, even with his current eye of discernment, he was still unable to see through the depths of her strength. From this, it was evident that her strength was far more terrifying than his. Given so, what did they have to fear? I guess so. Let's not talk about this anymore. Luo Ruoxin replied with a light smile. She stretched out her hand and asked, Where is the prime amulet? Can you let me take a look at it? It's here. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian took out little amulet and passed it over. This was an artifact that they had acquired through their partnership. Putting aside the fact that she only wanted to have a look at it, even if she wanted the prime amulet, he would have given it to her without any hesitation. Chapter 1699, Entering the outskirts of Temple of Confucius, taking the prime amulet, Luo Ruoxin stroked it lightly with her fingers. A moment later, she passed it back. Here you go. Why don't you just take it? I can wait for you at the entrance of the Temple of Confucius, and the two of us can enter together. Zhang Xian suggested with a smile. He had no intention of leaving Luo Ruoxin behind in the Temple of Confucius, and he trusted Luo Ruoxin as well. Thus, it did not matter to him who was in possession of Little Amulet. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. There's no need for it. It'll be good to leave it with you. I just wanted to take a look at it. Luo Ruoxin shook her head as she passed the pendant back. All right then. It would be great if we could use the communication jade token after entering the Temple of Confucius, but if we are unable to contact one another, let's meet at the entrance of the Prime Hall. I'll be waiting for you there. Zhang Xian said. All right. Luo Ruoxin nodded with a light smile. Strolling through the bustling crowd while making some idle conversation, Zhang Xian could not help but remember the day that he confessed at Fire Source City. It felt as if the entire world had become insignificant as long as she was by his side. It was a feeling of peace that he had never known to be possible. He did not know how she felt about him, but she gave him a striking sense of familiarity. He knew that it was irrational to think of it in such a manner, but it felt like their fates were tightly interweaved together. Being beside her felt like the most natural thing to him, such that he could no longer fathom a world without her. The time spent with loved ones always flew by swiftly. Unknowingly, a day passed. They swiftly returned to their accommodations. Zhang Xian was just about to bid Luo Ruoxin farewell when the ground suddenly started to tremble. Tremendous pressure abruptly descended upon Xiufu, and the ancient buildings that made up the city swiftly succumbed to the pressure and collapsed one after another. What's going on? Zhang Xian was taken aback. This was the city that Kong Shi had resided in during his lifetime, so it was bound to be a place of great fortune. Even the Sanctum of Sages had never suffered an earthquake before, so why would Xiufu suddenly suffer such intense tremors? Luo Ruoxin turned her gaze upward as she said grimly, "The Temple of Confucius is opening." Hearing those words, Zhang Xian swiftly looked up into the sky as well. The second sun in the sky began to flicker nonstop, signaling that something was going to happen very soon. Following which, rays of myriad colors descended upon Xiufu, creating passageways that linked the two worlds together. As more and more rays fell upon the world, the pressure on the ground seemed to grow stronger and stronger. This is bad. Sensing danger from the intensifying pressure, the cultivators who had yet to reach Great Sage hurriedly took out protective artifacts to shield themselves. Even Zhang Xian felt goosebumps rising all over his body from the sheer pressure, and he quickly drove his Jinqi to ward off the force crushing down on him. Pacha! 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 Cracks began appearing on the ground. The spiritual energy in the surroundings swiftly formed a massive tornado that swept everything toward the sky. Amid the roaring hubbub around him, Zhang Xian felt a warmth sensation on his hand. Luo Ruoxin. There was a look on her face that Zhang Xian had never seen before. Zhang Xian, if I have hidden some things from you, will you hate me? Unable to comprehend why Luo Ruoxin would suddenly ask such a question at this point in time, Zhang Xian replied, I won't. I know that you have your own concerns for keeping secrets from me, and I understand that. I'll wait for the day that you are willing to speak. Then what if I? In the midst of Luo Ruoxin's words, a deafening rumble suddenly echoed from the sky, following which, the entire Xiufu was devoured by a brilliant white light. Ruoxin. The sight before Zhang Xian blurred as he felt the warmth in his hand vanishing. He saw the world spinning around him before he blacked out altogether. When Zhang Xian opened his eyes once more, he was already in the midst of a vast mountain range. He was completely surrounded by tall grass that seemed to stretch all the way to the horizon. Ruoxin. Zhang Xian quickly got up and searched his surroundings frantically. However, there was not a single person in sight. Although Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, realization soon struck him. It seems like the Temple of Confucius has opened, and we have all been randomly teleported in. It was just a moment ago that he had still been in the Zhang clan's residence in Xiufu, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in the midst of a mountain range. At the time, the young lady whose hand was locked together with his had vanished as well. It was apparent that he had been teleported away by some formidable force. Without any doubt, it was clearly the doing of the Temple of Confucius. Everyone that had been in Xiufu should have been teleported to a random location in the Temple of Confucius. Knowing that they had just been teleported to different locations, Zhang Xian's heart finally calmed down. He released his spiritual perception to sense the surroundings around him, and he could not help but nod. The teacher's milieu in here is much more concentrated than in Xiufu. It was no wonder everyone wanted to come to the Temple of Confucius in search of their fortuitous encounter. Putting everything aside, just the teacher's milieu, there was much more concentrated than in Xiufu. A master teacher who cultivated there would find their soul depth growing at an astounding pace. The spiritual energy in here is much denser too. I have never seen a blessed land of such quality before. It was one thing for the teacher's milieu to be much more concentrated in Xiufu, but even the spiritual energy was so dense that it almost felt tangible to the touch. Even without utilizing a pinnacle spirit stone, a cultivator would be able to advance their cultivation swiftly there. Knowing that he was in a different environment, Zhang Xian quickly checked his physical condition, and after confirming that his fighting prowess was no lower in the Temple of Confucius, he heaved a sigh of relief. Following which, he flicked his hand and took out his communication jade token. He attempted to activate it, but to his disappointment, he was not able to contact anyone at all. Just as he had guessed, it was impossible to use communication jade tokens in the Temple of Confucius. It felt like there was some kind of barrier around the area that prevented remote communication. Next, He whipped out his dragonbone divine spear and pierced the space before him. The space wavered a little, but it did not tear open to form a dimension rift. It seems like I am unable to do spatial leaps in here. If he could not open a dimension rift, he would be unable to construct spatial passageways and leap from one area to another. It doesn't seem like I can perform soul traverse either. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. This means that teleportation formations won't work in here either. To his amazement, the space in the Temple of Confucius was actually even more resilient than that of the master-teacher continent. Despite the surge in his cultivation, he was still unable to tear the space open. Let me try flying. Leaping into the air, Zhang Xian attempted to head as high as possible in an attempt to get a bird's eye view over the entire place. However, the higher he went, the greater the pressure weighing down on him seemed to become. It was as if someone was strapping more and more weights on him. Driving his zhenqi furiously, he barely reached the top of a tree before succumbing to the pressure. He fell back down to the ground, producing a massive pit below him. As Zhang Xian patted off the dust from his body, the astonishment on his face could not be concealed. The space in the ancient domain was clearly far more compact than the space in the master-teacher continent, thus making flight exceptionally difficult. Even with his prowess, he could only reach the top of a tree before plummeting to the ground. It was likely that most other cultivators would fare worse than him. He had been planning to quickly scout the area and ascertain the location of the subordinate halls and prime hall. However, from the looks of it, it seemed like Kong Shi had already taken precautions to ensure that his trial would not be that easy. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Xian scanned the surroundings with his eye of insight. Since there existed teacher's milieu in the air, it was likely that the prime hall was located in the area where the teacher's milieu was the most concentrated. As such, as long as he followed the concentration gradient of the teacher's milieu, he should be able to reach the center very swiftly. But very soon, after taking a sweeping gaze across the area, his face turned livid. It was true that teacher's milieu was omnipresent in the area, but to his astonishment, there was no concentration gradient at all. The concentration of teacher's milieu was equal throughout. To put it in other words, he could not make use of the concentration gradient to find the subordinate halls and prime hall. Humph! Even if Kong Shi thinks that he can stop me with just this much, I still have the Library of Heaven's Path to fall back on. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly as he took out a book. If it had been any other cultivator, they would have given up at this point and been forced to roam aimlessly around the area until they found a feasible path forward. However, that was not the case for Zhang Xian. He still had a final trump card that he could use, the Library of Heaven's Path. Back then, when he was in ancient sage Ranchio's ancient domain, he had been able to use the Library of Heaven's Path to find the location of the Dragonbone Divine Spear without any trouble. He would surely be able to do so this time around too. Chapter 1700 Gold-Faced Skywolf. Whipping out a brush, Zhang Xian quickly drew out his surroundings in the air and wrote out the words, "This is where the prime hall lies in the 8 directions." Then, he tapped on the painting with his finger. Wong. He quickly checked the Library of Heaven's Path, but no book had been compiled. Zhang Xian's face darkened. No book had been compiled. In other words, the Library of Heaven's Path would be ineffective in helping him find the location of the prime hall. This was the first time that he had encountered such a situation. The Temple of Confucius is hidden in a folded space, and over the past tens of thousands of years, there hasn't been a single seer who has been able to divine its location. Most likely, Kong Shi has used some kind of means to conceal it from view. There were countless experts among mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe alike. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, which Kong Shi had left behind, was an artifact desired by countless people, but its whereabouts remained a mystery even after the passing of tens of thousands of years. Clearly, some kind of anti-divination technique had been cast over it to conceal it from the sights of the heavens. As such, it was inevitable that the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to divine its whereabouts. The extent of the capabilities of the Library of Heaven's Path was limited by the scope of the heavens. Where the heavens were unable to reach, the Library of Heaven's Path would be rendered powerless too. Clearly, the Temple of Confucius was such an existence. With a tap of his finger, Zhang Xian took out the prime amulet and asked, "Little amulet, where do I have to go to reach the prime hall?" Since his other idea did not work, he could at least count on the prime hall. The prime hall flew into the air and wiggled its body a little before replying, "I can only sense the prime hall when we are within 20 li of the Temple of Confucius. From where we are now, I'm not too sure." It was able to sense the location of the Temple of Confucius, but there was a limit to its range of detection. If it was too far away from the destination, it would not be able to sense its presence. "All right then. If you notice anything, send me a telepathic message right away." Seeing that even his last idea was not working, Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. As someone who wielded great powers in the master-teacher continent, he did not think that he would end up being so helpless in this folded space. Noted. However, if you don't choose your direction wisely in the Temple of Confucius, you could end up straying off path, the prime amulet advised. Indeed, I have to pay careful attention to where I head to. I can't afford to act recklessly in here. Zhang Xian nodded contemplatively. A moment later, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Right? Do you have an idea in mind?" the prime amulet asked. "The Dragonbone Divine Spear." Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he whipped out the Dragonbone Divine Spear once more. "Is it able to discern directions in here?" The prime amulet felt like it had just taken a heavy blow. "Are you certain that it'll be able to find the Temple of Confucius when even I am unable to do so?" It was an artifact created for the sole purpose of finding the Temple of Confucius. If it was unable to find the Temple of Confucius, no one else should be able to. What was the point of taking out the Dragonbone Divine Spear at this point in time? In the next moment, the prime amulet saw Zhang Xian flicking his wrist, and the Dragonbone Divine Spear began spinning furiously in the air. It took a while before it came to a halt. Pointing in the direction that the Dragonbone Divine Spear was facing, Zhang Xian nodded. Let's head that way then." After which, he began making his way over with a confident look on his face. The prime amulet, the Dragonbone Divine Spear. They had both been wondering what kind of ingenious method their master was going to resort to, but who could have expected him to simply bet everything on dumb luck? "You are here to find the Temple of Confucius, not to spin the wheel of fortune." Ignoring the stifled duo, Zhang Xian returned the prime amulet to his storage ring and wrapped the Dragonbone Divine Spear back around his waist before marching forward with widened strides. Since he had no clue where he should be heading, he might as well just start walking around and explore the area. The folded space was rich with spiritual energy, so Zhang Xian did not feel any fatigue advancing forward. Soon enough, he arrived before a stream. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian could not help but exclaim in awe. What was flowing in the stream was not water but spirit essence. In other words, the spiritual energy in the air was so concentrated that it could easily condense into water and form a stream. The saint beasts on the cloud mist ridge had once gone on a rampage over their disappeared spirit essence. He did not think that it would be so readily available in here. Collect. Even though spirit essence of such a tier was no longer useful to Zhang Xian, his spendthrift nature still kicked. He could not bring himself to leave such good stuff lying around. So he collected it all into the myriad ant-hive nest, making sure not to waste even a single droplet. Traversing across what used to be a stream, he marched on ahead and found many medicinal herbs. Even the youngest of these herbs was at least at 1,000 years old. The oldest one that he found was tens of thousands of years old. Even from afar, he could already smell the deep fragrance of the mature medicinal herbs. It's truly a world filled with treasures, Zhang Xian thought as he excitedly picked a dozen stalks. The Temple of Confucius sure was an amazing place. It was as if treasures were littered everywhere. It was no wonder all of the experts of the master-teacher continent wanted to enter it. Dense spiritual energy, high concentration of teacher's milieu, and the readily available treasures. These were the ingredients required for one's cultivation to advance swiftly. With them, a cultivator would be able to avoid struggling so desperately outside ding-ding-ding. In the midst of his exploration, Zhang Xian suddenly heard the clanging of metal in the distance. Without any hesitation, he dashed in that direction. Before arriving at the source of the metallic clanging, he had already altered his appearance. As the head of the three premier clans and the Sanctum of Sages, there was probably no one who did not know of him by now. Furthermore, as he had once been a wanted fugitive of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, it was not difficult for one to learn of his appearance. Considering how sensitive his identity was, it would be best for him to take caution. Circling around a hill, Zhang Xian finally arrived at the source of the metallic clanging. 5 men and 2 women were currently surrounding a beast, battling it. It was a gold-faced skywolf, blessed with the strength of an Aureate body realm expert at birth. Once mature, it would gain strength comparable to an intuitive impulse realm expert. Of its 7 opponents, 3 were in the Aureate body realm, whereas the remaining 4 were in the intuitive impulse realm. They were not dressed in master-teacher robes, and there was no emblem on their master-teacher clothes either. It was hard to tell their allegiance. Under the combined assault of the 7 experts, the gold-faced skywolf was forced to retreat time and time again. It was in a disadvantageous position, being severely outnumbered. Normally, beasts would wield far greater fighting prowess than cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, knowing that the Temple of Confucius would be fraught with dangers, the cultivators who had come over had brought many treasures along. They tossed all of their artifacts over as if they did not cost money at all. At the same time, it seemed like the gold-faced skywolf was lacking in battle experience. As a result, it took only a few instants for the gold-faced skywolf to be severely wounded. Seeing that the gold-faced skywolf was finally coming to its limits, a young man amid the crowd bellowed, "Follow my command. We'll launch an attack simultaneously." Very well. The eyes of the other members of the group lit up. The next moment, all sorts of weapons darted toward the gold-faced skywolf. Under the relentless assault of the cultivators, the gold-faced skywolf finally succumbed and dropped dead on the ground. "We have managed to kill it." The group collectively heaved a sigh of relief. They were just about to celebrate when they heard footsteps, and they hurriedly raised their weapons once more. "Who are you?" a member of the group asked warily. "I'm just passing by the area," Zhang Xian replied. "Passing by? Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting." The members of the group eyed Zhang Xian suspiciously, seemingly fearing that he would steal the gold-faced skywolf that they had just killed. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Xian swiftly understood what was going on and waved his hand. "I am uninterested in that beast. You don't have to be so wary of me." Considering how he had appeared a moment after they slew the gold-faced skywolf, it was no wonder they would be doubtful of his intentions. "Humph. I doubt you would dare anyway." Seeing that Zhang Xian was only at the Aureate body realm, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. The young man who had issued the order earlier turned his gaze back to the carcass of the gold-faced skywolf. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a sharp dagger and began dismantling the carcass. It did not take long for him to retrieve the skywolf's fangs and claws. "I played the greatest role in killing this fellow over here, so I believe none of you will have any objections to me taking the fangs and claws, right? Feel free to divide whatever's left among the rest of you," the young man said. Chapter 1701 Crimson Friend's White Tiger. The toughest parts of a beast were usually their fangs and claws. Everything aside from those two would be relatively inexpensive. However, knowing the young man's strength, the crowd did not dare utter a word of complaint. They reluctantly nodded before getting to dismantling the carcass as well. It did not take them long to dissect the massive wolf carcass. The various body parts of the gold-faced skywolf were invaluable materials, but given Zhang Xian's current wealth, they were not enough to catch his eye. Besides, those cultivators had gone through a lot in order to kill the beast. As a master teacher, it would be inappropriate for him to steal their loot. From how they divided the spoils of victory, Zhang Xian noticed a few subtle details. He had thought that their group had known one another prior to entering the folded space, but that was not the case. It was clear that they were guarded against one another, and in the distribution of the spoils of victory, they attempted to claim as much for themselves as possible. Despite having decided to group up together, it seemed like their hearts were not aligned with one another. The strongest young man, who seemed to serve as the de facto leader of the group, suddenly approached Zhang Xian. Friend, it seems like you are wandering around the area alone. Why don't you join our group? The area around the Temple of Confucius is vast, and there are many experts and beasts roaming around. Not only is it dangerous for you to venture about the area alone, it will be difficult for you to acquire anything good given your limited fighting prowess. We can watch each other's back in a group. Putting everything aside, the gold-faced sky wolf that we have just defeated has already gone extinct on the Master-Teacher continent, making it an extremely rare and invaluable existence. Without sufficient strength, it would be difficult to acquire even a clump of its hair, let alone its hide and claws. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Venturing around in a group would mean having to split any loot with the group, but the Temple of Confucius was not short of treasures. Besides, it would be difficult for an individual to fend off the dangers lurking in the area alone and acquire anything substantial. Furthermore, if a stronger expert robbed him, he would be completely helpless against the other party. Back on the Master-Teacher continent, out of deference for the Master-Teacher pavilion, cultivators would dare not go overboard. However, they were currently in a folded space filled with threats at every corner. Even the arm of the Master-Teacher pavilion was not strong enough to enforce its rules within the folded space. One could kill a couple of people and dispose of their corpses, and no one would be any the wiser. This folded space was, in the truest sense, a land of lawlessness. The only thing that could bind one's actions were one's principles and morals. Master teachers might still feel compelled to uphold their values, but what about the other unaffiliated cultivators? What about the otherworldly demons? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian eventually nodded. All right, since he had no direction at the moment, it would not hurt for him to follow this group. At the same time, it would serve to conceal his identity so that he would not draw anyone's suspicion. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's agreement, the young man stood up and introduced himself with an air of dignity. I am Mu Xiao, an offspring of the Mu clan. A hint of astonishment flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. It turned out that the young man was an expert of the Mu clan. Considering his strength, it was likely that the young man was a trump card that the Mu clan had kept hidden all this time. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and introduced himself. I am Xian Zhang, an unaffiliated cultivator. So, it's Brother Xian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mu Xiao replied out of courtesy. The remaining members of the group also introduced themselves as well. Of the group of 7, 6 of them were disciples of major powers. Only one of them was an unaffiliated cultivator. Let's continue ahead. After sealing their alliance, Mu Xiao beckoned for the crowd to gather, and they began advancing once more. Zhang Xian noted that they were walking in the same direction that he had been intending to head in earlier, and he quietly followed behind them. This walk lasted 4 whole hours. Within this period of time, they encountered another 3 beasts wielding strength on par with the gold-faced sky wolf. Knowing that his exceptional strength would bring doubts to his identity, Zhang Xian adjusted his fighting prowess to match that of an ordinary Orient Body Realm cultivator. The truth was that the crowd had invited Zhang Xian into their group anticipating that he would possess exceptional means and treasures, considering how he was able to walk around the folded space alone safely. However, when they saw that his fighting prowess was also, they swiftly lost their interest in him. Unknowingly, their attitude toward him turned cold as well. You hardly did anything at all, so I'm afraid that we can't share anything with you this time. You'll have to try harder to pull your weight next time. Mu Xiao told Zhang Xian as they dissected the 3rd beast they encountered. PSK, I thought that he would possess some formidable means. You really can't expect anything of an unaffiliated cultivator. He hardly contributed anything in killing this beast. He has no right to take anything at all. Such discussions could be heard amid the group. Their words were particularly jarring, but Zhang Xian could not be bothered to waste his words on something as trivial as this. Instead, his eyes were fixated in the direction that the beast had appeared from previously, and his eyes slowly lit up in agitation. He could not help but notice that the 3 beasts that they had encountered in the midst of their journey had all been traveling in the opposite direction to them. It seemed too much of a coincidence for them to all be heading in the opposite direction. Could it be that they were walking in the right direction and the Temple of Confucius lay right ahead of them? With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian immediately wanted to break free of the group and advance forward individually. However, before he could do so, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from the forest around them. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Following which, a Crimson Friend's white tiger emerged from the woods ahead of them. This beast was at intuitive impulse realm consummation. As soon as it appeared, it emanated a powerful pressure that caused one's heart to jolt in fright. Everyone, raise your arms. Mu Xiao exclaimed anxiously upon catching sight of the beast. Voila! There was no novice in the group of 7. Upon hearing the command, they immediately whipped out their weapons once more and got into their positions, ready to face any enemy that would pounce on them. Roar! Seeing that someone dared block its path, the Crimson Friend's white tiger flew into a rage. With a ferocious roar, it dashed right into the group. With a single move, the large beast had already demonstrated its superior strength against the group. It tore its claws down, choking a suffocating moan from the surrounding air. Ripples of shockwave burst right for Mu Xiao as though sharp sword chi. Greenwood barrier. Mu Xiao narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He quickly flicked his wrist and placed a dome-shaped wooden shield before him. It was an artifact from the Mu clan. Gotcha! As powerful as the Greenwood barrier was, the Crimson Friend's white tiger was simply too powerful. With another flick of his claws, cracks had already started forming on the surface of the Greenwood barrier. Pooh! Unable to take it any longer, Mu Xiao spurted a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. Knowing that they would be next victims if they did not make a move, someone amid the group bellowed, "Let's make a move together." Upon hearing the order, the remaining members of the group dashed forward simultaneously. Brandishing their weapons furiously, they sent all sorts of powerful attacks toward the Crimson Friend's white tiger. However, they were not even able to pierce the other party's skin. Roar! With a ferocious roar, the Crimson Friend's white tiger spun its body abruptly, sending the cultivators around it flying. Their pale faces and the spurts of blood showed that most of the cultivators had already suffered grievous injuries despite the short encounter with the massive beast. To think that they would be no match for the Crimson Friend's white tiger even after putting their strength together. As expected of an intuitive impulse realm consummation beast, the strength that it wielded was indeed fearsome. Are we going to die here? Seeing how they were unable to breach the massive beast's defenses even after exerting their full strength, despair and horror surfaced on the faces of the cultivators. The realization that they could really lose their lives right there suddenly struck them, and this feeling left them feeling deeply terrified. Had they known earlier, they would never have ventured so deeply into the area. Just when they thought that death would fall upon them, the weakest fellow of their group suddenly strutted right up to the Crimson Friend's white tiger. "I can't fly here, and traveling on foot takes simply too long. It must be fate that has brought us here together. Since our fates have intertwined with one another, I'll bestow you a chance. Become my tamed beast." The young man named Xianzhang said calmly. Roar! The Crimson Friend's white tiger was stunned. "Is there something wrong with this fellow's head? You are going to give me a chance to become your tamed beast, are you? Did your head get jammed in between doors or something?" The other cultivators were also dumbstruck by what they had just heard. All this while, the young man had not been able to contribute much even in their battles against Oriate body realm beasts. Yet, at that moment, he actually wanted to take an intuitive impulse realm consummation beast as his tamed beast. Even beast tamers would have to take several years to cultivate their feelings with a beast before they could convince it to seal a contact with them. No one knew how long the Temple of Confucius would remain open for, but it was certain that it would not last several years. Putting aside the limitations of the young man's strength, it was already an impossible feat on the sole basis of time. It was precisely for this reason that they had chosen to slay every single beast that came their way. They did not even bother to consider the possibility to taming one of the beasts and taking it back to the master-teacher continent. Given that that fellow was only at the Oriate body realm, was he not afraid of the Crimson Friend's white tiger killing him with a single slap? Before the doubtful gazes of the crowd, the Crimson Friend's white tiger released a ferocious howl and slashed its claws down upon Zhang Xian's head. Chapter 1702 White tigers are amazing, Selah. It sounded as if the fabric of space was being torn apart. The movements of the Crimson Friend's white tiger were so powerful and swift that they produced sonic booms in the air. The blatant contempt that Zhang Xian had shown it had truly enraged it. This maneuver was clearly much stronger than the moves that it had used to subdue Mu Xiao and the others. Even a Saint Pinnacle artifact would be destroyed under its crushing force. On the receiving end, it seemed as if the young man facing the Crimson Friend's white tiger had been scared silly. He remained completely stationary, not attempting to dodge the attack at all. I was still wondering what kind of expert you are, but who would have thought that you were just another coward? The Crimson Friend's white tiger sneered coldly as it smacked its claws down upon the young man's head. Wong. Contrary to everyone's expectations, a crimson explosion of gray matter did not happen. Instead, a metallic reverberation echoed in the air instead. The Crimson Friend's white tiger narrowed its eyes as it hurriedly retracted its trembling claws. It had used its full might to crush the young man's head, but not only was the young man completely fine, its claws had been jolted numb instead. In an instant, the Crimson Friend's white tiger realized that even though the young man appeared to only be at the aureate body realm on the surface, his strength had already far surpassed it. Roar! With a low growl, the Crimson Friend's white tiger turned tail and fled. What the heck is this? It had just planned to grab a small snack to fill its empty belly, but who could have known that it would end up encountering such a tough nut? There must have been a problem with the posture that it had woken up in. This would not do. It should return to bed and sleep for a while, and perhaps it would find that it was just a nasty nightmare. The beasts inside the folded space had not experienced too many battles, and their intelligence was considerably lower than the beasts on the Master-Teacher continent. Nevertheless, that did not mean that they were so foolish as to court death. If it was unable to crush the young man's head after exerting its full strength, it was apparent that the young man was not an opponent that it could defeat. As the saying goes, of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the way to go. Did I permit you to leave? How could Zhang Xian allow the Crimson Friend's white tiger to leave as it pleased after smacking his head? Without any hesitation, he sent a kick over. Whoa! The Crimson Friend's white tiger skidded over 10 meters on the floor before collapsing weakly to the ground. Its head was spinning so much that even maintaining its balance was an arduous task. You've had your fun. It's time to submit to me, Zhang Xian said as he sent another kick at the Crimson Friend's white tiger's face. A minute later, a droplet of blood essence drifted into Zhang Xian's glabella. The Crimson Friend's white tiger had finally submitted. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. That's more like it. Zhang Xian nodded contentedly. He hopped onto the back of the tiger before turning his gaze to the bulging-eyed crowd behind him. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Leaving those words behind, he nudged the tiger's belly with his leg. The latter immediately began galloping ahead, disappearing into the mountain forest in the blink of an eye. It was as if it had never appeared before. He managed to tame a Crimson Friend's white tiger alone? Did he even take 3 minutes for that? My gosh, what in the world did I just see? Mu Xiao and the others gulped down several mouthfuls of saliva each. They had thought that the other party was just a bronze, but who could have known that he was a hidden challenger? They found themselves unable to keep up with the abrupt turn of events. If I had known earlier, I would have tried harder to get on good terms with him. With the backing of such a powerful expert, I would have been able to make bountiful gains here. We were blinded by the paltry gains before us. Of the 3 beasts that we have slain earlier, we distributed none of it to him at all. Considering how we've offended him, we should already be thankful that he was willing to make a move to save our lives. Hi, we have truly missed an ideal opportunity. The crowd dearly regretted their earlier actions. It was true that there were many treasures waiting to be uncovered in the Temple of Confucius, but equally great were the dangers as well. If they had an expert to cover them, they would definitely have been able to increase their gains. Unfortunately, their greed had foiled an opportunity delivered right to their doorstep, and it was unlikely that such a chance would present itself to them once more. Oblivious to the emotions of the group that he had left behind, Zhang Xian was advancing swiftly on the back of the Crimson Friend's white tiger. You are a beast residing in this folded space. Do you know where the Temple of Confucius is located? Zhang Xian asked. The many means that he had at his disposal had failed in helping him locate the whereabouts of the Temple of Confucius. Considering how the Crimson Friend's white tiger had grown up there, he should be familiar with the surroundings. It would be best to have a local guide take him around instead of wandering aimlessly around the area. Master, what is the Temple of Confucius? The Crimson Friend's white tiger asked uncertainly. Zhang Xian frowned upon hearing the question. Do you really not know? The Crimson Friend's white tiger shook its head. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before asking, do you know of any restricted grounds in this area that you are forbidden from entering? It was likely that the Temple of Confucius would be a restricted area where the beasts were denied entry. While the Crimson Friend's white tiger might be unfamiliar with the term Temple of Confucius, it should at least know of the various restricted grounds. Hearing Zhang Xian's question, the Crimson Friend's white tiger pondered for a moment before replying, there is one restricted ground in the area, the territory of the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. There was one time when I accidentally stepped into his territory and ended up being nearly pummeled to death. Master, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger is the monarch of everything within a radius of 10,000 li from here. It should be able to help you in whatever you are looking for. The Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger? Zhang Xian frowned upon hearing an unfamiliar name. Having read through the books in the Sanctum of Sages, he had a decent knowledge of the many beasts in the world, and this included those that had gone extinct. However, he had never heard of a Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger before. That's right. It's a tigress. I once tried to court her, but, cough cough, I didn't succeed. The Crimson Friend's white tiger said awkwardly. Back then, it had prided itself on its silky white fur and dashing appearance, so it had attempted to court the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Yet, shortly after it arrived in the other party's territory, before it could even meet the other party, it had been thrown out with its tail between its legs. It was extremely embarrassing even when it thought back on it now. Tigresses were indeed existences not to be trifled with. It was then that it had made up its mind to never find a tigress for its wife, or else it would not know when it would be killed in its sleep. For the time being, the female wolf next door looked rather demure and gentle. Unaware that the thoughts of the Crimson Friend's white tiger had begun wandering around the place, Zhang Xian asked, how strong is it? Even though the mount that he had just acquired was only at intuitive impulse realm consummation, its superior defense and astounding strength allowed it to rival even sempiternal realm intermediate stage beasts in a battle. Despite that, it had still been crushed by the so-called Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Just how powerful was the other party? It's at sempiternal realm consummation. It's one of the 5 monarchs of this forest. The Crimson Friend's white tiger explained. 5 monarchs? They are the 5 strongest existences in this forest, having reached sempiternal realm consummation. In comparison, I can only be considered to be in the lower middle tier within the forest. The Crimson Friend's white tiger replied honestly, not daring to lie to its new master. Master, if you wish to seek anything, they will surely know better than me. Zhang Xian nodded in response. The higher one's standing was, the more one was bound to know. Bring me to the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Zhang Xian commanded. Yes, master. Not daring to utter another word, the Crimson Friend's white tiger immediately confirmed the location before galloping ahead furiously. Ding ding ding. During their journey, Zhang Xian heard the sound of metallic clangs sounding ahead. Coming a bit closer, he saw 2 groups of people coming to blows over a stalk of a medicinal herb. On the other hand, the 2 groups of people swiftly halted their actions upon hearing the flurried footsteps. A moment later, they saw a young man seated atop a massive white tiger slowly approaching them. Is that an intuitive impulse realm consummation Crimson Friend's white tiger? Who in the world is that fellow? Why is he sitting on the back of the tiger? Wait a moment. Could he possibly have tamed the Crimson Friend's white tiger? The 2 groups of people were horrified to see Zhang Xian and his tiger, such that they even forgot about their conflict. On instinct alone, they opened up a pathway for Zhang Xian to pass by. On the other hand, Zhang Xian waved his hand at the crowd beneath with a smile. As though a superior checking on the work of his subordinates, he said earnestly, "Hello? I see that you have all been working hard. Carry on, carry on. There's no need to be affected by my presence. I am just passing by." As he said these words, he knocked the tiger's belly lightly once more with his leg. Hula! The Crimson Friend's white tiger warped into a streak of white light as it flitted through the crowd. With the lighting effect from the sun, the young man on the tiger's back appeared to be towering and powerful, almost as if a deity. That must be what a true expert is like, the crowd muttered among themselves. While they were still struggling to survive and adapt to this new environment, the other party had already tamed a powerful saint beast to explore the area. That was the despairing gap between a true expert and commoners like them. "I nearly forgot. Give me that medicinal herb." "No, it's mine." After recovering from their shock, they resumed their furious shouting and tussling over the medicinal herb. Chapter 1703, Encircling the Cloud Tiger. What has become of the love and compassion of humans? Seeing how the two groups had returned to tussling with one another over a medicinal herb, Zhang Xian clutched his chest with a pained look on his face. Treasures are indeed the bane of mankind. This folded space is already dangerous as it is, but instead of cooperating with one another to survive this ordeal, they opted for infighting instead. "I have never felt so embarrassed to be a human." Roar! The Crimson Friend's white tiger expressed its agreement. "I guess there's no choice then. In order to allow the humans to halt their infighting and unite with one another to overcome this ordeal, I shall go through the trouble of taking away all of the treasures in the area so that they will have nothing else to fight over," Zhang Xian said with a benevolent glow on his face. The Crimson Friend's white tiger was just about to nod in agreement as well when it suddenly realized that there was something very weird about those words. It tilted its head in bewilderment. Roar? To be able to find such a righteous excuse to plunder the treasures on this land. Its new master sure was shameless. Did he have no sense of shame? Unaware of how his image had just crumbled in the mind of the Crimson Friend's white tiger, Zhang Xian instructed with an air of righteousness, "You are familiar with the local terrain, and you are able to travel around fairly quick as well. If there are any formidable treasures around the area, bring me to them." Roar! Knowing that its master had already made up his mind, and it would be futile to complain, the Crimson Friend's white tiger could only nod in agreement before darting forward swiftly. It had to be said that the Crimson Friend's white tiger really did know the area well. Under its lead, Zhang Xian was brought from one rare treasure to another. It would have taken him far longer if he had to scavenge them one by one manually. In less than 4 hours, he had already swept away everything good within a radius of several hundred li. There were 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs and rare ores that could not be found on the master-teacher continent. Delighted by the returns, he even recruited another 5 beasts to assist him in the treasure hunt. With no more treasures remaining in the area, the conflicts in the area had visibly reduced. Seeing that the world had taken a step toward peace, Zhang Xian smiled in satisfaction. With his noble deed done, he strutted off with his 6 tamed beasts toward the territory of the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Fearing that the intelligence provided by the Crimson Friend's white tiger was off, he posed the same question to the 5 beasts that he had just tamed, and their responses were the same. Within this forest, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger was the indubitable sovereign. "Hide in here for the time being. When I beckon you later on, I want you to launch a decisive strike to take down the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger together." After traveling for another an hour, they were already nearing their destination. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and stowed the 6 beasts into the myriad ant hive nest. Sempiternal realm consummation beasts were far stronger than master teachers of the same tier. Even with his current fighting prowess, it was likely that he would face trouble dealing with the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. It was not a coincidence that he had tamed so many beasts. In truth, he was intending to use them as reinforcements. If he really could not defeat the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger, he could set the 6 beasts on it simultaneously. Even as a sempiternal realm consummation beast, it would be tied down for a moment. He would use the time bought to launch his strongest technique and defeat it in a single move. After stowing the tamed beasts, Zhang Xian crept amid the tall grasses as he swiftly flitted toward the area pointed out to him earlier. Before he could reach the lair of the gold spirit cloud tiger, he heard footsteps ahead. With a swift maneuver, he climbed onto the top of a tree and observed the situation ahead of him through the leaves. A short distance in front, a group of 8 was advancing warily. Every single one of them was holding their weapon tightly, prepared to engage their enemy at any moment. Even the weakest among them is at intuitive impulse realm consummation, and there is a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator among them too. It seems like they have also learned of the existence of the gold spirit cloud tiger and have come to subdue it. Zhang Xian quickly analyzed the situation. He could not possibly be the only one who would think of seeking the strongest beast in order to ask about the location of the Temple of Confucius. It was true that the outer perimeter was suitable for cultivation, and there were many treasures lying around. However, there was no one who did not know that the true treasures lay within the Temple of Confucius. Opportunities often came with risks. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to climb to the top, and many would be willing to brave any danger for it. Who is it? While Zhang Xian was still deep in thought, the sempiternal realm consummation cultivator walking at the forefront of the group suddenly turned his gaze to Zhang Xian's direction. The short moment of contemplation earlier had caused a fluctuation in Zhang Xian's emotions, leading to some imperfections in the concealment of his aura. It was just a slight leak, but with the entire group on guard, it was inevitable that he would be discovered. Knowing that he had been exposed, Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he walked out. I was just passing by the area. The sempiternal realm consummation cultivator, who had spoken earlier, was an elder in his 60s. With an authoritative furrow in between his brows, he questioned, "Are you a master teacher?" Seeing that some members of the group were dressed in master teacher robes, Zhang Xian replied affirmatively, "That's right. I am a grand elder of the Beast Tamer Hall, Wu Changping. I am determined to tame the beast ahead of us, so I have to ask of you not to interfere in our affairs." The elder said imposingly, "I don't intend to interfere in your affairs, but would it be fine for me to remain around the area to take a look?" Zhang Xian asked. Since the other party had come before him, it would not be appropriate for him to cut right in and snatch their target. In any case, his goal was to find out the general direction of the Temple of Confucius from the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. With the prime amulet in his hand, he should be able to zone in on the exact location easily as long as he had a direction to work with. Hearing that the young man intended to loiter around the area, a middle-aged man amid the group harumphed. "I can't allow that. Please leave right now, or else we'll be forced to evict you." "You intend to evict me? We have already set our eyes upon the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Your presence here will only hinder us," Wu Changping replied coldly. "Please seek another beast of your own." Seeing that he was not welcome there, Zhang Xian shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Very well then, I wish you the best of luck." After which, he turned around and left. As soon as he was out of the group of 8's sight, he flicked his finger and sealed the space around him before making his way back. "I say, we should have just killed that fellow from earlier. Why do you all even bother to waste your breath with him? We aren't on the master-teacher continent anyway, so there's no need to abide by those troublesome rules." The middle-aged man who had bellowed at him earlier grumbled in annoyance. "I have no qualms about killing a master-teacher here, but it would be bad if we alarmed the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger in the midst of doing so. That fellow is the monarch of this forest. Having fought many battles, its instincts are particularly sharp. We have to move with the utmost caution around it and subdue it in a sweep." Wu Changping said, "You're right. I should have considered the matter more carefully." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, after which a frown emerged on his forehead as he asked, "We placed that item in the lair quite a while ago. That fellow should be knocked out by now, right? It should have fainted by now, but based on the intelligence we have gathered, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger is known to possess formidable innate resilience. We mustn't let our guard down around it. Let's wait a little longer," Wu Changping said. It was apparent that Wu Changping was the leader of the group. Upon hearing his words, the crowd continued to crouch quietly amid the bushes, suppressing their auras and breathing. Roughly 10 minutes later, Wu Changping raised his hand and said, "All right, it should be about time. Let's head in and take a look." Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man made his way over to the cavern ahead with silent footsteps. With his movements, Zhang Xian could tell that he was a sempiternal realm cultivator too, albeit only at the primary stage. Nevertheless, his prowess was already enough to make him a powerhouse of the master-teacher continent. Even Sword Saint Xing only had as much strength as him. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Who? The middle-aged man entered the cavern. Hong Long. Shortly after he entered, a deafening explosion sounded, following which, the middle-aged man flew out of the cavern with an even faster speed, and his back broke several towering trees before he finally skidded to a stop. Blood spewed wildly from his mouth. **T. It didn't fall for our trap. We can only push our way through. Wu Chongping swiftly understood that their initial plan had failed. With a furious bellow, he took the lead and charged forward. Walala! The remaining members of the group also swiftly advanced toward the cavern. Barely after they got into position, the ground suddenly tremored beneath them. A massive beast was slowly making its way out of the cavern. Chapter 1704 A Cry of Help. The massive beast emerging from the cavern was around 10 meters long and 5 meters tall. Similar to the Crimson Friend's white tiger, it was cloaked in glorious golden fur. Even before making a move, one could already smell the stench of bloodshed drifting in the air. After entering the folded space, they had encountered quite a number of beasts. Their cultivation realms were frighteningly high, but their fighting experience was sorely lacking. It still had not been easy to deal with them, but the occasional mistakes that they made created exploitable openings. However, it was completely different with the massive beast before them. From the strong killing intent that seemed to be embedded into its very presence to the extreme wariness in its eyes, it was apparent that it was a veteran in battle. Without a doubt, many powerful beasts had fallen under its claws. In order to become one of the monarchs within this forest, one had to possess indomitable strength. Sweeping its cold gaze across the group of 8, the gold spirit cloud tiger uttered wintry, "It has been so long since anyone has had the guts to wreak havoc on my territory." Astonishingly, the gold spirit cloud tiger actually spoke the language of the humans. There should not have been any humans in the Temple of Confucius for tens of thousands of years. For this reason, the gold-faced skywolf and Crimson Friend's white tiger could only communicate in the natural language of their own race. It was only after taming the latter that Zhang Xian could converse with it through their telepathic connection. Yet, this massive fellow was actually able to speak in the tongue of the humans. Even Zhang Xian was slightly surprised by this anomaly. "Don't waste your words on it. Get into formation." Wu Chongping bellowed with a darkened face. The fact that the gold spirit cloud tiger was able to speak in the tongue of the humans likely meant that it knew a lot about the human race. The fact that their earlier ploy did not work likely meant that it was already guarded against them from the very start. Hula! The group of 8 raised their weapons and surrounded the gold spirit cloud tiger. An inexplicable link formed among their auras, almost as if there were fine threads connecting them together. With just a glance, it was apparent that on top of forming a formation, they had also utilized some kind of formidable artifact. It was no wonder they were reluctant to allow Zhang Xian to watch by the side. They had already made thorough preparations to subdue and tame the gold spirit cloud tiger, so there was no way that they would risk allowing anyone to steal the fruits of their labor. How meaningless! Unconcerned by the movements of the group, the gold spirit cloud tiger released a ferocious roar. With a powerful pounce, it leaped on the middle-aged man closest to it. It seemed to be intending to barge through the formation through focusing its attack on an individual. Wong. Before its claws could land, rich energy gushed into the middle-aged man's body through the narrow threads in the surroundings, filling him with power. His body lit up with a faint glow. Augmented by the influx of energy, the middle-aged man raised his massive saber and slashed down furiously. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. The massive congregation of saber chi manifested in the form of a towering saber afterimage in the air. Boom! The claw and the saber afterimage collided with one another, and the gold spirit cloud tiger could not help but retreat. To think that they are able to channel the strength of a group into the body of one. Zhang Xian nodded. There was no way that the middle-aged man would have been able to defend against the gold spirit cloud tiger's attacks alone. It was through the use of the narrow threads that the group infused their strength into the middle-aged man together, thus overpowering the massive beast. As a result of their collaboration, even someone as powerful as the gold spirit cloud tiger found itself unable to breach their defenses. It seems like they have used a great sage artifact. Considering how the thread was able to withstand the strength of so many people without hindering the middle-aged man's power output, there was no doubt that the artifact was at great sage tier at the very least. While it could not match up to the Dragonbone Divine Spear, it was already on par with Wu Shu's golden saber. I see. It's no wonder you dared challenge me. It seems like you have some tricks up your sleeves. The gold spirit cloud tiger harumphed coldly upon seeing that it had failed to breach their defense, but it did not show the slightest hint of being flustered. Instead, it whipped its thick tail furiously instead. It was as if its tail was a weapon. It actually harnessed might greater than that of its claws. Warping into a blur, it darted toward the middle-aged man once more. Realizing the major threat of the tail, the middle-aged man raised his saber once more to counterattack. Pong! The saber and the tail collided with one another. This time, it was the middle-aged man whose face paled, and he was forced to retreat several steps. The gold spirit cloud tiger made use of this opportunity to further its attack. It swiped its claw forward ferociously. The best way to overcome a collaborative formation when one was unable to analyze its structure and flaws was to focus one's attacks on an individual. It was apparent that the gold spirit cloud tiger was aware of this fact as well. The gold spirit cloud tiger's movements were swift and powerful. It seemed as if the middle-aged man was unable to cope and would succumb very soon. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian still shook his head. That attack won't work. If it was so convenient to overcome the might of a great sage artifact, such artifacts would not drive so many cultivators frenzied in search of them. Just as Zhang Xian thought, the next moment, Wu Changping swiftly formed a hand seal. Voila! The next moment, the string in the air was suddenly pulled taut. An incredible surge of energy was channeled from the group into the narrow string, granting it unbelievable resilience and power. Attack! Following Wu Changping's order, the other members of the group directed their weapons toward the gold spirit cloud tiger via the narrow string. Roar! The gold spirit cloud tiger clearly did not expect the string to possess such astounding prowess. It hurriedly raised its head and roared furiously. Voila! Countless surges of golden sword chi flew forth from its mouth to deflect the weapons and the string. It's able to shoot out sword chi too? The gold spirit cloud tiger is truly talented. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in surprise. He had thought that the massive beast would have no choice but to submit to the group, but who could have known that it would actually be able to release an outpour of sword chi? Just the gold spirit cloud tiger's overwhelming strength and resilience were a pain to deal with. If it could use battle techniques on top of that, Wu Changping and the others would really face great difficulties trying to subdue it. The gold spirit cloud tiger is known for its proficiency in metal attribute offense. Do you think that we wouldn't have a countermeasure against that? Let me tell you this, that's exactly what we were waiting for. Wu Changping chuckled triumphantly as he tapped his finger. Tzila. The next moment, the color of the string changed. It assumed a color reminiscent of lava, as if flames had been infused into it. Voila! The group channeled all of their zhenqi into the string. As if oil had been scattered atop a spark, a burning inferno burst forth. In an instant, a blazing net appeared in the sky, trapping the gold spirit cloud tiger altogether. They have really prepared themselves well. It seems like the gold spirit cloud tiger is going to succumb soon, Zhang Xian remarked internally with a slight hint of awe in his voice. As expected of a grand elder from the Beast Tamer Hall, Wu Changping's understanding of his prey, grasp of the situation, and meticulousness in his planning and execution were truly praiseworthy. Metal was known for its sharpness and resilience. The gold spirit cloud tiger was of the metal attribute. which made it extremely difficult to trap in a battle. While the string that they had brought was resilient and could be reinforced with their jinchi, it would only be a matter of time before it snapped. This was also where the strength of the metal attribute lay. However, in anticipation of that, Wu Changping had prepared fire. Of the 5 elements, fire curbed metal. As soon as the fire burst forth, the metal attribute in the gold spirit cloud tiger's body was immediately weakened. In fact, as it had just released a metal attribute offense earlier, the backlash that it suffered was greater than usual. With this single move, the tables had turned. I really mustn't underestimate the experts of the world, Zhang Xian thought in alarm. Even though the possession of the Library of Heaven's Path granted him an edge in battle, he could not allow himself to get complacent due to it. There were still many ways that others were able to corner and subdue him. Had he been in the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger's position, the only way that he could have resolved it was probably to bring out the otherworldly demon Ancient Sage's corpse. Roar! Watching as the blazing net swiftly closed in on it, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger also realized that the enemy had come well prepared. It knew that it was in a critically disadvantageous position. All of a sudden, it raised his head and roared once more. But this time, the roar carried no hint of aggression to it. Instead, Zhang Xian sensed pleading in it, reminiscent of a distress call. It's a call for help. Does the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger have other companions? Wu Changping's face warped in horror. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.